Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'd like to welcome you to TopstepTV for Opening Call. He's Tarzan, and I'm Jane.
I'm not doing the call. I can't.
You're not doing that? Yeah, I got a question real quick. You know, his sidekick was a chimpanzee, right?
I think so.
What was the name of the
name, though?
Wasn't it Cheetah?
Yeah, I think that's right.
He's calling a monkey a cheetah. That's
Monkey
like having
cheetah.
a Western, like the Lone Ranger calling his horse, hi ho, hi ho cow.
Yeah.
All right. But anyway, I guess there's not too much education where he was. But anyway, we got education here today. Yes, we do. Congratulations. You're at the right place at the right time. We have exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. We're going bell to bell, man. We're going bell to bell.
Bell to bell, all day, every day.
Every day, all day, every day. And throughout this week, we're going to be your trading buddy, of course, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, trade like a pro and not like a schmo. Yes, trade like a pro. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market and trading know-how. You got your game plan ready? I hope so. You got your checklist? Check. I hope so. And I'd like to say good morning to my good friend, as always, John Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. Monday, December the 4th, beginning of a new week, new month, sort of. I mean, we started the month on Friday, but it seems like it starts today.
Yeah. And yes, I am wearing my Green Bay swag. But developing a bad rash on my back right now with the shirt. But yes, there's my straight out of Green Bay. Yeah, straight out of Green Bay t-shirt.
Got the cheese there.
Got the cheese, and boy, it's a scratch and sniff too. I mean, I didn't know that.
It's probably
Swiss.
Burning a little bit, isn't it?
I smell Swiss. But anyway, let's get on with the news. We got a big week ahead of us here. U.S. stocks are set to start this week. Negative notes, handing back some of the prior month's strong gains, and we are awaiting the Fed's key jobs report. You heard about this Bitcoin thing. Something new. It's soared above 40,000. All right. While crude retreats amid uncertainty, and the COP28 meeting is coming to an end. Well, the benchmark 500, S&P 500, hit its highest level this year on Friday, bringing its year-to-date gains almost 20%.
Unreal.
Blue chip also advanced 5 weeks straight up to 9%, and that tech-heavy NASDAQ composite surged 37% in 2023. Now, we've got Powell said this past Friday that the risks on the U.S. central banks are slowing the economy more than necessary, and they have to become more balanced. So we're keeping an eye on that. There's going to be no updates from the Feds this week. They got that blackout period ahead of the December 12th, December 13th meeting. And I did mention Bitcoin. The cryptocurrency as a whole has benefited from the raise of expectations that U.S. interest rates are heading lower next year. Now, Bitcoin in 2021 hit a high of nearly 69,000. So right now it's at 40. And anybody have Bitcoin? Anybody holding that? If so, let me know. Parties at your house this weekend. But anyway, Johnny, what else do we got?
Well, as far as economic numbers today and for the week, today, 9 o'clock, we have factory orders. That's really the only possibly impactful one. We do have a 3-month and 6-month bill auction today. Those are at 10:30 Central Time. As far as tomorrow is concerned, we have the PMI, ISM, and JOLTS coming out tomorrow. Again, no talking Feds this week as they have to keep their traps closed as we get closer to the FOMC meeting. Wednesday, ADP employment reports, international trade in goods and services, productivity and costs, and of course the EIA petroleum status report. Thursday, jobless claims, as always, on Thursdays. Wholesale inventories, the EIA natural gas report, bunch of short time frame note announcements, a 30-year and a 10-year note announcement, all that on Thursday. Of course, Friday is the unemployment number that is due out at 7:30 a.m. Central on Friday, and the consumer sentiment at 9 o'clock on Friday. So this week is mostly going to be about employment as far as the economic numbers are concerned.
All right. Thanks, John. Well, oil prices fell today, continuing weakness seen at the end of last week. That's amid some uncertainty over the likely extent of the crude output cuts by the group, you know them, of top producers. So we did see crude down 0.9%, Brent also down 0.9%. John, you're a rocker, right? Rocker. You jam,
I
right?
have been known to rock in the past, yes.
In the past, yes. Well, fans of Rush, the band Rush, seemed like earlier they were going to just call it quits, but now they're considering to find a drummer to fill the big shoes of Neil Peart after his passing. So it's something to look forward to. I don't want to see him quit. I like Rush. Today's national. Today, right, it's a good band, man. I tell you, three-piece. Today is National Cookie Day. All right. What's your favorite cookie, John?
Like mass produced, I'd have to say the Chips Ahoy.
Chips Ahoy chocolate chip is number one here in the country. Number two, peanut butter cookie. Number three, the brownie double chocolate. And coming in fourth, oatmeal raisin. So there you have it. And before you go, we're going to be adding each and every day tip of the day, Topstep's tip of the day. And what do we got for today's tip? There it is. Stay disciplined. Stick to your trading plan even when emotions are high. Easy to say, hard to do, but best thing to do is watch for that red flag. All right. Keep that checklist close. Make sure that you're following through what you wanted to do, not what you're improvising or being reckless at. Johnny, what's your take on that?
Well, like you said, it's easier to say than it is to do. You just really have to be accountable to how you've treated, the discipline and a break of discipline in the past. Recognize your targets, not your targets, really, your triggers that cause you to break that discipline, and then just stop, walk away. You've got to be able to let go of any venom that you're holding when that happens. You really just, it's not ever going to be as simple as just saying, stay disciplined, right. Stay disciplined. No, it's not that easy.
Right. Trade like a pro, not like a schmo. There you go. Well, Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today over in the charts?
Well, let's take a look. As usual, I like to start on the weekly on Mondays, so we can see in a longer period of time where the market really has been spending its time. Now, this is, of course, the December. This is not the continuation, so we're going to get real levels in the December contract from this. But we have to remember we are now coming into the rollover, which will move us from December to March. Not yet. In about a week and a half, we'll be moving into the March contract. So it's going to make volume and open interest a little bit more difficult to read. So what do we have here? Well, so far, and we're just starting the week, we're setting up a potential inside week. In other words, the range from last week is outside of the range from last night. All right, now that's probably not going to be able to maintain. The question is going to be, what direction is the market going to go? Volume has maintained relatively well. Now, the week before was Thanksgiving week, so it makes sense that there's some low volume on that week. But overall, I think last week, the volume held up relatively well. We were seeing our weekly ranges kind of shrinking. So we got a big range, kind of a smaller range, back to a big range, small range, smaller range. Is the momentum starting to fade in the S&Ps and maybe in some of the other equities? Take a look at the daily chart now, get a little bit closer. So last week, we had a breakout of balance. The weekly kickoff high last week was 45.97. 97 was way up here, and we did close above it. Our close on Friday was 4,600.75, 4,603 of a point. We closed up 24 points Friday. So you could view this as a potential breakout of balance. We're going to see if this breakout of balance fails, which it kind of looks like it's doing right now. We added 4,100 in open interest on Friday, kind of a smaller number for a breakout type of situation. And the volume really wasn't all that impressive. So we're kind of thinking that the kind of slowing of the momentum is showing now in the daily chart, not only in the weekly chart. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Okay, overnight inventory is short. We opened up here. We are now trading down here. We've got some pretty substantial overnight shorts, weaker hands shorts in this market that are going to be looking for continuation to the downside. They're going to be looking for longer time frame traders to come in and start selling into this market so price can continue to pay them. Now, where are we compared to last week? Well, 45.50 was kind of an important level last week. We looked below it a little bit here on Thursday, but we saw that delta divergence and an increase in open interest, saying that there was probably an accumulation of longs in a longer time frame. We didn't have a divergence yesterday, Friday in the S&Ps. Delta was congruent with direction. So we probably got a whole bunch of short time frame traders short on Thursday. We put up the late spike Thursday afternoon. We traded into the late spike, couldn't really find acceptance and value from Thursday. So the market continued to move to the upside. Overnight inventory short. We were going to be looking at a potential repair day. On the profiles, we put in a double distribution trend day, which means there was a distribution of time and volume here and a distribution of time and volume here. Opening between them has a tendency to keep price range bound and between the two kind of assumed points of control on the volume profile here. Well, it looks like we're at risk of opening outside of that level. Weekly kickoff low, 45.55. I'm looking for this market to hold this level where we found the buyers on Thursday, where we saw them protect on Friday. So this area here between last week's low, 45.44 and 45.55 is going to be kind of critical for us if we're going to maintain upside structure, if you will. We all know that there is some weaker downside structure down below. We've got a huge gap. We've got another gap down here. There's lots of naked points of control. Those are going to be targets for price if the market moves down to those levels. So we're going to see how this very interesting week is going to play out. I'm really, probably not expecting that much because we don't have a lot of economic numbers. No talking Feds. It's going to take something to change this market state, I think. So we'll have to keep an eye on when the market gets down to this 45.55 level to see if we show some acceptance down below that level. I mean, right now, the breakout that we saw on Friday seems to be failing. We're unable to hold price up at those levels. There's going to be another interesting trading day and week this week. It's all about employment this week, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the NASDAQ here kind of paints a different story on the daily chart, and even on the weekly chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up weeks. Last week, really kind of indecisive. I mean, this is a weekly bar, and it's almost a doji. So the market really just kind of settled in up there and remained in balance. Take a look at the balance that it is currently holding. This is the daily chart. Well, we've got balance low here. We've got balance high here. We are testing that weekly kickoff low. 15,872 is that weekly kickoff low. We're right there. We're testing it now. 879 is where we are currently. So if we can't hold this level, I'm looking for you see some potential pullback, some potential move back to the downside. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. Get this scaled. So again, overnight inventory exceedingly short, shorter time frame, weaker hands. Traders are barreling into the short side on this. This is weekly kickoff low. We're testing it as we speak. Last week's low just below that, 15,856. Settlement is all the way up here, 16,023.75. We closed the day on Friday up 38.25 points. We've got a lot of shorts coming into this market if we don't find what we're looking for, and that's going to be very kind of pivotal here at weekly kickoff low. We're looking for longer time frame traders to start to sell this market, to either liquidate some longs or add to short positions, whichever one. We've got to see, are we going to show acceptance below weekly kickoff low? Are we going to see some downside momentum come into this market? Again, I'm not looking for anything huge because the market is waiting a lot of information as far as the economic numbers are concerned. But I don't get to choose that. I'm going to trade what I see today, and we're going to see if we can't make some money. One thing, we did not test weekly kickoff high last week in the NASDAQ. What doesn't happen and what does happen can be equally as important. So we had an attempt at kind of breaking out above this area of balance that was pretty swiftly rejected here on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday. So we had some rejection up there. We had a failed kind of continuation or an attempt at a move away from the current area of balance. And again, that failed. The next step is, are we going to hold or are we going to accept below this level? Again, another very interesting trading day. We didn't really necessarily have a double distribution trend day on Friday in the NASDAQ, according to the market profile. But again, we were looking at a potential area of repair. If we were going to open above this area and below this area right here, where we kind of spent most of the evening, I'd be looking for repair. But that repair is going to be more difficult and less likely for us today. Watch weekly kickoff low after the open to see if we see any continuation or momentum to the downside. Here is the crude oil weekly chart. All right, so we've had really kind of three very indecisive weeks. A lot of long shadows, long shadow on the top. We've tested to weekly kickoff low already in the overnight session here. This is going to be, of course, as we always say, somewhat pivotal. I mean, if we hold this level, we could see the market pull back to the upside. If we can't hold this level and we accept below, where is this market going to go down to? I mean, we've got swing lows down here at 66.20 approximately. Another swing low down here at 64.37, which takes us down to the 200 session moving average. On the weekly chart, those longer time frame moving averages are pretty powerful. Here's the daily. Range high, range low, obvious range bound extremes. We've tested to the lower extreme last night. Weekly kickoff high and low are really those extremes that I'm focusing on if I'm going to be trading crude oil. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. All righty. All right. So, come on. I just messed that up. All right. So the weekly kickoff levels in crude oil have not changed in 3 weeks. They have been the same levels. We've failed above it. We've failed below it, back above it, now back down to it. It is, there we go. Now I got it. It is, it's an obvious area of balance and range. I mean, here's that, there's that. We got the high up here, traded up to it here, back and forth. The market rotates. Not looking for anything really huge until we get some sort of acceptance outside of that area of balance. But there's still really good opportunity. I mean, we're talking about $7 of range where this market could kind of rotate back and forth between those. But we're going to have to hold this weekly kickoff low for that to happen. The profile, we kind of put in a little bit of a late spike to the downside. It's double distribution. Late spike to the downside. The base of that late spike is 74.28. 74.28. So that's the base of the late spike. It's really just right here. right here, where the market continued to push to the downside at the end of the day without the ability to accept over time down at that level. Well, where do we get to in the overnight? Well, we started above here. We started here. Once we got back down below that level, we have been unable to test back above it. So this becomes kind of an important level if we're going to be looking for shorts. If we do find acceptance in value from Friday, that could bring us all the way back up to the value high, approximately 76.74. So we did open with a gap. We've been so far unable to close that gap. The regular trading hour to regular trading hour gap is in play. Just a little bit of a gap left here. So again, if we can't close that gap, we'll probably see another test of weekly kickoff low. And if we can't hold that, look for opportunities to the downside. Gold.
Yes.
Weekly.
Oh my goodness, gold.
Yeah. How about that pop last night? Unbelievable, right?
Get up!
Yeah.
Well, that was an all-time high that we put in last night in the overnight, right? Well, we know markets don't like that, but there's so much rejection up here. This bar is looking like so much rejection, even on the weekly chart. So that all-time high leaves a possible excess high on the daily. What are we looking at? So weekly kickoff high, we tested above it in the overnight. That doesn't scare me much. But look at the excess on the daily chart now. If that excess remains, that's some pretty substantial excess. And when I say excess, what is excess? Well, auction processes die in excess. When price gets too expensive, buyers won't pay it anymore and sellers take over. That's the end of an upside auction and the beginning of a downside auction. And this is really what it looks like. You got a whole big long tail on the top here. If we look left, when's the last time that happened? Well, we didn't really have too much of a big tail here, but it's this was before this was the front month. So a lot of excess on this. Let's take a look at the 30. So overnight inventory, until recently, we really didn't have any. The market opened right here. We saw the big pop. We see the rejection. We're looking at a little bit of short overnight inventory. Well, the market's actually open now, so we didn't really open with any inventory, but it looks like we're getting a little bit short here. So we opened in range and in value. I'm going to be looking for the extremes, probably of Friday's range for opportunities, because Friday's low, Thursday's low, Wednesday's low, Wednesday's high, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Pretty contained.
What to do, right? Well, the profile on Friday was a trend day to the upside. We added 12,000 in open interest. You think maybe we've got some longs in this market that are getting a little bit nervous. Little nervous.
Well, they're selling, sure. Yeah.
Yep. So we'll see how these all play out. Looking forward to having a great day, great week. Take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Don't forget, pray for peace.
Pray for peace. All right. Thanks, Johnny. Okay, we're going to be going on a break here right now, just a little bit here, but we've got Deanna going to join us. Andre, we got MP going to be doing the fast market. Mick with shoulder tap. Also, we've got Top Quiz, Jack and Bonnie, group coaching, Hoagland, Vince, and we've got another new segment called Back to the Futures. We've got the Dolby, Vince, Ben, Nick. We got an all-star cast here. So remember, bell to bell. Got a bell to bell. And real quick here for those that are commenting regarding the reset, just to let you know that we are aware of that. And please be aware that issue on the reset codes that we'll be fixing it here. We've got the tech on it right now. And of course, we've got support. If you can, go to topstep.com and start your conversation regarding the issue with Wendy.
Only a foolish.
And remember also that
there is no need to worry. The support team is on it.
Yes,
and it will be fixed as soon as possible.
Thank you, Zap. Okay, we're going to take a couple-minute coffee break, and we'll be right back with Fast Markets. Welcome back to Fast Markets, and we've got our Monday crew here. Michael, good morning. John, good morning. Deanna, good morning. And
Good morning.
welcome to a brand new week in this
What's up, Eddie?
lovely December month.
What's up, Eddie? What's up, Hug? What's up, Deanna? Let's get after it. I know we got 2 minutes, but good to see you guys. I like
Let's get the ponies in the gates.
Yes, sir.
And ready for that. And Andre is, I guess, on his way coming here. And,
All right.
I am wearing the Green Bay Packer gear, the swag, as I am fulfilling my end of the bargain.
I thought you were just a bandwagon since they won last night.
They did. Yeah, just a bandwagon.
I know. The first time I bet with a buddy last night together with him. I'm like, I haven't bet in a while. You want to bet this one? We lost.
Oh,
Okay.
Go figure. That's wake up in the morning. Let's trade.
yeah, exactly. All right. So gold is doing some interesting things.
Gold fell out of bed and still laying on the floor.
Yeah, it's just coming up to a demand level. God, what's going on with my voice? I haven't spoken to anyone today, so yeah.
Not
We
even
got-
the dogs?
We got really heavy
yeah.
on the tilt. Really heavy on the tilt right now. Very, very heavy on the tilt.
Yeah. Having said that, we are coming into an area of
Here we
previous
go.
demand on gold, so we'll see what happens there.
Let's get this party started.
Yeah.
15,872, Michael, and the NASDAQ is still a weekly kickoff low. We just closed that 30 bar down below it. Got a lot of overnight shorts, though. 15,872.
All right, I'm gonna let this one play out because I like to get short. I've never seen it this short. It's pretty damn short, guys, or pretty damn long. Heavy longs. Heavy.
Yeah, so
Yeah, very
with
well.
NASDAQ, we are actually reaching an area of demand. Out of all of the things that I'm looking at, NASDAQ actually looks pretty sane on the daily chart. So we're still in a range
Yes, we are.
that's been around for a while. So this is a kind of line in the sand area. If they're going to go shorter, if they want to break through this level, it's going to take at least some time to do it because it is an area where last time some buyers appeared. So we do need to be a little bit careful with further shorts. But yeah, nothing's impossible in NASDAQ, really.
I got short 6 of them up there, right at the 72s. 80% was them long, so I didn't take any heat on it. And I'm in on it. I shaved off 3 quickly.
Okay. All right, so on NASDAQ, we do have the average daily range low exhaustion right at 158.51.50. If it goes lower and if it manages to stay below it, then we may have some more downside to go.
I
The
covered.
session is
Yeah, I
you
covered.
covered. Okay.
So I covered, guys. I got into that trade for 2 reasons. John said 72 is a weekly kickoff low. That is an area of importance to me. It's on the open. You guys have watched me. My open trades aren't typically that good.
This was a good one.
And then it was 80%.
That was a good one.
Yeah, then it was 82% on both the S&P and the NASDAQ. So that was a tilt play for me. It was a John Hoagland indicator play for me.
There you
It
go.
was going against what I said I wanted to do as far as not trade the first 15 minutes, but I had those things lining up. And I think you got to be
Yeah, I
decisive.
mean, if you have things lining up, then jumping in is fine. You know, that's what we're here to do.
And I
Let's have
don't
a
have
look
my
at
screen
meanwhile.
share. I just realized, James, I don't have my screen shared. So here we go. Sorry.
Hey, John,
Yeah.
Beams of Supremes was talking about, you didn't talk about open interest today. Was there any reason?
I thought I did, but in the S&Ps, we added 4,100 in open interest. NASDAQ on Friday, we lost 300. So it really, neither of those numbers were all that impactful. I'm long right now, 45, 68 quarter, because the opening range in the S&Ps has been left at the low. The opening range in the NASDAQ has been left at the high.
Okay, well, in the S&Ps, we also have the average daily low exhaustion point at 45.6875. So,
Okay.
yeah, so if it's going to turn around, then we should see a fairly confident move. But again, it is Monday. We have NFP the week and a whole bunch of other weirdness.
Sure.
So again, as always, anything can happen. But it would be a pretty good level intraday to get involved in a long. So
Awesome. Thank you.
some things lining up.
I'm looking at the low from Thursday.
John, you're long from 68s? Sorry.
He's long,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. For some reason, I thought you were saying short. Okay,
I'm long.
nice, Phil.
And then the low from Friday was also kind of a demand zone. So
Yep.
we got a lot of buyers down below there. So
Yep.
we're with them.
Yep.
Can you give me some more, John, while you're in the money on that, and I assume you just want to not get all looking at every tick. Can you give me a couple levels besides the 72s, the 15.872s and the weekly kickoff low? I'm going to go old, and I'm going to abbreviate like old. Weekly
Okay. So
kickoff
there's,
low.
if you remember a couple of weeks ago, this level down here, where was it? Let's call it 15.838. That was where we saw that really heavy shorts, and that's really kind of held up as the low for that period of time. I mean, it did trade down to here, which is 15.796, but this is kind of a demand area now, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
we're kind of in that demand area. Below there's a huge gap. There's weak structure all over down below this market, but it's only going to be important if we start heading that direction.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're really wrestling with this weekly kickoff low here. S&Ps, the opening range is the low of the day. The NASDAQ just took out the high of the opening range. Demand zone here, but it kind of pivots on this weekly kickoff level, which we have not been able to maintain above.
I just got short up there while you're talking the weekly kickoff 70.
Yeah.
So I'm already like 20 handles in the money.
Beautiful.
If you guys want to switch it here, there's my stop.
nice.
I'm gonna let this one run. Ugh, got out of it. I'm gonna let this one run just because it's so damn heavy, like long. I did that noise because I needed to cancel. Came right down to it. Okay, so if I let this one run because it's so damn heavy up here, it's gonna shake out all these weak longs, short time frame longs, and push on this. So it got a really, really heavy long. Again, right at the 70s, guys. People like to show back up to the party after it's already been shut down.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 72% longs in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
The NASDAQ is going to kill us.
And then there's that pop off of it a little bit. So, okay, made a new low. Did it make a new low? 36s. I think that was the low. Yep, it made a new low.
Yeah, new low. So if you're going to look for continuation, I would see if we can get to the top of the gap here. It's 15.791.
15.791. Okay, I'm gonna 15.7. I'm gonna put a stop the break even. Goes up 1,000, and then I've got this one on. So it's just a one guy.
Just one, right?
This one lot. They're still remaining very, very long, which you can see that it could firm up. Keep testing these 72. If it keeps banging on those 72s, John, I'm out. Because those short time frame accumulation or whatever that you were talking about.
Overnight inventory.
Overnight inventory is going to have me spooked a bit.
Yeah, we have that average daily low exhaustion point here as well.
As far as the tilt goes, watching this NASDAQ, comments are coming in from the YouTube chat. 27% short, 70% long. Now the average 15.873.29. Also in gold, a lot of gold traders think this might be a bottom here. So be very careful on what you're seeing and how you're entering.
Yikes.
Eddie, what are they saying about the Y on the bottom? Is there any Y? The Y they think that's the bottom?
Well, I can I can
go ahead.
show a little bit as to
Yeah,
why
that's a good
that
question.
could be the case. So if we look at the daily chart of gold, and if I mark this area where there was like a little bit of speed bump, I suppose you could call them demand levels, but they're not true demands. They're just, I call them speed bumps because they're not really originating moves. They're simply moves that sort of kind of stuttered a little bit before continuing. Sometimes intraday, those areas can provide a pretty good area for a reversal trade. And this was quite a bit of a jump after we smashed through was it the all-time highs? I'm pretty sure it was.
I believe
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, it was last night.
Yeah. So
Okay.
whenever that tends to happen, you have a lot of institutional stops that are above the all-time high. When they get taken out, effectively they're sell orders, right? So we have somewhat of a liquidity gap around all-time highs that frequently causes a pullback, because whenever an all-time high is taken out, it takes time for the buyers to build back the power up so they can go back up there. And I think this is exactly what we're seeing now. So I wouldn't put too much stock in this jump off a cliff here unless we stay in this sell and this prints on the daily chart. Then it becomes more relevant. Anything that happens today in between, if we don't hold this level, and if it does go lower, then we can look at some shorts in the rest of the week. But for now, this is just intraday jump off a cliff to reach another level of demand. So this is probably what, I know that a lot of people look at order flow, they look at these demand levels, so that's probably what they're seeing. And if that's the case, I mean, that's some good analysis. You can't really fault that. So well done, Topstep traders.
There you go, man.
Right.
Jumping off a cliff.
I got stopped out. I got stopped out on mine while you were talking, Deanna. I got stopped out on my short
Oh,
up at the 70s. So I scratched it. That's another thing too, Deanna. Like runners to me are like we want that to happen, but they don't happen that often.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, a lot of the times we have V-shaped reversals in all of these markets that we trade, and that's a good thing because it means that even if you miss one move, you're probably going to get at least another, maybe even 2 or 3 opportunities in the same session. So this is why I never freak out. And even if it's a directional move, there are ways to enter it. Always. So, but yeah, if we're looking for just single direction moves, that's really not what futures markets are about. There's a lot of up and down, a lot of V-shaped reversals. So we need to come to expect those. This is why I have orientation points where I expect the moves to end.
Deanna, Amanda's asking, when you've got time, can you explain the average day exhaustion points? You've used that term before.
Yes, I have. So I have a couple of concepts around the average ranges. So one of them is the average daily range. That is a mean average of the last 10 to 20 days moves. And then once the market reaches those, there's a higher chance of the market reversing because over the last 10 days, that's how much the market's moved. And I have a similar concept that is actually my concept, but it pertains to just the regular trading hours. So you take the regular trading hours, you go back about 10 days, and then you find the average of those. And then you look for the average session range to get exhausted. Those are helpful, especially if you have single direction days that already exhausted the whole 24-hour range. And then you're like, well, what now? And typically you still have space when the new session starts because that basically resets the clock on the session ranges. So I call the areas of high probability reversals the exhaustion points, because I expect the markets to exhaust the move at that point. And then if that doesn't happen, it tells me something else. It tells me that we probably have a higher volatility day on our hands. But if it does happen, then some of those levels, average session high, average daily high, average daily low, and average session low, there are some very, very high probability reversal points that people quite like. So every time somebody comes to learn from me, they're always surprised at how many times those levels actually work out, because it's a simple statistics measure that a lot of the algorithms also use for a whole bunch of purposes. And that's why it's very good to have that as a part of your analysis as well, just to make sure you're not effectively buying tops and selling bottoms.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ghost, great job
you.
getting up 3,200 on the on the combine. Nice work, and thank you, Deanna. Hey, did everybody get their reset? Don't start complaining. Or
Well, what we've got, Mike, there was some issues. Please be aware there was an issue with the reset codes that did go out. We got our tech team on it right now. The best thing to do is go to our website, topstep.com, and contact Wendy to open up a conversation saying that there is an issue. But some of us did get the reset. I see that in chat. But for those that did not, please go that route. That's going to be the quickest to get you up and running on a new reset.
So I got back in on a short. Those 70s up there stopped me out, but then I got now 55. I really don't like this. And this is where, I don't know. I don't like this. Fiddle in the middle. Excuse me. Fiddle in the middle
here.
Yeah, we are. Just to be in a trade, or just to be, sorry, not in a trade, just to be in the move. You don't, that's the FOMO part. I want to be in the move. And then you get into this. But so far, can't catch a bid, and still 70%. Still very, 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 very long.
Very long, right?
All day, morning, all morning. So it's one of these things that can tell me two things. It might try to shake them out, might try to, shake them out by going lower, and then once it gets them all shooken out, then it goes higher.
Then it goes, right?
Then it goes. But this should be a vicious down move. Sorry, this could be, not should be. Nothing, I don't know what should be.
I'm taking my profit on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're up 8 handle. No, sorry, 6.
325, so whatever that is.
That's a good trade, Johnny.
Yeah, it was a good start. The NASDAQ, that weakness is just, and how long everybody is.
Yeah.
That's just not jiving for me.
Where's a good cover for me down here? I'm letting this one run, so to speak, but it hasn't got to my, it's like 20 handles away from I'm getting out of this. I'm looking for runners all the time. And I shouldn't be, because there's been a boatload of 20 and 30 handle moves in here.
Boatload. But, let's say you had 4 on. You take the profit on 3 of them. Let the other one go.
Well, I had 6 on at the very beginning, John, at 70, and then right about 5 to 8 handles into the money, I took 3 of them off, because now I'm picking up 8 handles, and 8, 16, 24 handles. So right there, one of my one lots, I can let go to 24 handles against my entry, and I'd still break even on that trade, but I'd still have 2 more on. But at taking half the position off and trading around, or not trading around, that's position management, right?
Yeah.
Deanna, same question to you. If you go with a little bit of size, you also have to be good at position management, unless you're in an outer.
Yeah, it depends how much how much you're trading. I mean, if you're in with a lot of size, then you're probably not going to be able to kill all of it at once, especially not on something like, for example, crude oil. When I was working for the other prop firms, they were pushing size, and I even had trouble exiting at 80 lot position. I mean, that was a nightmare. So it depends what you're trying to do. You obviously have to have an area in mind where you want to exit, but if things don't go according to plan, then you have to start scaling out. Yep. And obviously that's not really that much of a problem when you're trading anything up to sort of 10, 20 lots, because you will be able to exit and enter with the whole position if you want. However, I'm not really in favor of averaging in and averaging out. So if I am in, I try to just go all in or nothing. But again, if I'm trading with size, that's not possible. So it's always good to have an idea of when the market is heading your way and when it's okay to let the trade run. That makes everything much easier. But if you're going to scale out, if things are going well, don't scale out before 2 to 1. Because then you're not going to have enough, you're just going to be messing around with your profits. So if you're only at 1 to 1 and you take off, you take half off, well, if it goes to 2 to 1, you're still only making 1 R. So it messes up the whole the risk reward ratio. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, welcome, Andre. Andre is here, and
What up, Dre?
yeah, hope he's got his raw eggs ready to go.
You're muted.
Hey, Deanna. Yeah, Andre, welcome. Deanna, last week I got to put my posts. I took all the other ones off. I'm doing a ski 100 days, trade 100 day challenge myself.
Yeah.
I haven't announced it to anybody. I don't know if this is kind of like my own personal thing. But last week I had 5 days of skiing and I made $2,500, which I'm proud of. I'm proud of.
Yeah. Yep. Nice.
5 days of trading, 5 days of skiing, $2,500.
You guys got me. Sorry about that. Had some internet issues this morning.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you guys. As you guys were. Sorry for interrupting.
One of the guys, one of the people I was skiing with is that guy right there.
Hey, I'm here.
Yes.
Happen to be in the office right down the hallway.
Yeah, we might have a picture of him and I on the lift if we ever want to throw that on.
Hey, John, Brad Sims is saying that, that 15,839 half level is the same exact point that you and Michael pointed out a couple weeks ago where the tilt became very strong.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
say that one
Right
more
here on the
time.
chart.
Eddie, say that one more time.
All right. Brad Sims is talking about this 15,839.50 level. Same exact point where you and Michael pointed out a couple weeks ago where the tilt became very strong.
Here it is on my chart.
Yep.
Tilt super strong right now. Okay, tilt super strong right now. Just let's think about this because this is all like people were interested in getting long at these areas. People were just interested in getting long up at the 72s, right? 872s. Now we're talking about the 839s was another area. And that's why, guys, I always say, hey, annotate it on your chart. Put it on your chart. If you can put a little, John, are you able to do that on yours too? I'm not saying.
I did, Dave.
Okay. All right, cool. Talk to me, John. Okay.
Yep. There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. Maybe I can make it a little more clear with a different color.
What was that? What was the number again, John?
39, 37, 38, 39, right in here.
Yo, see if we can make those things bigger. Let's start marking these on our chart. Eventually, we're going to get tilt on a Topstep X trading platform chart. 74% of people are still long. Nobody is giving up on these longs. When the markets are pushing on the lows, Eddie, we've seen this and Hoag and Deanna. Then people are just holding on to these longs, and the average price they're long from is 66. So they're taking 20 handles of heat right now. A large majority of them is average. That to me,
what would you say the average percentage long is at this level?
At this level right now,
80.
It's 72% of them are long right now at the price of 80 or 866. So they're all getting long around the 870s level that we were like saying was an old weekly kickoff low, which is an area of importance. And guys, while we're doing this, I need those in the chat room that are helping out with Topstep. Please jump in here and say I'm helping out if you are, so we can give you props.
Yep.
Give the glossary all day long. We're getting so much feedback from people saying, I need to know. This is awesome. Dumb it down for me, though. I need to be like, what are you going to point of control, naked this, all this type of stuff. Yeah, I'm not changing my language because it rattles off the tongue. So I need you guys in the chat to be helping these folks that are new.
Yeah, and you can always put the link to the market profile masterclass that we did. Put that.
Yeah.
That'll give them a good overview of a lot of the language that we use as far as profile is concerned.
Yeah, and the chat room also help each other out. That's what team trading is about.
100%.
You see some rookies in here that say, "What's the bid?" My friend, you better be in there helping them what a bid is. You didn't know that. You didn't know that in the very beginning.
Nope.
Well, I just found out that we're being watched from the trading floor over at the CBOT. Really?
Nice.
Just piped in, checking out the feed.
Cool.
Say props to Jeff. Let him know. And nice long there, trading research. Good job.
All right, Vincent's helping
72.71
out.
long.
Anyway, we got Vincent in there helping out. Thanks, Vincent.
We got Vince. We got Dolby Time. We got Eric. And who else?
It's going to be Vince and I for group coaching today.
Nice. Oh, Coach Vince.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Coach. Coach, what's up?
You guys make any trades yet?
I'm up 12 hundo.
Nice. Shit.
12.
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
12.
I'm up 3 1/4.
Very nice. Okay.
Good job.
12, 3 1/4. Benjamins, right? Isn't that what we said? I took notes for that last time. We talked
This is all about the Benjamins.
sticks, racks, and stacks.
Doing this again.
Yeah, we'll put that glossary in there too, guys. You guys got to help out whenever we say that. We're like, what the hell is a rack? I don't even know what a handle is. I just figured out a tick, you know?
Andre, did you see Eddie's hat and his shirt?
Oh no, is it? No, I haven't.
Yeah.
Is it? Today's the day, right?
Today is the day. Yeah, I got
They won yesterday too, Eddie.
straight out of Green Bay.
Oh Jesus!
Straight out of Green Bay.
It looks
Let's get
convincing,
there.
to be honest.
Oh my God! And they won yesterday, of course.
Yes, they did. I watched this for about 5 minutes. Yay! Well, the Bears had a bye week, so
Paid off your debt. Well,
At least they didn't lose.
it wasn't that painful. Yeah, right.
At least they didn't lose. But Eddie has kept his part of the bargain.
Yes.
Deanna and I are still waiting for our poem.
Oh
Well,
my goodness!
Let's talk to production. It is ready.
Oh, it is ready. I've heard it. Andre did it. I'm like, come on, man. You did that?
Yeah,
He's
it's
like,
ready.
Chat
Do we
GPT
need,
like
like-
10%, and the other 90 is me. I'm like,
Can you not, dude? Don't blow it.
Do we need a
Well,
beatbox
come
or something?
It is all.
We'll put some bells and whistles on there.
Yeah, he made it. I don't know, personalized more so than ChatGPT did a lot of financial talk, right? Ed? All right. Well, I shouldn't give it all away, Andre. You
Yeah,
did
you're
it.
giving way too much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The poem is ready for Deanna and John when we'll shoot for Wednesday then because you guys will be
All
on
right.
again. But we can.
On my birthday, nicely.
Oh no! I might have to edit the poem though.
Presents are being taken.
Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah.
We do have it
5
ready.
minutes remaining.
Hey, folks, we got factory orders coming up here in about 5 minutes. Prior 2.8, expectation negative 2.6.
5 minutes remaining.
Yes, you told us that already. Thank you.
Dan's turning 30 on Friday. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Turning 30.
Woody's birthday is.
Wow, remember 30?
Hold on. You're December 6th, Deanna?
I am, yeah.
Oh, it's my son's birthday.
Oh, is it?
Wow.
I don't think I have a tattoo of his date. I always have to look at it.
Now you know Deanna's too.
He's like notches right
That's
here.
hilarious. Wow, that's I don't know many people who are born on the same day as me.
Well, my nephew is the same day as my son. So there's
Really?
three. But you don't know any of them. So technically you still don't know. You know.
Yeah, the freakiest person was I went to do a gig in Croatia, and my dad has got some relatives there, pretty close relatives. So I met up with my first cousin, and we're sitting down. Now, obviously, there was like a civil war during our teenage years, so we didn't really keep in touch much. And so we're sitting down in a coffee shop, we're just chatting, and I mentioned that my birthday is coming up, and she's like, "Oh, when's your birthday?" And I said, "Oh, it's in December." And she goes, "December? What day?" And I said, "The 6th." She's like, "No, we were born on the same day, the same year,
No way.
and nobody in the family knew that."
Oh,
Ridiculous.
God.
First cousin. That's remarkable. So yeah, and then I said to my dad, I said, "Look, you really need to keep in contact with these people. What's the matter with you?" And he's like,
job,
well, it's not easy. We're all busy, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, she's actually a lawyer now. So she's a very, very bright woman.
My daughter was born on my birthday.
I know. Yeah, I do
No
remember
kidding.
that. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Deanna, in Nebraska, we don't go for coffee with our cousins, or we go to drinks with our second cousins, if you don't know.
Come on, man.
Wow.
Country.
I had to bring a country jab out there.
Yeah, I could tell some stories of what we did with one of my husband's younger cousins, but let's keep it PG.
Story time later, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around.
I got short up there at 52 just because it was a little volume noted shoulder, and it was getting kind of tilty, but it's still firming up. But I thought if it's testing these levels again, I'm going to give up again. Then it's going to bang on the floor another time. So we shall see.
Well, we got both the S&P and the NASDAQ right in the middle of the range right now. That hasn't happened. The NASDAQ's been lower. S&P's been higher.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to make of it, but there's something happening here.
Well,
It ain't exactly clear.
yeah.
Oh.
If it does anything,
Defensive.
if it does anything, it's going to explode to the upside. Just because it feels like it's winding up, and then if it get one direction, if it gives up, I just feel with all these longs and at all these levels that even from the old annotated chart that Hoag just shared, they're going to have to get beat up at some point. I'm not saying they're still holding from last time. I'm just saying those areas are important too.
So here's ES, and if you can share my chart, the average daily range exhaustion low is here. So you can see this is a 15-minute chart of ES. It's actually reversed already.
Mm-hmm.
So this usually means that the average daily range low is being reactive. And now obviously you're going to get some days when the market just goes straight through it and carries on lower, which is average session range here, and then some more demand levels down at 45, 47. But for now, we do have a reversal in ES. However, if you look at IQ, it's actually struggling to stay above its own average daily low exhaustion. So if I'm looking at this, ES is definitely stronger for longs. NASDAQ, I would wait until this becomes a little clearer.
We got the tilt is actually short in the S&Ps now, isn't it?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
We got 1 minute here on our factory orders.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Johnny, short S&P, long NASDAQ.
I don't have anything in crude oil right now. I wrote out some hypos, but right now we're still inside the initial balance range for another minute. So until that gets extended, all of my hypos are up for, are subject to change.
Mm-hmm.
These are just some hypotheses that I've seen based on the gap down open, which is what we have in crude oil. But for now, there's no sign of any buying, and we have a little staircase movement here. We have drop, base, drop, so it kind of looks like a staircase. That's never a great sign for longs. So I want to see what happens somewhere lower, and whether we can maybe get either a sustained auction down, which would be hypo 3, or maybe some kind of a failed auction around some of the average daily range low or average session range low. So I'm not going to rush. It's Monday. We'll see whether I get a trade today. I'm not really itching to trade right now.
Right.
Hold on, Deanna. Eddie, go ahead.
Factory orders coming in at negative 3.6%. Okay, and regarding that, durable goods here coming in at 0. U.S. durable goods revised negative 5.4. So we are seeing that right now. So these factory orders, we're seeing it lower. That expected should be taken as negative bearish for the dollar. Now these are the new purchase orders from manufacturers. Okay. So there you have it. Factory orders for today coming in at negative 3.6%.
I kept the runner on again, up at the 55 or whatever, 52. I had 3 on there. I took them off. 6 handles, 10 handles into the money.
Nice.
Michael, how do you decide your size? It kind of varies.
It kind of varies. I'm not an airplane checklist guy before we take off, but I do follow.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I do follow a rough checklist, aka my trading plan, before I make any pull the triggers. And then there's certain situations where I don't know, where I feel a little bit more confident in it, and I may go from 1 to 2, or if I have a cushion for the day, I may start with 3 and go to 6, or start with 6 and peel off 3 right away within like 4 handles into the money, 4 points, boom, 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 boom. I picked up 12 points. Okay, cool. I have a 3 lot on. One of those I'm still good with. So I really feel like I have 2 on. Does that make sense? I don't know if that does.
Sounds like you just feel it.
Yeah, vibes.
Vibes, yeah.
Vibes.
Hey, Deanna, there's a question in there. What are you looking for with crude? Somebody asked me.
Right now, I'm not really looking for anything. I'm just waiting for the market to show me the way. If I look at the daily chart, we're still in a range just about where the very bottom of where the market turned around last time. Weekly chart, is not really showing me much. There's a bit of chop. So again, there's nothing that I can see that's super obvious at the moment. This is why I'm waiting for some intraday levels and some more information to trickle into the market before I put any money down.
Okay. Danny, you go in there. MP, no idea of what MP means. Okay, fair enough. Just jump to my screen real quick. We're making new lows, and I got to run around, so I'm fine with that. And if you guys see any other market moving, we'll start jumping to those quicker. Eddie on the gold and on the crude, because Deanna here too. We always want to be open to everybody, but. Yeah, methodology, Mr. Abbas is a bit of vibes, but a bit of feel. That's why I do watch the dome. And when we go over here, and I had the 5-minute that I've been talking about, or the 70s that Johnny started off with today was really important because why? I believe Johnny's levels. I've been following his levels for a long time. I really like his levels. They're scary good, is what Deanna says, but to each his own. To each his own. The disclaimer is always is don't use them if you don't want to use them. Nobody said they're going to be right. So 72's up here, up here was the area where it sold off really quickly. So it's been in a trend day down the entire time. So I came in here trend day down. It did its first little pop. Everybody and their sister was long from 80 or long around 66s right here, looking for this just continuation to get back higher because all this sell-off is my guess. I'm thinking as a trader that I could have been in my early days trying to get into these moves, because they look like the easy moves.
Uh-huh.
So Johnny talked about the weekly kickoff level right here, right now at the 75s where my crosshairs is. I just got stopped out on that runner that I had for a scratch. So I got short 6 of them up there. Everything was leaning out of the gate. So I got short 6 of them up there. And when it came down here and flushed up and it firmed back up, this is where I got 3 of them on. So you talk about positioning. I was very, very confident here. And it sold off very quickly. So I got paid on that one. Now I had $1,000 cushion. So I'm thinking in my head, $1,000 cushion. It's now
NASDAQ heavy long.
Heavy long. Back up here again. Okay. So it did that here. I just did a 3-lot, sold off. And I picked up a couple on a couple of the lots, peeling them off and keeping one as a runner. Every time I had a runner, it got busted out like it did right now. Now it's firming back up. Andre just says getting long. This area is where you guys, and I say you guys, every folks that had an open position in the sim environment were getting long. So now it's creeping back up here.
It's about to make up high.
Yeah, we talked about
Interesting.
So yeah, hopefully that means something, but I can't like write it down in like an if then algo for you. I'm not an algo guy. The people find a lot of comfort in algos, but I've been trading for so long. Yeah, and then feel, but then risk management. If I'm off for the day, like getting up to bat in a baseball game, I'm not hitting very well. I'm going to wait for higher probability trades. And if I'm still losing on that one, I'm going to shut myself down. So it's about risk management, account management, position management, and just understanding the opportunity that the day's giving you. Those are the things that I'm thinking about. Maybe that helps.
Nice one.
Coach Vince dropped in a comment here. Hi, Coach Vince. NQ has a large gap at 15,790 to 15,604.75.
Okay.
Thank you, Coach Vincent. He's going to be with us later today.
Nice. So tune in later today. We have Deanna coming back on to trade with us.
Mm-hmm.
Right after shoulder tap.
Yep.
Right after shoulder tap.
We have an all-day broadcast, don't we?
Bell to bell.
We do. Bell to bell.
Yep.
Bell to bell, baby.
Right after we got group coaching with Vince and Hoag. That's at 12 o'clock noon. And then back to futures and then a power hour where we're going to take a look at the afternoon markets for opportunities. So something new.
Guys, remember when Andre says heavy long? See where we're at now? We're still a little heavy long. Right? But they can't. But it's banging on that, right, John? It's trying to go higher, but it went back up to the 71s. It went back up to 70s. There's a few trades on John's weekly kickoff low back from a weekly kickoff.
Yeah,
low that we talked
quite a bit.
Yep. Which now makes me this is field talk. Gets me a little bit thinking. Well, if they keep testing this, they're going to coil up and just explode. But, you know, I don't get married to that thought process. I have a flexible bias.
81% long.
Yeah, but here's my concerning part. Only 50% in the S&P.
I saw that. So what do we do with that when we see
I
that?
think I've seen this, and it typically, in my experience, it continues the move towards the NASDAQ so long. So in this case, it's pulling back off the 70s, but the NASDAQ isn't growing buyers. So the NASDAQ has been the weaker one, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So now it's saying that maybe these longs are coming in here and they're going to hold in the S&P, start bringing in longs again.
Iron Mike has talking about these longer time frames. Is that what's happening right now? We've got these long time frame buyers coming in.
Good question, Eddie or Hoag. I would toss that one to you.
Well, that's
Iron Mike.
That's what happened the last time we were here. Remember when we were just looking at that? There was a big tilt, heavy short down here last time we were here, and you know that probably, you know, kind of helped push price higher. You know, weekly kickoff level is an area where I look for longer time frame participants to adjust inventory. If they're adjusting to the long side here, then they're trying to protect that same level where we may have seen them in the past.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Hey, Reading Group, congratulations. Just passed the second combine.
Nice.
Good job.
Good job.
Question from Jared. Jared's asking, so what does it mean when the tilt is long and the percentage positive of dollars is short?
Percentage positive.
Percentage positive is short.
What? When the opposite. When they're opposite, it's pretty. To me, the market gets pretty balanced.
Is that a sit on your hands play then?
It's a sit on your hands play. You know, we see 50-50. Like right now, S&P is 55-44. It's pretty balanced right now so far. Not a lot of buyers and sellers that are quite different from each other or loading up. You know, more bias than the other one. Now the NASDAQ is just interesting because there's 77% of folks are long right now from the average price of 64. So they're actually taking heat right now of 20 handles. So will they get squeezed out? I don't know. They've been pretty resilient thus far.
Hey, MP, real quick. I think we see the tilt get a little bit more imbalanced on the NASDAQ than we do S&Ps for the most part, right?
Yeah.
Hey, John, what's the dollar right now? We got Brandon and Hoop talking about watch the dollar. Keep an eye on the dollar.
Yeah, the dollar is like I'm looking at it slightly delayed, but it's right around 103.6. It's off its daily highs right now, so it's come off a little bit.
Andre, did you say it was heavy long up there, right?
It ticked up to 84-85% NASDAQ.
I mean, huge. There's another 30 handle, 80, those 70s up there at the 15,870s. And it's trading, I don't know, 40s now. There's 30 handles. If you were playing the 70s short every time it touched it, I don't know how much heat you would have taken. 78s, you would have taken 8 to 10 handles of heat. Even if you got in a little early at 65s, you would have taken 15, they're not even, 13 handles. And you could have kept selling. And that's the weekly kickoff old level that we share with you. So today, this morning, if you haven't already checked your email, you need to go in there. We give you an email, and then you scroll down. It says John's dust off his pen and paper and looks at his charts. It says all that in there, and then you click on there, and you see these levels that John shares. Now, I'll give another disclaimer. Don't use anything that you don't want to use because we didn't say anything's good or anything like that. But if you'd like to add this to your things that you watch, I would, just to watch it. And then you can decide if you want to trade off of it. That's your own decision.
I like them just because they help me limit risk.
Yes, they do.
Yep. Hey, John, sometime this week, hopefully the setup shows up again, but remember that short squeeze that happened on Thursday into the close?
Yes.
We got to, if we see that setup happen again this week, I know I'll be trading the close the rest of this week from 2 to 3.
Yeah.
So if we see that setup go,
I'll definitely be hawking for it. That's for sure.
Hell yeah! All right, cool. Because that was a good trade, and I'm glad it played out the way it did.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you said the 39s back there, 15,839 was an old tilt number?
Yes.
Okay. It technically, it's like 30s to 30 to 40s has been this little range, like, again, on my 5 minute, I'm only looking at right now.
So that was back on the 14th of November.
Yeah. So
when
now
we were
pressing
looking
back
at really
here
heavy
again.
shorts.
Pressing back here again. So technically, like this NASDAQ, I don't know, like right there, Andre, it did not continue when they were like NASDAQ was much stronger, stronger buy.
Long. And as we're seeing the sell-off happen, why that happens, sometimes they're weak longs and they're weakly held, like we said, and they get out and they push the market lower, like we talk about. So it's kind of what our play is.
For me, looking at ES and NQ, so I do have the average daily exhaustion low in ES and in NQ. However, there's also the value low from Friday at 45.75.50.
75.5. Okay.
Yeah, so right now the price has been unsuccessful with accepting value. So even though we have a high probability level here, my actual decision point, if I was going to get involved with ES, would be if we accept the value area. So if the market actually goes higher and closes the 30-minute time frame above that 45.75 half, and then we may have some space until the market either rotates at least to the average session high, which at the moment is at 45.91, let's say 50. But obviously the value area high is all the way at 46.06. So yeah, so that is definitely a possibility. However, second scenario would be that we cannot go back into the value area, in which case there is now space down to the average session low. Not that much space. There's only about like 17 handles before we get there, but it would be okay for maybe like a 1.5 hour trade. I usually use about 36 ticks, which is around 9 handles space. So I would have space for about 1.5 hour. So for now, it's struggling to go back to value area, which is bearish. That's bearish.
Yes.
That's one of the things I was looking at when I got out of that long was, it didn't really seem to want to hang up there. So
yeah,
the
it's
rejection
still struggling.
value.
Yep,
John, did you do that opening range trade?
Yes.
he did.
Damn, dude, your money with that trade.
Well, I mean, it's low risk. You can get 2 to 1 or 2 to 1 on it, relatively.
Awesome.
Guys, put it in there. I don't want to answer now. Put it in the chat what opening range trade is. Let's get things like that. Like I even have to get my head around too. I mean, in the early days too.
So I mean, I can talk about it now.
Well, we got questions, guys. Fire some questions in here that were.
I got one for you, Mike.
Yeah.
Isaiah's asking, how do you know when to stop? I consistently find myself up 1,000, but hit my daily loss by the end of the day.
How do you?
Well, that's your first tell.
Up at 1,000.
Yeah, that's your first tell. Is you're consistently up 1,000, which is good.
Awesome.
And it sounds like you don't have your discipline or your FOMO, or you haven't diluted FOMO powers to developed, or skills or whatever. You have to develop those muscle or whatever you want to call it. I don't know.
It is muscle, brain muscle.
Brain muscle. Thank you, Deanna. Like discipline. Stop. Go take a break.
Yep.
See anything else? No. Or just stop. Every time you're at 1,000, just stop and then get your consistent $1,000 down. 5,000 a week if you want to extrapolate that, which we don't say to ever do. But if that was your average, because it sounds like you said I can consistently do it, sounds like your average is that. I'd look at your trade reports to say otherwise. And if you're saying you're busting out all the time, hitting your daily loss limit, you got to dilute the power of FOMO. You got to be okay shutting off the screen. We're here to make money. We're not here to trade only.
Exactly. Yeah. That's very well put.
I tell you, the greed factor kicks in.
It does.
And I see that a lot. All those trade reports I looked at, and you see that, and my question was, well, hey, you were up $1,200, and why are we down $700? There's got to be a commitment where you say, okay, it's not an option. It's a shutoff valve. Let's say you're up 1,000. All right, I'm going to take 700 home. You got 300 to trade with. All right, if you can't stop trading, use that method where if you do hit 700, that's the shutoff valve. There's no more options.
Yeah.
But we generally have like a rule of thumb here. You're willing to risk half of your high water mark for the day? Because Eddie, you're talking about $1,000, so half of your high water mark would be like $500. You're going to walk away with no matter what.
You have to.
Yeah. Hey, JJ Benson, beat it. Like, dude, if you want to go to Apex, go to Apex. I don't give a shit. Jesus.
Someone woke up on the wrong side.
I mean, beat it, dude. I don't need your like troll shit. God, man. I mean, waste of energy. Yeah, go over there. We also created the industry and everybody copied us. I go into 20 accounts. You can shit, whatever.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV. All right. It's all good. And I think everybody knows that. As DJ says, trolls suck. Yes.
Yes. We've all had our share of trolls. Don't worry.
Crazy shit. Hey, we're here, arms open. We're here to help educate. We're here to have a good time. And hopefully that you are too. You know, there's a lot of people here that, you know what? Hey, how about this? For those that really like what's going on, hit that like thumbs up button. Okay. Not the heart. We only got 579. We've got 2,500 watching, 579. And I'm wondering if Andre has his raw eggs ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the raw egg. Well, it was like I said, it was a little late start. It was, I felt like I was jumping on a moving train this morning, so put a little bit catch up.
Those freight trains and those hobos, you know,
I joined them.
They got raw eggs. Yeah, they got chickens too.
I assure you, on Wednesday I'll have the raw eggs and the poem for our homage to Deanna and Hoag all ready to go. So please tune in Wednesday.
Right.
You'll see me try to not throw up on the egg and read a very heartfelt poem we wrote to Deanna and Hoag.
Looking forward
Eggs
to
are
it.
coming though. Good.
Well, here's your sell-off, guys. Here's the sell-off. What floor did it, or what level did it that held true, John? What level
70s?
held true today? 70s. Yeah. Weekly kickoff. Another just a little tidbit we're trying to like share. Held it. Tried to bang on it a couple times, would have banged on the floor down here in the 30s, the 39s, or whatever. Much longer. Now we're 30 handles lower than the 30s. 50 or 70 handles lower than the 70s. I don't know. It's been a pretty decent trade.
Hey guys, we got
it's a continuation of a downtrend. So the selling tips, with the selling tips, which tips guys are like sells off, then it makes a tip.
Yep.
And then it comes up to an important level, 70s, and then it sells back down, and it comes back up to important level, 70s. You're still playing the downtrend because it's been showing that all day long. Look at your 30 minutes of falling knife. Falling knife, guys, means the market just keeps selling off.
Yep. Don't catch a falling knife.
Yeah.
Or don't go chasing waterfalls.
Oh God.
or don't be a troll. Yeah.
Well, that too.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a good one. Don't be a troll.
Well, we can be a troll on sports because Eddie's wearing. Eddie's wearing.
I got my back, and I'm developing like this bubbly rash on my back.
I was gonna say you're itching. You like keep scratching yourself.
It hurts bad. Yeah, I know it hurts. But anyway, we got our first Top Step news pack of the day, and gentlemen, what do we got?
What do we got?
I got
news for today.
I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to follow the troll roasting here. But
Vibes, Jack.
What's
just
that
vibes.
smell?
I had a lot of
barbecue.
pent up aggression sometimes. I don't know.
yes, well, let's check the vibes on the black sheep of indices, the Russell 2000.
Cheap curd.
Up 14% since its October lows, but only 4% of its members are at 52-week highs. So there's possibly a lot of room to go. And then also just in time for the Super Bowl, Eddie mentioned earlier, Bitcoin's back above 42,000.
Wow.
I think my question is, will there be a crypto Super Bowl commercial after it's so spectacularly cleaned out last night?
No,
Remember that?
No,
Well,
yeah.
I do.
I would make it about trust, right, Jack? If you're going to do one, I would make it about trust. You know, like if I'm crypto.com, who's ever still standing right now? I don't know. I just make it about trust because I think that's where it's lost, right?
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah. You're trying to regain everyone's trust into the market.
Yeah. It could evaporate. Woozy woo world.
I knew the high was in with the Super Bowl stuff, but also because, and I'll see if I could find this photo. I remember going to the local Chinese place in Elmwood Park and getting fortune cookies, where the fortunes were sponsored by FTX.
No, get out of
You
here.
picture that, didn't you? You showed
I've shown
Way.
I couldn't.
They're dabbling in like fortune telling type
Fortune
stuff. I mean,
cookies.
it's like,
That's
what other crack are you trying to sell?
fortune cookies.
Oh, well,
Gold on new lows, folks.
350 lot. 350 lot at night. All got filled.
Yeah, really?
7 950s. It's just
We're
sold
heavy
out.
on the gold also, new lows here.
Holy nuts. I haven't seen that big of a bid in the NASDAQ. 355. That's 70 or at 90 something.
you read the
92.
ladder so well.
Well, it's just sitting there.
Well, I know it's sitting there, but shit, you picked it. I don't see anyone else calling it out.
Well, I only get to see 8 deep or 10 deep. On Topstep X, guys, you can see 100 deep. So I could have been scrolling up there and had much better, more time to see that. Because you see how deep mine is, the red and the blue.
Yeah.
Which
Just a fair warning for you trading gold.
Timber!
Yes, it's just really falling out of bed here.
Can you hit that again for NASDAQ, my NASDAQ boys and girls? out here?
NASDAQ, what's happening in NASDAQ? Watch out.
Timber!
Mofo. Go! Oh.
Look out for the NASDAQ boys.
Right?
I'm long crude oil from 73.97.
What for? What got you into that? People
So
are.
we have a gap down day in crude oil. And one of the things that I was looking at was a return to the value area first. However, sometimes they like to test below the initial balance before they make the correct move. So it's not the most ideal setup because I don't really like it where the market has extensions of the initial balance to both sides. However, with the situation of the open sentiment being a gap, it does have a decent chance of getting back to value regardless of the test that we had below the value because we've left some excess down there in C period. Wow. So if I show you here, you can also see it on this chart.
Timber continuing in the. Yeah, timber means falling, like a tree would be falling.
And also the fact that equities are falling. We've seen a lot more negative correlation between crude oil and S&Ps since the interest rates went back up. So this is kind of the old relationship somewhat coming back. So I've noticed that on certain days, the moves in ES do push crude oil into its own volatility. So I'm kind of using that as a little bit of a push to the opposite side, effectively. So we'll see whether I'm right or not. I do want to see this move fairly quickly. So as Hoag says, I'm going to time stop it if it doesn't move very quickly where I want it to move. So I'm not going to be sitting here waiting for it to do whatever. And in fact, this would be one of those times where moving a stop loss once it's in some sort of profit is not a bad idea because I don't actually want it to go back. If it does go back, then that would be a hallmark of a more neutral day type. And in which case, this is a wrong trade. So again, I like to rationalize my setups based on the open sentiment, trade location, and also the velocity of the price.
John, we are filling a gap, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay, guys, go to your daily chart. John, we're filling a gap. We talked about the gap. John's weekly kickoff is right above the gap. And look out below. It's very, so many people have been long at that level.
Yep.
We saw the 70. In real time, we saw it. We went back a few days ago or whatever John shared about the tilt getting. Everybody's liking those longs down there. The floor just fell out from underneath it. It's 100 handles lower than the 70s, the 870s, more than that. Mm-hmm. Showing no signs of strengthening up yet, but you never know. Down on its lows, both S&P and NASDAQ. John, tell me what happens when, and tell me what a gap is, and tell me whatever about it.
Okay, so a gap to me is when one day session range is left behind, leaving space to the next day session range.
That blue area, right, or purple?
This purple area. This was CPI, I think. So the CPI number came out and ran everything higher, so there was no overlap of the day session from the previous day's session. That's what creates the gap. This is a weakness in structure.
13. Okay, so and that's also when Michael Burry got blown out.
Yeah, that's when he got blown out too, right?
He got blown out, guys. Guess what? Even the best get stopped out. That was a big article, Jack. If we got the article, because we'll go back to that day, revisit that day just for a split second. The huge melt day up, or whatever you want to call it, when the market,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, CPI plus a big, and I'm not saying he moved the markets, but it's just like to know that a big player in there got stopped runs, or just stopped out.
Yeah, he got smushed.
And then it took 12 days later for it to come back down into the gap. So I don't know, higher time frames, you see like 12-minute bars or 5-minute bars on a candlestick, and then you see a big move happen too. I don't know. I always like to pull back and say dailies. It takes a while for it to consolidate. We were talking about it coiling up. I'm using a lot of terms that I hope you guys are following, but John, go back to your daily real quick. There it is right there. No, that's not daily. It's 30. Put it on your daily, because after it rallied up on that gap up, it kind of went sideways with the 70s,
Right.
the 870s holding the floor, and then the range really between 870 to 16,000 for 12 days.
Yeah, basically.
And now we're down here. So on the daily chart, you saw it go range bound after that huge gap up.
Yeah, and just look at, the tilt. It foretold this. Everybody was long here. Everybody was long.
Mm-hmm.
And look what happened.
Got it, man. What a
It's
setup.
just another piece of information. John already has his technicals in here. We already share our weekly kickoff levels. And then every other thing is just another indicator that we're looking at, which is very, very interesting. We're talking about this because it's like interesting.
It is interesting. It's not necessarily a map. It just tells you, like John's annotating there, 80% longs, and look what happens. Sometimes it does rally off the 80% long. This time it happened to break.
Yeah. It's the NASDAQ that's taking everything down.
NASDAQ is the leader.
The volatility's up a little bit. You got the dollar was coming off its highs. Now it's kind of turned back higher a little bit.
Well, what's moving it? Guys, help us in the chat. What's moving? What stocks are in the NASDAQ 100 are moving? Our big movers probably sell off today, because we're almost 2% down in the NASDAQ and almost 1% down only in the S&P.
Yeah.
Something's moving. The NVIDIA.
Something.
Yeah, it's going to be a tech sector thing.
Apple Tech. So big institutions are taking profits on their tech. Is that? And this is just talk. This is trader talk, in my opinion.
So by market cap, Apple down almost 1%, Microsoft down 2.5%, Google down 2.25%, Amazon down 1.73%, Nvidia down 2.39%, Meta down 2.43%. Everything is taken down the tech sector right now.
Why? Is there anything on CNBC about like so and so or blah blah blah? Like
more sellers than buyers, Michael.
I know. I know.
I'm kidding.
We are getting pretty close to the greed on the fear factor.
Okay.
Indexes, we are in greed.
Speaking of greed,
anything on the wire here on financial juice, really. A lot of stuff about Bitcoin.
John, what levels do you have in here now on the NASDAQ?
Oh, I got nothing, buddy, until we get down.
I managed to spill some tea all over me. That's a good news.
No.
I've been there. Better coffee.
No, luckily it wasn't. Yeah, but
Okay,
it's
good.
like all over me now. Which is kind of in addition to the fact that my husband left the milk carton open, and I had some milk over me, so now I also had tea over me. I'm doing really well,
right
guys.
now.
Blame it all on him. You'll feel a lot better.
No, Michael, this gap, it just represents open space. It could come down and fill that gap all the way down below 15,600 today.
So what am I watching right now? Wow, that was a big flush. Dom got thin.
Is it?
So nothing at 9:30, right?
No. What would get you wanting to get long right here? I mean, that's one thing.
I don't.
I took 350 out
Nice.
of
Good job.
because it's I wanted it to make a higher high as soon as the new TPO started, which might still happen, but we do have the settlement here. Well, and now it's happening, but still, it's Monday. It's always good to take some profits and then to see whether we have some other opportunities, because I don't want to lose out on the profits that I've already had here. So it's a nice little buffer trade. It's not going to be like massive money at the moment, but it's a good start to.
Good start.
Yeah.
Well done.
Hey, Systems Revolutions, just really quickly. Why do you think the 721s and the 675s and the NASDAQ are levels? I wrote them down because I'm kind of interested in why. Because if the 20s, Traced by Matt talks about the 80s and the 20s, and I see 80s and the 20s always holding up. Is what it is. But why? You just want to understand why you said that, because it does sound like the 20s and the 20s and the 80s when you go 720 and 675, which to me is 680. So your 80s and 20 rule. I don't know. Interesting. Please share. Go ahead, Eddie.
So, we got team long distance relationship. We're both up already this morning, so we're doing good.
That's right. Yep.
Andre, you traded yet today?
I have not. I felt like I've jumped on a moving train. I'm waiting for maybe some bottom pickers to come in here and we get to catch a short and catch this market to the downside.
So, Michael, what are we looking for entries on directional moves?
Say that one more time.
What are we looking for entries on directional moves?
Well,
a directional move right now we have a sell-off all day, which is downtrend.
Right.
So downtrend, the strategy, guys, there's really range bound, which it moves sideways and it doesn't trend a certain directional move. John said directional move, like all day long.
Right.
Or,
what's the answer, John?
For low volume nodes.
I knew it.
Yes.
Mike.
Low volume nodes, not. Yeah. Okay. Oh, so selling tips on low volume nodes? Hold on.
Yeah.
Help me out.
Selling the upper volume shoulder between a high volume node and a low volume node is what we're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. We got up here Brad and Ghost and all that selling tips.
Yeah.
Selling rips. Yeah. Got it. Okay, guys, we're all thinking roughly the same, or looking at this and helping each other out.
I've noticed that we all think the same strategy-wise. So there's just different ways to label what we're thinking.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's kind of like the translation that we're trying to work.
Well, then there's all of our risk management, which ends up being wildly different.
I found something in the 2021 time capsule, Michael.
Yeah, what is it?
That's
many moons
FTX
ago.
fortunes.
Okay.
Here it is.
Wow. No kidding.
There's one side of it.
Oh God, there it is.
I hold, therefore I am.
That is
I
unbelievable.
hodl. I hodl.
Hold on for dear life.
That's the diamond hand talk. Well, he was definitely diamond hands, and sounds like
Jack. That's a gem, dude. That's incredible.
That is incredible.
Yeah, I have to sell these.
That's just one bad sign. They couldn't even spell hold.
You got to use as evidence in court for against their.
If you ever feel like you're trading bad, Sam Blank Fraud is the worst, shittiest trader out there. Because why? He used all of FTX's money and he still blew out of his accounts, because that's technically what he was doing, right? Wasn't he trading?
Yeah, he was using customer funds.
Yeah, and clearly not making money. So if you ever think about how much you lost and think about, man, I'm not a good trader. That kid, Harvard grad or wherever he went to, Stanford one, can't trade worth shit.
Yeah, you got to set your stop loss before 30 years in prison.
Quote of the day, Jack. Wow.
Where's your stop? Before 30 years in prison?
Before 30 years in prison.
My God. That is funny, Jack.
Trading with no stops. I always used to say Federal Reserve. Unless you could print money like the Federal Reserve, you need to use stops. I mean, even he didn't use whatever. Good risk management, and he blew out how many billions, Jack? Do you know?
Several. I think it was like 6 or 7 on that trade. I'd have to look into it. I've been ignoring it for a while.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, having a good laugh at the expense of another trader in jail.
That was what the floor was all about.
What?
Oh, you had people. I mean, imagine standing there and having a series of losing trades and having people around you laughing at you.
Oh yeah. You can see in the pic. 80 bids sold. Yeah, market's at 60, right?
Yeah.
And everybody knows you're at long 80.
We had Steve Gersten. He would, there would be a new trader in the pit, and the trader would be like bidding 80 for one, 80 for one. Steve would say, it's 90 bid across the street. The guy bid 90 and he'd hit him. But it wasn't 90 bid, it was 90 offer. He just had the guy pay up and sold it to him.
So technically, John, you have, when you came on here and you're like, hey, trading live in front of a bunch of people is nerve-wracking. I think we all were the same way. But the pit, I never looked at it this way, was technically that.
Yeah. I mean, most people didn't give a crap what you were doing unless they were bored.
Oh, so there wasn't a lot of trolls in the pit. Why do you think we manage it like that here?
Right.
That's a good point. I never thought about it. You are trading in front of an audience in the pit.
Yeah.
I never thought about that like that.
Neither.
I was never a big enough trader where people would be actually watching what I was doing. But if they're around you, they know,
You could blend it in because you're a broker and a local. Guys, a local is somebody who trades their own money. They call them locals on the trading floor, not local. They were a bit of loco. But then he had a deck of cards that had orders from customers in there. So when he traded, kind of didn't know what brokers were doing, but you knew what locals were doing because they traded their own money for the most part.
Well, essentially, we're locals, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean,
yes, John, we're definitely not trading anybody else's money. We want to make that clear to who's ever watching.
Sure. No, we're
proprietary capital only.
Yep, we're locals.
Yeah, we had to give them credit too. I mean, those guys were, mortgage, car payment, food, kids, schooling, clothes,
and up or down 6 figures every day.
God bless if they could.
Oh God, there were a lot of guys like that.
I'm so glad I'm on TopstepTV right now. I'd be trading. Just having these conversations alone keeps me from trading.
Yeah, well, you got to look for a low volume node after
I know.
pop.
Let me ask you a question, Mike.
On crude oil, I'm not going to be looking for a low volume node, but I am going to be looking for that value low as a reversal potential because we do have some overnight highs there. We do have an average session high and an average daily range high exhaustion point. So this whole area where I put value low reversal or a value acceptance continuation, I would probably say that value acceptance is low probability because with the move to get there was pretty sizable. So
and showing signs of rejection already.
Yeah, but no, I don't like going before my levels are actually touched because I've been burnt doing that many times. So I am going to wait until this level is actually touched, regardless of what happens. So if I were to jump in here, yes, there's settlement here, so maybe you can say that this is like a little bit of an overshoot around settlement, but still I know that the value low is a very good reversal area.
Yes,
so I'm going to wait.
as it was in the S&Ps today, we should have
exactly. Yeah. Well, you had a possibility of average daily range low going into value acceptance as well. So this is why it's okay to wait and see exactly what happens. Is the market accepting value or is it rejecting it? And then you can find an entry lower down. So like you said, look for a low volume node.
This is crude, right, Deanna? This is crude. We got somebody.
This is crude oil.
Thank you.
This is crude oil. Yeah.
I'm just glad I got out when I did.
Yeah, that was a good job.
Michael, let me ask you a question. If the floor was still open, would you still be trading Dow?
1,000, 100 million%, 100,000 billion. It was the greatest. Look, I like playing sports, and that was the closest thing to going to work and playing sports. With camaraderie was just thicker than thieves, which you probably shouldn't say because there was some thieves down there. But
that Dow pit, it was like them against us. It was like the other side of the pit was like the villains, and of course our side we were the superheroes.
They were the degenerates, Eddie. They were the ones that would be down at series getting hammered, the white rings around their nose. These guys they were degenerates, but they were cool guys. They're just like the whole group of them all partied together. Like there was like 30, 40 of them on the other side of the pit. And we on the other side by Cedar, by Gleason, by Gish, by Bradley Bolt. Yeah. We were all like very like focused on trading. Would you say
Frank? Yep. That's right. Yep. Frank was there too.
Oh, FX, wasn't he FX? Yeah, but that is bad.
He got a bad run there.
Yeah, he did. He's a good cat too.
And then Danny was there too. You know?
Yep. They were all cool guys. Don't get me wrong, guys. When I say that, like, yeah.
Steve
was cool.
Steve would be playing. He would be playing online poker while he was trading.
That's wild.
He'd have like 3 or 4 tables open.
Yep, you're right.
You know, but he was good. I think he was making more money there than he was.
On his handheld?
You're right.
Yeah.
He was making more money. He even said one time, I'm up like blah, 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 thousands. I mean, he was slinging. And he was in party poker back in the day when party poker. Yeah. We got some questions in here. How do you get tilt to scroll overhead on the platform? You don't. You got to get Topstep X, and it's going to be in the platform. Mm-hmm. So for all those folks that really care about tilt, you're going to be seeing that in the platform. You will no longer probably be seeing it scroll on the top that you're seeing it right now after we go public with Topstep X. So get comfortable with it if you actually like it with our conversations and watching it at the very top. Mm-hmm. But get the real time, because this is still delayed. This broadcast probably like 3 to something seconds. 5,
8, 6,
8, 6. Okay,
7. We'll go right in the middle. 7.
Just round up.
Got a question here for Andre. Andre, what's your P&L? You got any
P&L 0? I'm literally flat. P&L 0. No trades yet. Like I said, waiting for a setup. We are starting to see some longs come in until here, so maybe look for a short if this market is going to trend lower. But currently flat with 0 P&L.
So I actually like that, Andre. Monday, you just moved to a new trading location. Those two things are throwing you off. You know, like one says take it slow Monday, and the other one says new trading location.
I think I'm in rhythm now. It took a minute though, getting the setup dialed in.
If we're going to see continuation of the downside, this little low volume area here looks pretty ripe for an opportunity if we get there.
Level, Johnny?
Yeah, we got to buy it up a little bit more.
Let's call it 62 to 63.
Okay, a couple ticks away.
I kind of like to take out this little spot here because this helps me limit risk even better.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, sorry. So we're thinking the same thing. So 62, 63s?
Yeah.
Thanks, Johnny.
And, you're risking 3 points on that.
Yep.
Andre, that new room you're in, is it like a empty cathedral or something?
That's my old office. I believe
it's actually the old Topstep office.
It's the old Topstep office.
Does it look like church?
Everybody needs reverb.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
Everybody.
You might need to open up that door. Trust me, I've been in that office before. It gets a little echoey. Somebody just asked about Topstep X. Will be available with a Topstep account, or will we be able to put it in your own capital? Topstep X will be available here at Topstep as one of the many platforms. I don't recommend you switch to anything unless you're going to somewhere where you feel most comfortable and confident to trade in.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then, yes, we will have it available to connect to your brokerage account, to connect to your personal brokerage account, which is way, way cool. And it's exciting to be seeing brokers reach out to us and be like, we want to connect to you. All right.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
Hey, Mike, how about, is it going to be available on mobile?
Mm-hmm. We got to get over the Apple powers that be powers that be that allow you to be in theirs. And I think Android world, anybody can pop up anything there. So we're getting very, very close. I bet you that'll be ready to go within 90 days.
Nice.
NRL, you want to know where the tilt is. Look on the very top of the screen. Open that screen up, the YouTube screen. It's the top scrolling line. You're going to see the abbreviation for the product. You're going to see the average entry, and then you're going to see the percentage of who's short, and you're going to see the percentage of who's long. So it's that very top line.
There's no release date for public yet. We're still working through the wait list that had thousands on it. And you know what, you guys, our conversion rate? It's 68%. So if we emailed 1,000 people right now, about 600, let's just round down, 600 of them are jumping on and trading on TopstepX, and then the people are staying on it, liking it. That's really, really cool. That's exciting. Thank you to the guy. Thank you to the engineers and the leadership team over at SimDefunded. Those folks over there, it's a great partnership. We really appreciate all that they're building for our traders.
Yes. 3,234 people watching right now and only 895 likes. If you like what's going on right now, click that thumbs up button right under the screen. And don't forget to subscribe. Right? We want to see some subscribers. We're getting close to 50K. Getting close, 46.8.
We just need to add more Wisconsin stuff to Eddie.
Yeah, I know. Or just say permanently keep it on till the end of the year. That would take a lot of likes, right, Eddie?
That would take a lot of appointments to the doctor too. The psychologist, the physician, the dentist. Actually, I put it on. I think this tooth is a little loose. As soon as I put this T-shirt on, I'm aging as we go.
Just a heads up, Andre, 45.55 is weekly kickoff low.
Yep. We're right. Okay.
Right there.
Come on, right there. 45.55, the lows so far of the day.
It's within a tick.
All right. I mean, we're gonna watch it now. I wonder if that would be very, very interesting if it remains low.
And this is where we had that delta divergence where we saw the big pop at the end of the day.
Guys, put in there what delta divergence is in the glossary. We had a couple of questions while we have it popped in here. Thanks, guys, for bringing those questions in the Slack. Have you guys ever got into a fist fight in the pit? Or I'm going to say that, or seen a good, connection. There's chest to chesters.
I've seen a few.
I was breaking up a fight and got stabbed with a technical pencil, one of those metal pencils in the hand, and
in the eye.
I think in the pit started quoting the phone clerks, and they were like, "Hey Eddie, you're bleeding." I'm like, "Bleeding from where?" And it was running down my arm into my coat, and I didn't see that. But the best thing to do, I mean, the thing is, we didn't want to see people fight because it was just spur of the moment. It was something that snapped. And, the thing is, we'd always try to break it up so they wouldn't get fined. And then, like we said before, half an hour later, they'd be like, "Hey, man, where do you want to go for lunch?" With the same person that they're not all the time, but some of the time. So,
yeah. And that same thing right there, Eddie, with where do you want to go to lunch? That JJ Jensen person that I talked about earlier, I would be totally cool. I mean, it's just like you get these little spats, you get these little things, and in general, if they're actually really a trader, or if they're actually a troll, then no. But if they're actually trading and they just like something a little bit, whatever. But I think it's always good to have that because you don't take anything personally in the trading pits.
Right. And some of these bigger filling brokers had like their own goons, which you couldn't get close to them even if you wanted to hit them.
Hey, I got short at the 40s up there, 740. Just because it did a little in figuring that this could be a short-lived rip. I wasn't seeing too big of a rip, and the market feels like it doesn't have a strong bid. Dylan, how would I compare TopstepX to TradingView? I'd say they're very similar because we use TradingView charts within TopstepX with all the packages there, and then we have our own DOM ladder to the right that we're going to make smarter and smarter. It might even be called a smart DOM because nobody's really innovated the DOM, and there's a lot you could do with that.
You call it DOM.
You want to time stop this short. It's a terrible trade location, but if it goes, it goes.
All right, I'm out. Thank you. It was light, just one line.
That reverb that Andre's got. I mean, the room.
Sorry.
You sure you're not in the bathroom?
It's great.
Shower?
Hey, Andre, are you talking about Dom, the Steelers, or the
that guy?
the Eagles security guard that got kicked out?
Big Dom.
Big Dom.
What?
Yesterday, a security guy, like team security and does other things, is what the announcer said on the Eagles game, San Francisco 49er Eagle game. And he got kicked out because he I don't know, got barky with a 49ers linebacker or something. I don't know.
Yeah, got kicked out, right?
Eagles got wiped. Yeah, they did.
I lost money on that game from the most.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Here's the chat's filling up with the same thing, Jack.
I have the most annoying friend who lived in San Francisco for about 7 years. He's from Chicago and became like a huge Niners fan, and it's intolerable.
Well, so what do you do to? I mean, clearly you bet Eagles.
Yeah, I thought Eagles plus 2.5. I didn't understand why a team that was 10-1 wasn't favorite, but oh my God, so much worse than the money is just. My chat has been blown up all morning. I don't think I can do it.
We just reached the point of control in ES. Thank you, Coach Vince.
Yep.
Yeah, that's weekly kickoff low as well. Thanks, Vince.
Mm-hmm. Hey, so John, what do we do with this now that we're at point of control?
Good question.
Well, it's points of control are comfort levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of activity that transpired there the last time price was there. So it's usually going to be some sort of a target. I'm not really big on executing new positions at them, but I will take old positions off.
Gotcha.
Now, if we can't hold this point of control, which is also weekly kickoff low, then we've got space down below.
Yeah.
We got to take out last week's low first, but we're.
So I've got an average session low exhaustion point at 45.51.75, and then also 4-hour demand, the edge at 45.50.75.
Yeah. Okay.
JD saying the Russell's green, the Dow, the ES, Nasdaq red.
Interesting.
Huh.
Maybe that's the leader. Maybe that's the lagger. I'll find out soon.
Yeah, I mean, this is I'm looking at this from weekly kickoff low to last week's low as a pretty firm demand area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Got nothing until tilt's still looking 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, we're one time framing lower now. I'm not really interested in looking for longs until something sets up as far as structure is concerned down here.
I'm long 3 from 23.5. 723.5. Who came in here and told the 721s? I just played your play, and I'm going to play your play to talk about it so you can tell me why you saw it. It came down to touch 21 quarters. So, this is light and tight. Don't worry. I'm not holding your trade for a while, but I traded off your play. Level just hit. Scott Bro, is that you earlier? Who said that earlier? You're already helping me be up $700. I'm going to take one of them off.
Nice.
Take another one of them off.
Very
Thank
nice.
you for the 20 handles thus far. Now I'm going to trade for a scratch down here at the 23s. Actually, I'll be
on
down
that short.
the 77 or the way up there, the 70s. Way up there.
The 740 you were short just a minute ago.
Oh, I think I took. Let me see. Here's my. Oh, I took 6 handles.
Okay.
Yeah, 41s covered one lot of 34s. Waited to the 21s. You guys see it right here. Waited to the 21s and bought the 23s, 34s is what I got. Now it's sitting at 34. Call it a firm up. I don't know. So who did that? I missed it. If you guys already said who was in there, thank you for the trade. Thanks for the trade.
Jerome had that range too. Coach Jay saying that 130 lot at 720 in the Nasdaq.
Oh, look at it. Well, it's clearly on the bid. So there's the 20s. I didn't get my 720 longs. Heath is going for it. I said 720s. Okay, the legend. If that's you, awesome. I don't want to start being like, hey, I'll give you something, but I'm going to give you some props. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Just looking at where NASDAQ is coming from, it is coming from a larger time frame supply areas. And we do have a confirmed swing extreme there, which I like to call those weekly Q highs, quartile high point. So, yeah, at this moment, the way NASDAQ is looking, there's still plenty of space to the downside. So today might not be the day to be a contrarian, precisely because of the higher time frame location and because it just broke the range that we've been in to the downside.
Michelle, you have a great day. Michelle.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're awesome. Appreciate it. Michelle is a kick-ass team member here at Topstep. When I say team member here at Topstep, we don't use the word employees. We are all a team.
Like a family, man. I tell you.
Yeah, she does awesome. Thank you. Dolby, you're doing awesome. Eric, you're doing awesome. I don't know who else is in there. Sorry, guys. All right, we're still on our lows in S&P, so now I'm a little like, what's going on?
Can't catch a bid.
No. Is the S&P getting a little weaker right now than the NASDAQ, John? Would you say?
No.
No, really.
All right.
It's just gone below the initial balance, so anything can happen at this point. If we can clear these areas that I was talking about, then I might be looking for a further downside move, but they are, because obviously the if you look at it on the weekly chart, we do have some supply there too, so not as much space though, because we're technically still inside the buying wick from the previous week candle, so it's not looking as sort of clean as NASDAQ just yet. That could change, obviously. And it's still inside its own range, so that's the difference.
Here's a question for some new people joining Topstep. James says, is there a time limit to pass the trading combine? Well, there is no time limit. The thing is, you will continue. After 30 days, if you do not pass, you will continue with your same stats and hopefully pass.
It just rolls over, yeah?
It rolls over.
Hey, the legend, thanks, buddy. I picked up 20 handles. Thank you.
Props.
Trading team. I asked for levels below that, John. Remember, you're like, it's wide open.
Yep.
Which that's your perspective, which is awesome. The legend, I believe it is the legend. I need to write down names. I'm sorry, guys. Came in here and said, what about the, I'm liking the 721s and the 675s. We talked about the 20s and the 80s because the trade by Matt. That was the whole conversation, guys, a few minutes ago. I wrote it down. Thought it was interesting because I was looking for downside levels. So thanks.
Trades by Matt will be on tomorrow, correct?
Correct.
Every Tuesday. Every Tuesday. Hey, John, Tom Rick is asking what you have on the cum delta on NASDAQ.
So for the day session only,
Love this.
day session only, it's negative 200.
Right.
Not really going to help much.
All right. We got Eric answering questions on YouTube. I'm trying to hit some here also. And we got Dolby Time. It's going to be with us here later on this afternoon.
Dolby.
I'll be trading with them in the close.
T-time. Yeah, we're going to see what kind of opportunities we do have in the afternoon. I know that we've sort of cut the Topstep TV short, but bell to bell from now on, folks.
That might work, Andre. I don't know.
I just opened it. We'll figure it out during the break.
Yeah, this room right here that I'm in has carpet, and I moved to a new office down the hall from where Andre's at right now. That used to be kind of like the only office I could find in the 100 yards away.
Going bad.
Andre doesn't have carpet; he has dirt.
I'm in a TV right now.
Dirt floor. Vladislav Michael says, hey, did you notice the bounce at 15,721 level to the tick?
15,720. Yeah. Yep. We were talking about that, guys. See, we're going to work as a team. We're not just going to, here's what soliciting things from you guys and getting your thoughts, but we want to know why. We talk a lot on here about like everything, areas, and then why, and why do you like that? What got you into that? All that kind of stuff matters. If you've been trading long enough, just to hear Deanna say why I don't trade crude, why she got into crude. I'm like, oh, okay. Her little perspectives helped me out. Andre on why he's taking time to trade today because he's in a new location. It's Monday, it's getting adjusted. Moves already happened. All these little morsels of information, they're helpful. So that's kind of like why Topstep TV is a great resource. Or even if you're watching an influencer on YouTube or whatever that explains a trade, they got to explain it. And then when you guys explain it, it's helpful for us too and others.
Yes. Quality Handyman Service is asking, hey, what's the plan for Power Hour? We have a consistent team member on. Actually, we're just going to visit one of the alleys here in Chicago and start the. Actually, no. Actually, today's Power Hour. Actually, stick around for Back to the Future. So from right after group coaching with Coach Vince and Coach Hoag, we're going to go back to the futures with Dolby Time. We're going to have Coach Vince, Ben. I think we're going to bring Ben on, and also Nick at 1:30, and then Power Hour is going to be Dolby Time, Andre, and Eric. And I will keep the peace during that hour to end the show. And of course, we do have the shuttle bus going directly to our Discord channel. So
that's right.
Yes.
And those that need a meeting on that one, that means when our show ends, we have a Discord. You can drop the link in here, guys, when you get a chance, to our Discord community where there's other kick-ass traders and coaches that are right there to answer your questions. This is like our way of trying to give you guys everything you need, and you guys got to come here and ask your questions and get engaged and all that kind of great stuff to really probably shorten your learning curve or keep you in tune with the markets.
But yeah, it's going to be awesome. We're going to start trading the close. We should be doing it for a while now, but I was just talking with John about last Thursday. There's some moves to be made. There's definitely profits and ticks to be captured.
That's when I trade ES or NQ usually, because at the last hour I find that I can read it really well because we've had almost an entire day, and quite frequently towards the end of the day there's some moves that are happening because the bond market's closed and then all the bonds traders come into equities, so you get extra volume and there's definitely money to be made.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, we've got some of the new names that I mentioned have been traders from the Trading Combine, have been in the program, and have joined us here at Topstep. So we got a lot of smart traders joining the show for the first time this week.
Yeah. Speaking of smart trader, Eric Perry says, what advice do you have to bounce back from a red day? This is where you become like really a smart trader, is knowing how to bounce back from a red day. Who wants to take that one?
Oh, how do you bounce back from a red day? Oh, well,
yeah.
We definitely got to get back on the horse. You show up the next day and you start trading small. I go stick to your plan. Just because it's bad, just because it's a red day of one day doesn't mean it's going to be a red day for the next 2, 3, 4 days.
100%.
I would ask the question, is it just one red day or is it a series of red days? Because that kind of changes the context.
If it's a series, that's different. But if it's just one red day, shake it off. That's part of it.
Yeah, if you stop to the daily loss limit, which you should, because Topstep has got a daily loss limit, just go on to the next day.
Yeah, just one day is no biggie. 2 days, no biggie. 3, 4, 5. Then you might want to start re-examining your trade locations, your trade strategy. Maybe you're getting too aggressive. Maybe you feel like you have FOMO going. But 1 day is nothing, no biggie.
Yep. 100%, Andre. I call it trading 101 if it's multiple days in a row and I'm on a cold streak and it's – I go, let's go back to trading 101, where it's foundation, the fundamentals, the slow and steady, high probability trades, size down.
And you, hopefully you're always going to be trading for tomorrow. We always want to be here, right?
Yeah, that's the reason why we have the motto, always trade for tomorrow.
Always trade for tomorrow. Yeah.
What's so funny, Deanna?
Oh, my husband came in here and he's like waving notes at me. I'm like, what? I can't even see anything because of the lights. I'm like, what's he saying? Yeah, it's funny.
Tell him just to put a teleprompter in front of you. That's a little
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or join the chat. He could just ask you questions right here from YouTube.
Yeah, there you go.
He could.
I'm excited for group coaching today. I got Vince with me. Vince is somebody I've spent a lot of time with.
Cool.
And we're going to have a really good session. I'm looking forward to it.
Cool.
And the Red Day talk, Jim Carlton just said Topstep X has a personal DLL you can set.
does.
That is correct.
It's awesome.
Yep, for downside and upside, I believe. I don't know if they have the upside one, Bill, or maybe it is. You can set your personal loss limit for the day, which will just deactivate you. There might be a way to bypass this that we're putting in, but I don't know if we are. And there's the other one of setting yourself a daily profit goal. A lot of people ask for that. I think there's something there. That trader that asked for, I'm always up $1,000 and I end the day down hitting my loss limit. If you set your daily profit goal on Topstep X, you'd be done for the day, and it's going to give you a little push notification. Hey, great trading! You set this, and then with a little tip, it's good to stick with the limits that you set to yourself, even to the upside. So these are all little feedback things that we put in there, as well as risk management features. So Jim, glad you're using that.
Yeah, with a switch off, I wouldn't have it as a switch off, because the amount of people who hit the daily loss limit and then they go, "Oh, can you unlock me?"
Right.
No, that's the whole point.
That's the conundrum there, Deanna, because we're like, okay, well, how do we manage the influx if you set it, and then which I think Mac, if you're on here, he's flying to Aspen right now.
Well, Max had some travel issues.
Yeah, he's had some travel. He's coming into town, set everything up here really nicely. If you set it, he thinks, and we were on with the product team, because I'm on there too. I'm like, hey, tell Sim to fund it that, if you hit it, there may be people that want to keep going. And I know Deanna, he said, no, cut them off. But then if you get the no, cut them off, and they're going to reach out to support and be like, turn me back on. And then now this just adds a support layer of work. So we're balancing that out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get that. But, the whole point of a daily loss limit is to stop the FOMO and the fact that you've hit your daily loss limit. There's no more. Like right now, you guys have a soft daily loss limit. Well, this is kind of the same thing, only in Topstep X. So I really don't see, like, if it was me, like I said, I would totally be just like, no, and then ignore all the support. It's like, it's the daily loss limit. You want it bigger, you increase it the next day. But for today, you're done.
You have to commit. I mean, it's part of it. You got to commit to yourself.
Exactly. Yeah.
You start improvising. I mean, you get reckless, and you don't want to keep digging that hole deeper and deeper, because guilty as charged. You try to, okay, one more trade. And what you're doing is you're just digging that hole deeper. You might have a trade to get you out of it, but what's the risk? I mean, are you willing to bet the farm that you're going to get out of that hole? I mean, it's a tough choice.
I don't know the answer right
now.
Yeah, I don't know the answer right now. So Jim, if you hit your personal daily loss limit, are you able to keep trading? Because I know we talked about it in a product meeting, and I don't know if they built it where you can do what Deanna said, or it's functions like Deanna says, where it just busts you out, says, hey, great trade, or today's not your day, whatever. Locks you for the remainder of the day, and the next day you're unlocked and you can set it again to wherever you want it. I don't know what it does right now. I'm jumping on Topstep X here in a couple weeks, because they now can connect to my Cunningham. I have a trading account that you guys see on my screen, and I can trade on X, and all my orders go into my current brokerage account.
So you're going to start using that pretty much exclusively now?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Yeah. No.
Well, here's a nice story. Road vendor. Today I was down $915. I got it all back. Minus 66. I'm done for the day. There you go. Scratch. Good job of getting that back and calling it done for the day.
Now you got to stick to it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not easy.
There's a lot of time left in the day.
Yeah, there is.
Well, do something. I mean, shut it down.
Your platform, or take the batteries out of your mouse, or something that'll help you stick to that. Or do something else.
There's also that question of what should your personal daily loss limit be? And I always say, well, go to your stats, go to your performance metrics, and then find either your biggest day or the average of your winning days. It depends how long you've been trading, obviously, but taking your biggest day and then cutting that in half and making that your daily loss limit for the day, that's actually a pretty good starting point. Obviously, that can always change. As you get better, you can increase that. But really, I'm of the opinion that if your absolute maximum profit that you've ever made is like, let's say, $1,000, you really shouldn't go losing more than 500 on the day, on any single day.
Well
Yeah.
said. Yep.
Yeah, you don't have any business losing more than you can make in a day.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, we got a
And the
poll
only-
here.
Go ahead.
We got a poll here right now. Do you quit for the day after hitting your daily loss limit? Yes or no?
Good poll
Get
question.
your votes in. We're going to look at that.
Okay,
And
that's
be
good.
honest. Be
Yeah,
honest.
that's going to decide, Eddie, what we do with this, because I did a poll like this, and I said something, and I thought I recalled him saying I want to be able to turn it back on or whatever. But now with Deanna saying and whatever this poll comes out, and I just go to Ryan, hey, what's the status of setting personal profit goals for the day and daily loss limits? Are we making it so they have to honor it or keeping their commitment, or are we going to allow them to trade after they hit it? So, guys, I'm going to find out. That's the cool thing about Topstep TV. You guys are going to help us build Topstep X. Nobody's ever, how many times have we you guys get brought into the roadmap of building a product out?
So product meetings, basically.
Yeah, this was a product meeting right
Product
now.
meeting, there you go.
So now we're getting data, because you always got to have some data, because that's product folks will be like, well, where's the data on this? So 72% of you so far, Eddie, are saying, do you quit for the day after you hit your daily loss limit?
Right.
Well, then we should help you quit for the day by doing what Deanna says, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the
I
lead.
know that it's uncomfortable. I know that it sucks when you hit it and you're like, damn it, I'm locked out.
Yeah.
But just go and train yourself to go and walk away and to do something else. I used to go to the gym and I used to just go lift really heavy stuff just to get that out of my system, because it's uncomfortable. You don't like it. Nobody likes hitting their daily loss limit, but it will save you in the long run. That is what will save you.
Right. 3,200 people watching, 1.2 likes. If you like what's going on here and what we're sharing with you, please click that thumbs up button. It's going to help us out as we're helping you out. And don't forget to subscribe. Please subscribe. Good stuff coming here. And we've got another Topstep news packet.
Oh,
And Jack, what do you got for us?
This makes it. There's a lot of lead up with that drum roll there.
I'll do it again. I mean,
Pretty big.
Yeah. This is really going to disappoint. Non-contiguous fans unite. Alaska Air has agreed to buy Hawaiian Air for $1.9 billion, or 1,900 sticks. I think I'm doing that.
Jack's on fire today, man.
He's good.
On a heater. And then last week, as you recall, Michael, you asked for people to share their exotic animals.
No.
I'm going to dish these out, but here's our exotic animal today from
Wow, that counts. Hell yeah.
wow.
Wow.
Yeah, somebody likes
I'm
turtles.
told,
I like turtles.
I believe that's a
Like
tortoise. I think.
I like turtles.
Not a-
Jack, I'm going to tell you. Go ahead.
Sorry, cut out for a second there. These
Go ahead.
turtles aren't Bert and Ernie.
Oh,
I'm going to.
Wow.
that thing's a dinosaur,
Wow.
man. That's a dinosaur.
That is awesome.
Yeah, they are.
Oh,
They're prehistoric, aren't they?
Yeah.
Birds and dinosaurs.
Birds are dinosaurs.
Anybody got a rabbit? We can have a race.
Oh,
Hey, speaking of rabbits and turtles and one being slow, no shit, no lying here. I was 12. I had a turtle and I let it out in the backyard to graze on the grass, and it sounds like a joke, but my turtle ran away. I never found it again. I had an aquarium, and I'm like, I'm gonna let this thing get some sun and be outside. You let him graze, and then I couldn't find it. My mom's like, "Where's Buzz at?" I'm like, "I don't know. I've been looking for him all, I think I was already finished with Buzz by that time anyway.
I have a leopard gecko. I used to have two, but one of them died. So yeah, it's still alive after about 18 years. I don't know how, but it's officially like the oldest person in the house here, if you're going to scale the years.
I don't know how.
Because they should only live about, I think, 15, 16 years in captivity.
Guys,
You
really.
guys seen the setup right here?
Yeah, really tilty. 80% long.
We're starting to see a buy. John, we're starting to look for those 62, 63 price target on S&Ps here.
Yeah.
I got short of one guy right now just to get in a little early on a one lot, but it's really long. This would be a spike or a tip possibly. You know, you're like, hey, it's been trending down all day long. Well, a lower risk play typically is I'm going to put another one on. Actually 3 on. So, because I this volume node, John, it just touches volume node. Is this the volume node you like or no? No?
It's getting there.
Okay, I'm taking off too. Okay.
Well, Michael Baker just made 2,900 on his first day of his 100K combine. He's going to go over 50%. He says, thanks for the help.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice one.
Good job.
First day.
Well, Andre, the high volume, the low volume node just above here in the S&Ps, let's call it 61. But now I'm nervous about it because it looks like the weekly kickoff low is holding.
It did look like it was holding.
Right, and this is where we saw the demand last Thursday, where that started that late spike to the upside, and it's right back down to that level. So I'm kind of was thinking about looking for a long down here and just kind of being patient, waiting for something to speak to me. But you're getting conflicting information.
Yes, you are. So typically,
Well, we may have a failed auction as well. This is not a possibility at these levels.
Failed what? Downside auction or upside auction?
Yes.
Downside.
Upside. So downside auction
Hold on,
fails,
upside.
and then you go back into the initial balance for a long.
You go back in, right?
Yeah. And NASDAQ also has its average session low here, but again, it is a directional day. So sometimes when we have a directional day, that doesn't have to be the case. So again, I would wait for a 30-minute chart to show us the way because it has a bit more, quite a bit more information than something like a 5-minute.
Yep.
Are you saying wait on the NASDAQ? Because I think I'm hearing what you're saying.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, okay.
Because it could go down further, even though we're having a momentary reaction from the average session low, which was at 157.35.75. So yeah, now if the auction fails, so if in another 10 minutes we end up back above 157.46 half, then that would constitute a failed auction. So there's a time when I'm expecting to see something, aka a failed auction, and then we act on what's already on the chart.
What's a failed auction? They're asking.
I was just going to ask that. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so the failed auction is once the first hour of trading is done, and then in the next 30-minute period, the market tries to go below it, today, for example, and then it fails, reverses, and goes back to close back inside the initial balance, which is the first hour of trading.
Okay. We have our poll complete here, 830 votes. Do you quit for the day after hitting your daily loss limit? 70% said yes, and 29% honestly said no.
Okay.
Hey.
And that 1%.
We've had 20% of people on here say that the show's not entertaining or helpful. So there's always a 20% here that goes
20% that say the sky isn't blue.
That's something very. Why are you here? Why do you trade?
You have to evaluate the life decisions that bring you to the point that you are watching a day-long YouTube stream that you do not enjoy or
And then also do polls and surveys to express your dissatisfaction.
Very interactive with the show they don't like.
I'm engaged, but I don't like it.
Yeah. It's cool they hate watch us.
Deanna, Crude Dude's got a question. Is your average session low the average session range taken half above and half below the open?
That is a fixed daily range typically, or you can, I suppose, call it a fixed session range. That would only work for very quiet days. And it might work because I do use the daily fixed range for my purposes. But again, that's not going to be applicable to everything. It's certainly not for directional days. But if we are in the summertime, we might even have a slow second part of December, and then you start seeing the moves kind of slowing down. Those areas can be pretty good reversal areas to run a ranging day strategy. So yeah, that's an idea.
Okay, thank you. Wiz has got a question. Michael, maybe you can answer this. That tilt is so heavy on the long side. Why is that?
Well, I got short up here at 53s. Why is that? I mean, buyers coming.
We're at the low of the session, so people trying to get long.
Everyone's a contrarian.
Everyone's contrarian. We're down almost 2% on the day. Maybe, a lot of people think it's going to come right back up. Because when it gets so far stretched out, you start to think, well, the market, come on, it's going to give, buyers will come into here or something like that. So
yeah, that would depend on the trade location. Like if we were somewhere in the middle of the weekly chart, like for example, if we were somewhere down here, so we already fell away from the supply area, that idea becomes more valid. But considering that right now, hold on, let me just drag this slightly wider. Considering that right now, it's still up at the top. So when you see these kind of days starting to happen around the highs of the swing, it is dangerous to go counter trend, because what we're seeing here is that the trend is exhausted itself, and now we're seeing a very, very good push to the downside. So usually you don't want to stand in the way. This is why trade locations, even on large time frames, are really important, even for intraday. If I was going to get involved in a counter trend trade, I would wait for a very late in the session, or at least I would want to see that failed auction done and dusted, and also not to go fail the auction and then go all the way through the initial balance. So, coming back where it came from all in one go, that would be a bad sign. Because in that case, I would still go with the directional move, and I would look at that as a pullback. So just an opportunity to sell a rally, effectively.
Thank you, Dee. Can you do me a favor though? Can you move that chart lower on your screen? Because you're up behind, behind our
even lower. Hold on.
Stuff.
Johnny, what levels did you have up here in the NASDAQ? It's giving a little pop, showing a little strength.
Okay, here we go.
Are you sure, Mike?
No, I got out of my shorts. I sold 52s and got 48, so I was just keeping it very light.
All right, so Michael, we've got kind of a volume shoulder, high volume to low volume right here, right? 76. 760, 762. Now we're starting to take out single TPOs. This is a high risk short here because we've got low volume all the way up to 15,820.
And the S&Ps as well.
Is it low volume above two?
That's not as bad in the S&Ps, but still, it's pretty substantial.
Okay.
So be careful with the short. You want it to go your way. And, on top of that, like Deanna said, we're running the risk of closing this 30-minute bar back inside the initial balance, which would be a failed downside auction.
Okay, so I just got long 61s while you're doing that, very light and tight, because this is going to continue, and it busted to the upside. I'm not going to keep it that tight, Michael. 10 handles is fine. Then this failed downside auction, this continuation to the upside because of low volume, the high risk short.
Right, but you're now also in kind of a high risk long too.
Okay, well, so then I shouldn't be.
For now.
So I shouldn't be trading.
We have another 4 minutes until this current TPO ends. So if it's inside the initial balance, then yeah, it could be a good long. But right now, that would be a guess.
Hey, Deanna, Dan's asking, how many sessions do you average for your range levels?
Usually about 10. So 10 previous days.
Okay.
Only regular trading hours for the average session range.
Anne Marie, I'm flat with you. I just got flat. I don't have a good thought.
Hi, Anne Marie.
She'll be on this week, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Guys, tune in when Anne Marie's on here. Eddie, do you have the date and time and bat channel and all that kind of stuff?
I am looking right now. I'm not. I think we need to fill it out just a little bit more here, but I will get an answer for you.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, tune in, guys. It'll be great.
I think it's Thursday, if I'm not mistaken.
I have an answer on that personal daily loss limit, Deanna, question about setting your own. Thanks, Ryan, for giving me this. He says we're going on TopstepX. They're going to change it so that if a trader exceeds their personal daily loss limit, they will get required to either change the value. Follow me on this though, for their personal daily loss limit greater than their previous, or they will need to disable this setting, and therefore they will only have their accounts DLL. Okay, here's the reason why. We have, let's say, $1,000 loss limit, and you're setting your personal one. You're committing to your personal one. How much of that commitment do we want to force them on before they go, screw that? You get, I set it at $700, but I want that $300 now. Okay, follow me though, and you're gonna be like, well, you committed to it. If we can say you committed to it and then you can open it up, we can give you feedback and be like, next time, why don't you commit to this instead of opening it up because you hit your daily loss limit? We're going to be giving feedback with our digital performance coach, which is Coach T. So if you commit to something, we'll also give you the free will to open it up because your daily loss limit technically with us is 1,000, but you set yours at 700. Which is awesome. You committed to it, but then you open it up and then you bust it out, hit your daily loss limit. That'll be a feedback trigger moment that will go, hey, Deanna, you sit at 700, you then unlocked it, kept trading, and you hit 1,000, 20% or 80% of the time.
Not a good idea.
Yeah, not a good idea. Thank you. Then we'll use that learning lesson rather than them putting it on us, because I know when you...
I like it. It's good. It solves the support problem as well, definitely.
Yeah, it solves the support problem as well.
Yeah.
So, guys, there's your feedback. 84%. This is way low. I'm going to get a short one.
Yeah, we all right, I'm looking to get short too.
I don't like it from the point that John explained it, though. So I will definitely keep it very light.
You got space above. You got the single TPOs.
Right,
if you start taking out too many of them, you're out. Andre, we're on the upper volume shoulder. Okay. We've got a low volume note up here on 45.63.
63
to 65. So there's your risk.
All right, and this time period is about to close out.
Yes, and both the S&P and the NASDAQ are going to close back inside the initial balance, which would indicate the potential of a failed auction.
Yep.
Okay. These longs are very, very long. But the average price is very interesting on this right now. On the tilt, 81% of people with open positions, there's thousands of people right now with open positions. 81% of them are long. But the average price is from 89, which is really interesting because they've been holding that heat. Or because I don't know where else they would have got in from that average price. So
there we go.
That's a lot of heat, though.
It's a lot of heat. So that's pretty interesting.
Be careful with the news.
20 handles high, 20 handles higher. That's where the average is.
I know.
The longs, my goodness, they're holding out.
Yes, they are. Oh shit, missed it. Oops.
We do have 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction here right now. We're going to get those numbers.
Eduardo, you think it's growing legs, huh? Well, John's breakdown does sound like that would be fairly true.
Now I'm just going to be patient and wait for a cheap trade, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, me too.
The breaking news, by the way, is that Doug Burgum has dropped out of the presidential race. So,
who?
Exactly, who? Some guy from somewhere.
Well, that's a market changer there.
Yeah. This just came over the wire here from the Saudi minister. The OPEC Plus 2.2 million barrels per day cuts will be delivered.
I see that. Yeah, crude oil just popped.
Yeah. So they're easing up on that. He also sees signs of oil demand is improving. We'll address the inventory build at the first quarter.
We're just chopping around right now.
I mean, it's pretty heavy long.
The setup is
Bouncing off our lows, failed auction to the downside. I mean, everything does point to the upside, which.
Well, it's failed the auction now, so you have a bullish engulfing of a 30-minute chart on both. Nasdaq has turned around right at its own average session low. So, yeah, there's a good chance that it at least goes up to 158.22, this space.
We got 10:32 here, and we're going to be having our shoulder tap. But before that, I think we need to do some hot streaks. Let's see who's hot today.
Who's hot? Who's
Here's
not?
the drum roll. Da, 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 da. Hey, 30 days. Carlos?
Nice.
Carlos is running with it. Nice. Carlos Anthony, 22 days. Joseph, 21. Assem, 17. And Chui is 17. I think these are the same names we had Friday, Jack. Anybody we don't have here?
I can talk with JD. JD assembled this morning.
Okay, that's fine. I know Carlos, obviously. I mean, that's nice. 30 days. 30 days in the hole.
Not this guy. He's on top. 30 days. That's
30 days.
impressive streak.
Yes, that is very nice. Very nice to see. So, all right. Thanks, guys. All right, we're going to take a little time out, and we'll be back with shoulder tap. And I think Mick's going to hear. Yes,
Eddie, I'm gonna cut out because I have meetings starting, and I'm good with my day. I'm excited. I'm glad to trade with you guys. Monday morning, 2200. I'll take it.
Nice job.
good job.
Gonna go skiing this afternoon, so that's gonna keep my week, my 100-day challenge going to myself. 100 days on the mountain, and seeing if I can make money after 100 days.
Nice.
Pay for my ski bum life.
It's a hell of a scheme of life. All right, we'll do shoulder tap here then.
all the best, MP. You have a great day. Be safe on the slopes.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys. See you, Deanna.
See ya.
All right. Yes, we're going to be having shoulder tap here with Mick, and then power players with Deanna. And top quiz, Jack and Bonnie, group coaching, Hoagland, Vince. And then our new segments, Back to the Future this afternoon, and Power Hour, where we will be trading the afternoon. So we'll be right back.
Bless you, Andre.
You heard that?
Yeah, no.
Welcome back to Shoulder Tap. Welcome back. Welcome back. Look who we got. We got Mick. Mick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm doing really well, thanks. How are you?
Okay. Did you trim the mustache? It looks like a little trim on that.
No trim on the mustache. I'm actually trying to get it back to its full glory, Eddie. I had trimmed it a couple of weeks ago because it was getting unruly, and
you look like a wolf.
And I felt like less of a man since then, so I'm trying to get it back.
Well, Mick, what do you got for us today?
Well, I got some good traders I want to share. We'll have the trading cards for those guys, but I want to talk about one trader in particular. You've heard about him quite a bit, and His name's Hugh. He's from France. He was up $21,000 this morning trading, and then I watched him slap on a big size. Turned that $21,000 day into a $5,000 winning day. So he was out about 15 grand on this one trade. He had 15 on. He's starting to get it back. He's currently up 14,000 on the day, but really big swing. And we know, for those of you that have been watching and you guys that I've talked about him with, he's a big swinger, and he's coming off a 5-day losing streak where he's hit his $3,000 daily loss limit every single day. So he needs today to be a big winning day. So right now, he's made up for those 5 losing days, but there's something about not grabbing that money and locking in profits when you're up 21,000 on the day and you go back to only being up 5,000 on the day. 5,000 is a great winning day if you started from zero with your P&L, but at a certain point you got to say, all right, it's not working now. I had a good morning, started to, have some losing trades. I got to lock in some of these profits and walk away with, call it $10,000, $15,000. He's definitely in a position where he needs to grab this money. I am happy to report that he recently took a $15,000 payout. He's taken a total of $65,000 in payouts from this live account.
Okay.
Just a reminder for everybody, we called him up to a live account from his XFA when he had $23,000 in the account. He's gone from $23,000 up over 100,000, taking 65,000 total in payouts, and now today he actually only had about 16,000 left in the account today. So he more than doubled his account balance early in the morning, gave a lot of that back. For someone like him, who's trading big size and swings large, he should really be thinking about trimming his position sizing right now. If he's, someone who had over 100 grand in the account, taking a lot in payouts, which is awesome. I love it. But really need to think, should I be trading 15 contracts when I've got 15,000 in my account or less? So he's been on a bit of a wild ride. It's certainly a success story. I can't say that it hasn't been, but something for everybody to consider, being nimble and working around with your position sizing. What do you guys think about that? What if you were someone who had $100,000 in your trading account, which I know you both have? What happens when you're on a cold streak, or when you take payouts, you pay yourself, which we're all here to do. When you get back to a lower account balance, maybe it's your account balance maintenance level, because I think, you know, maybe that's something traders haven't heard about. So from two people who have very, very vast experience and knowledge in the industry, I'd love to hear your thoughts and insights on account balance maintenance levels, dealing with payouts, dealing with cold streaks, and then also, you know, deleveraging when you don't have a nice beefy account balance like you once had.
There's no way that if I were Hughes, I would have put 15 contracts on today.
Right.
That, you know, on the wrong day, that there goes the account. Then you're writing checks, and I hate writing checks.
Yeah, I would. Just to touch on that, trading 15 lots. I mean, I don't know. I guess if that's what got you to that account side or to that balance for the day, 15 lots. But then you got to throttle it down. I know he's trying to make a little bit of a comeback right now, but we're talking about account management. Same with position management. The market's kind of quieted out. What's he trading, Mick? Is he trading NASDAQ?
Trading the NASDAQ, yeah. And fortunately for him, he's keeping the $3,000 daily loss limit. It's what's definitely saved him on this account, because he's only at 20% winning days. You know, he down 3,000, down 3,000. He's certainly peppered in, you know, a bunch of, not a bunch, a handful of five-figure winning days in there, you know, 20,000, 25,000, 15,000. So that, you know, it's big swinging to a T there.
So, I mean, it sounds like Hughes, and, you know, we got a little, they're buying it up here a little bit. John, as you see this, I guess Hughes is kind of a boom or bust trader with 20% winning days. He really relies heavily on those winning days to carry him through the 80% of losing days. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he is taking payouts right now, and yes, we'd like to see that. I think we can fine tune and try to get that balance back between winning and losing days closer to 50-50 if possible. Clearly, he has a strategy where huge risk, huge reward. But yeah, we shouldn't be slapping up 15s when you're up so much. It's okay to throttle back a little bit and maintain that P&L for the day.
Yeah, I definitely would like to, you know, see him scale down his size, because, you know, with what I say, $16,000 is what he had in the account balance when he started today. Yeah. You know, at $3,000 a day, you know, maybe a little slippage because you're trading the NASDAQ, you know, 5 losing days in a row puts him out. It's a week. He just came off of a 5-day losing streak too, and I've seen other 5-day losing streaks. So it's a very realistic outcome potentially for this account to be, you know, hopefully it's not, but I'd like to see him stay in the account. He does have, I will say, on his winning days, he's got a relatively good eye for the market. I know from what I've looked at in his trading style, he's got a bias. He puts it on. If it doesn't work, he's down at 3,000. If it works, it's a big winning day. But as your situation changes, you need to adapt with the situation. So I'm going to try reaching out to him. He's in France. I have had little success getting a hold of this trader. So
I remember that, yeah.
I'm going to try and call him today. I have no idea what time it is in France, maybe 9 hours ahead of us. But definitely going to shoot him an email and talk to him about you know, making some adjustments to the position sizing and whatnot. So,
do you find it, Mick, real quick, do you find it hard to get a hold of these traders when you know that they know that you are trying to get a hold of them?
I usually don't. No, I usually don't. But there are certain individuals that I try and reach out to a lot that are somewhat elusive. Other people are very readily available. There's a lot of people, a lot of our funded traders out there that have our direct line saved in their caller ID on the phone. It is a requirement that they're available when they're actively trading. You know, Hugh, he's been in a very good, healthy position, so it hasn't been extremely urgent, I'll say. You know, he's been a big boy, and I know he's a big swinger. We have those limits on him, but at this point in time, I don't like any of our traders being in a position where they can lose their account in as little as 5 days. We have another live trader, Sean, who we've talked about on this segment before. Big account balance. He just recently took a payout too. He's kind of eroded the account balance down a little bit via some poor, well, bad trading days. I wouldn't call it poor trading. Bad trading days as well as the payouts. And he had a $5,000 loss limit on his live account. I emailed him today and said, hey, I'm going to be changing this to back to the 3,000 default loss limit on his account size. So this is something that we have to do. I don't want to put anybody in a position, or I don't want anybody putting themselves in a position. I won't have it where they can lose their account in short order. The name of the game here is to survive and keep the account. The longer you keep the account, the more trade opportunities you can take advantage of. There's no single trading week, trading day, or trade that's worth risking your whole entire account.
Right.
Even if it's small.
100%. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, happy I got a chance to talk about him a little bit. Hughes, hopefully you're listening. I'm in your corner. I want to see you doing well, and hopefully you're still up about 16,000. Looks like the market is continuing to trend in your direction.
We're upticking here.
Yeah. We last week, end of last week, we talked a little bit about that kind of coil that we had on the NASDAQ, the sideways trading action.
Right.
We did, kind of spring out to the downside this morning. Who knows what's going to come of it the rest of the day or the rest of the week or the rest of the year for that matter. But thought it was mentioning because we did talk a little bit about the coils that we were seeing in equities. Moving on from that, though. Big shout out to Fred Decker. Fred's one of our smaller, very nimble, low risk traders. I saw him up $200 today in his live account. So shout out to you, Fred. Patak up about 2,400 last I looked. Sounded like he was going skiing. So once again, envious. I'll be forever envious when he's cutting out in the middle of the day to go hit the slope. Good for him though. I mean, you can afford to do that when you're up over $2,000 on the day. So happy for him. Got a text message from one of our live traders, Danny Trades, this morning. He had hit his $3,000 daily loss limit today. Asked me to open him back up for a little bit more wiggle room. It was good timing. I opened him up. He turned his $3,000 losing day into a winning day.
Nice.
Saw him turn. He made about $4,000, and then before I hopped on, he was right about scratch on the day. So really happy he was able to turn that around. And some other notable trading today from XFAs. Kai W up 10,000. Earl C up 8,400. Yeah, wish I was up 10,000.
That would be nice.
Was that Eddie playing Little John and the East Side Boys
yes.
there? And then Travis up 8,300 in his XFA. So we got some big winning days today on the board, most of which are actually coming from our express funded account traders. Not seeing the large, other than Hugh being up big on the day, not seeing huge P&Ls out of the live accounts, but that's okay. They're all our funded traders. We want everybody to do well.
All right. Make any closing comments, or we got more?
We got more. We got 10 more minutes, and I'm going to fill it with a couple trading cards. I want to pull up a trading card for Stefan, please. Stefan D, newer member of ours, started, not last month, but in October, almost last month, out of Tennessee. I was talking about Tennessee and driving through there over the weekend. This looks a little flat for the Tennessee I'm familiar with. Despite the little hill there, but Tennessee, beautiful state. And Stefan got called up to a live account last week. XFA to live, trading very well, as you guys can see on the cards. We didn't keep him in the XFA for very long because at $2,500 a day on average and 100% winning days, he made it very apparent he had a space on the prop firm with us.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah. So trading 5 lots, average hold time 1 hour. That's not easy to do. Hold 5 contracts for a long. I would call that a long period of time. 1 hour again, catching a piece of the trend for the day when he's trading. One thing I like here too is you see, despite having the 100% winning days, only 42% winning trades. But take a look at the very bottom of the trading card. It's an excellent risk reward. making $790 on his winning trades, only risking 190. That is really good.
Yeah,
and that's how you can be right less than half the time and
I was
still.
going to say, that's keeping the math on your side, like we talk about all the time. You don't have to be right 50% of the time. It's how you risk manage. And just a perfect example of this. Excellent risk reward. Almost $800 to $800 winners to $200 losers, 4-1. You take that all day at 40% clip. So
yeah,
gut victory.
Yeah,
100%. This is some of the best risk reward I've actually showcased on any of these trading cards. It's really, really good. An easy, almost it's 4-1 risk reward.
4-1, yeah.
4-1. That's really, really good. And you'll see these higher risk, these really good risk reward ratios on the traders that are holding for a longer duration on their trades. They really are. I mean, I would imagine that the approach here is it's a technical approach. They're looking at their levels during the day. They're calculating very low risk for a high reward, and maybe not taking the highest probability trades with the 42% winning trades, but like you said, Andre, it's keeping the math on your side, something Hoag talks about a lot. And on my note card here, my little envelope that I carry with me every day for the segment, I said, love the math here. So let's keep it on. Let's keep it going in the live account. Big shout out to Stefan. Well-deserved call up to the live account and just flawless trading on the winning days.
Yeah, one thing I like about him, Mick, is you look at his trade report, and all but one day, he ended the day at his high water mark as far as net P&L is concerned.
That's right. That's right.
That's really good.
And what does that tell you guys about trade
What does that tell you? What does that say?
What, to me?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, to you.
Means you're making money and you're taking it. You're not, you're walking away up money. You're making money every day. You got great reward over risk. You're only right 4 out of 10 trades, but with the risk to reward, that's what you do. Yeah. One of these days it cost him $5,000 to keep trading when he was up 9 and ended the day up 4. But still, I mean, that's a lot. That's money, $4,000. But all the other days he ended basically right on his high water mark.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm happy you took a peek at his trade report too, since I dropped it in our little messaging channel. Definitely helps with the conversation on these segments. So thank you, Hoag.
You bet.
Yeah. With that, let's kick it over to one of our other Express funded account traders we called up to live. Let's pull up Justin P. and his trading card.
Ooh. Springfield, PA. Okay.
Now, I'll tell you, going off the card, what I like most about this trader, super selective. They average 5 trades per day. And there's even been days where they've only made 1 trade. And Andre and I talked about this weeks ago. It's like when things aren't working well, you should be aiming for 100% winning trades. But when things aren't working well, also trim down your limit yourself to how many trades you're going to take in a day. If you're on a cold streak, if it's not working, say I'm going to make 1 trade per day. You're going to make that trade count. You're going to really stalk the market. You're going to be selective, and you're going to take the best darn trade setup that you can possibly take. For anybody out there listening who's in a drawdown and a rut on a cold streak, stop. Say, tomorrow I'm going to find 1 good trade for the day, and I promise you, your odds of turning things around are going to significantly increase. So let's get back to Justin. Average daily P&L, $610. Trading all the equity indices, mini Dow, NASDAQ, S&P, and Russell.
Wow, I like it.
Yeah. You don't like the mini Dow, though, right?
Nah, not the biggest fan, but it's good to see people dabbling around in there.
Yeah, it's interesting. This person's going to have to get 2 data feeds when they start trading the live account if they want to keep that Dow, because it's a board trade product, where all the others are equity indices with the CME. So, Justin, great trading, 82% winning days, just about 70% winning trades. And I think that high winning trade percentage is because they are very selective, doing anywhere from 2 to 10 contracts. Risk reward, it's, I don't necessarily like a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-5, but when you are, as selective as Justin is, turns out your performance is good. So I don't really think there's any areas for improvement here with Justin. Another new trader to our program, and he's been doing really well in this account. Call him up to live.
Yeah,
Why don't you love 1.5 to 1?
It's not what I would do. I don't like 1-to-1 risk rewards. I'd rather. It's too tight for me. Yeah, because you got to be
right a lot.
You got to be right more than half the time. I mean, Hoag could break it down best. And Hoag, we should get your
matrix.
We should show your matrix. Do we have that on hand by chance?
I'm not sure. It's been so long.
It's somewhere there.
Yeah, it's somewhere. We'll find it.
Yeah.
Hoag, we'll have to have you do a PowerPoint presentation for us on shoulder tap. Bust out the dusty slide deck. It's actually probably not too dusty. I'm sure we have it. You've got it readily on hand. Hoag's the guy that's got all his information right in front of him. Do you still have that big stack of paper and notes on your desk, John?
It's right here. It's on the right there.
There is nothing within an arm's that's not within an arm's reach. Any important content, Hoag's got it. I mean that's what you want out of a coach, right there.
Right there, you go.
Playbook.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mick. I was going to say, this is another trader that has a tendency to walk away at his high water mark. At his high P&L high for the day. It was one day he was down 2,100 and he basically ended up scratching the day and walked away. That to me that's fantastic.
Yes,
That's good. One thing for people that end their day on their equity high for the day, it kind of makes me, doesn't make me believe, it tells me probably one thing is when they're taking their trades, and listen, the two people that I featured here today, I said they were selective. They've got good trade, high percentage wins on their trading days. To be walking away at your equity high for the day tells me one thing, and that's that these traders are framing out their trades where they have an idea of where they're getting out if they're wrong. These guys are certainly getting out where they had an idea of, like, if they're right. I think if the market can go to this level, they're getting out there. So they're framing out their trades, knowing where they're getting out if they're wrong, having a very good idea of where they're getting out if they're correct, and then the trade plays out. They hit the cash register and they walk away. I like that a lot. Those are the traders we want in the live account. Yeah, I'm happy you brought that up because I don't have those trade reports up in front of me anymore.
Yeah, and we're not talking about a little bit of money here. I mean, he walked away up $3,350 one day.
Okay,
that's great.
That's real money.
It's nice. Money. It's because I think one of the pitfalls a lot of traders get into is, okay, these markets are open 23 hours a day. I'm up $4,000. Why don't I just keep trading and make it 5,000?
Make more, right?
Let me hit that big round number, and that's not what you want to be doing. You want to be taking trades when you see trades. You don't. It's just, any coach would tell any newer trader, don't trade your P&L. But a lot of newer traders trade their P&L. I was guilty of doing it when I was earlier, when I was getting started in trading. You're like, oh, I'm up $950. Let me make another 50 to get to 1,000, and then you lose the 950 because then it's going against you. You're like, oh, I had such a good day going. I want to get back to it. And then you end up blowing it all. Yeah. Don't trade your P&L. Don't trade your account balance. Do look at your account balance, and then manage your money off of what you've got in the account. Think about what percentage of that you can risk on a single trade or on a single trading day. But your account balance isn't it's kind of a scoreboard, but you don't want to abuse it by thinking that you've got all this money or you got to hit some big round number or something like that. I think I heard Deanna talking about that maybe last week or the week before. It was like, oh, I just want to hit this big mark, this big milestone or benchmark, and then boom, you fall flat on your face, and performance is greatly affected.
Yeah,
and confidence too with that.
100%.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I got for you guys.
Good stuff.
Awesome, Mick.
Mick, appreciate it. Any closing comments, Mick, before we move on?
Yeah, I do. Thanks for asking, Eddie. It's Monday. For those of you that are up big money, especially those XFA traders I mentioned, you are off to a very good head start on the week. And there's 4 more sessions, including the second part of today's session. If you're up money, big money on the week, make sure you end up big money on the week, or at least end up on the week. For those people that I mentioned that are up 10 grand today in their accounts, I wouldn't be playing with any more than $5,000. So worst case scenario, come Friday's closing bell, I'm up $5,000. Worst case scenario.
That's exactly right.
Good advice.
All right, Mick, until next time, have a great day. Tell Brett we said hi, and we'll catch you back again here tomorrow for Shoulder Tap.
I'll let him know. He'll be on tomorrow, so
right.
you'll see him then. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Mick.
All right, folks. As you see in our chat, we have pinned a form. We're going to be having this afternoon from 1:30 to 2 segment called Ask a Support Rep. So if you have any questions regarding that, use that link to send those questions, and we'll get to those. But coming up here very shortly here in just a few, we do have our power players, and Andre's going to stay with us, and Deanna, and we're going to see if there's some opportunity for trading, and I'm going to dig a little deep and ask them some questions. So we'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're back, and yes, we've got Deanna with us and Andre with us, and very good. And who else do we have here?
Oh,
Hello. Yes, we've got one of our very own.
they might not know they're on.
He's disappeared.
All right,
He's no longer. Now you see him, now you don't.
Cortland, are you there? You're muted. All right.
You're muted in Rendezvous.
There you go.
Do they know? Does he know that he's muted?
Yeah, you're muted in Rendezvous. So if you can go to the Rendezvous link and then unmute yourself, Cortland, you should be good.
All right, we'll keep it going.
We're going to move it on, but we've got Deanna and Andre. We're going to be taking a look at some of these markets heading into the New York lunch and see what kind of opportunities that we do have. So we're going to put the charts up. And as we go, some of us here are new to our YouTube TopstepTV, and we're going to try to get some. I'm going to try to ask some questions for Deanna and Andre, and as we go through the session, just so you can know them a little bit better.
Awesome. Cortland as well.
Yep,
Cortland, you're back.
Yes, there he is.
Awesome.
All right. All right. You know, let's start with Cortland. Cortland, you're one of the team here at Topstep. Tell us about yourself.
Well, I'm Cortland Taylor. It's nice to meet everybody. I'm so happy to finally be on the broadcast too. I'm Cortland. I was born in Mississippi. I'm a trader. Been trading for about 5 years now. I went to school originally for psychology, and then one fateful July, I opened up a chart and I just knew it was for me. There's no going back after that. Since then, I started out in crypto like most people around my age. Quick profits, you know that entire scheme. But after that, I went ahead and transitioned to the futures market about 3 years ago. Started off with ES, but then my mentor let me know that the bonds is where to start or get my footing, and then I'll know pretty much what's happening elsewhere. So that's what I've been trading for the past 3 or 2.5 is what I've been focusing on the bonds. Other than that, I love walking my dog Odin. You'll probably see him up on the couch at some point. He's my favorite. That's pretty much all about myself. I love trading. I love psychology. I love those.
What are you trading? What are you trading, Cortland?
I trade the bonds now. I trade just the ZB. I don't really trade I use the other 2 bonds as a barometer, but I only trade the 30-year.
Okay, cool.
Hey, quick question. So you said you're a psychology major. How much of that do you use or not use, or how much does that bleed into your trading at all, if at all?
So basically what happened is I was a psychology major. Then I found out about trading and I switched to finance. So,
There you go.
Nice one.
But definitely my passion about psychology helped a lot, because when I got into the marketplace, I was more so, I don't think I was indoctrinated too much with all of the indicators and stuff. I really want to know about the winning traders, how their mind works, because I knew that had to be the way that people were, that had to be the way that they were able to really win, was their mindset, and not really the indicators and things of that nature.
All right. Cortland, let me ask you, what sucked you into this wonderful financial opportunity? What got you hooked?
What got me hooked originally was honestly, I watched, well, I was on Baby Pips, because I was in Telegram, and all of these people were using Bitcoin to transact, and in looking up what Bitcoin was, everybody at the time was talking about it's a way to transact money, and you could also trade it. So I started looking at the charts, and it was really the ability to, I could wake up, get a picture of a chart, and I knew that some people in this world knew what was going to happen based on that picture from this chart. So they could wake up and be 6 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock at night, and make their lion's mane of the day and just be done. And that's their whole entire, that's all they had to do. And I was that really interested me that some people around this world had figured out this puzzle. And it kind of also was a puzzle to me. And I'm a person once I start something that's hard for me to do in the beginning, it's very difficult if I have that passion and if I have that like drive that stays there for me to stop. So like after that, it was like, okay, even though it's not starting off pretty, I'm gonna figure this out. Like,
there you go. I mean, that's what it's all about, trying to figure it out, what's comfortable, what works for you. And speaking of what works for you, Deanna, any opportunities here?
I'm seeing a potential pullback in gold. So I have gone into a position 2046.7.
I see it coming off the bottom here. Yeah, I'm looking at it too.
Yeah, so it's going to just gone over point of control. I don't use point of control as an entry, but I do use it as a sentiment indicator and as a target for the previous day point of controls. So what I'm looking at here is a bit of a lunchtime hour pullback through this downside move that we've seen. Hopefully we get to around 2053, but for now, obviously the trade is just beginning. It's lunchtime, everything is a little bit slower, we have less volume, so I'm just looking for it to kind of drift slowly backwards as we're talking.
Hey, Deanna, I know you're primarily a crude trader, but I've seen you do gold trades, I've seen you do ES trades, NASDAQ trades. How do you know which market you're going to give your attention to before you pull the trigger and get in?
Yeah, so I'm typically...
How many quotes do you have simultaneely?
How many what do I have?
How many, like on your quote board, how many charts do you have up?
Just those four. I mean, I might have a look at YM at some point, but generally I trade crude and gold mainly. Yep. Sometimes I will trade ES or NQ towards the end of the session, and very rarely I might even get involved in a failed auction or something in ES earlier in the day if I see an opportunity. But most of the time, I will partial my day so that I put my attention to crude oil or gold for the first part of the session. And then as the session sort of slows down for those two instruments, I will turn my attention to ES or NQ. But at this point, I am pretty able to just look at the chart, scan the levels, and then I just decide whether there's an opportunity or not.
How long did that take you to get there?
God.
Yeah, exactly. I'll say that because Cortland's saying he's pretty relatively new, and I just wanted to give him references to, how much time it's going to take for to start seeing. I mean, Cortland looks at Cortland, I don't want to speak for you, but you come in and you look at the charts, and you can get a picture of what happened prior to you getting in. And Deanna was essentially saying, she's able to take a snapshot of the charts very quickly and able to act upon it. So there's definitely a learning curve in this whole game.
Yeah, so I mean, in the beginning, I was only focusing on one product. And then it would take me probably about 4 hours to come up with a plan. And that would happen the previous day. And then I would look at the current day and I would try to find opportunities, which was probably, it would probably take another couple of hours on the day.
Right.
And then I was like, okay, I now know what I'm looking at. And then over time, as the years went by, I got faster and faster with that process. But overall, I think it probably took me all in about 9 or 10 years from the very start. So I've been trading for about 16 years now. And it wasn't really until about 5-6 years ago that I felt confident to actually look at multiple things and try to position myself. But it's still a bad idea to kind of look at all of them at once and to try and find active positions in all of them. This is why you will typically see me only in one active position on most days.
Agreed.
Right.
Also, by the way, big shout out to you for calling out that failed downside auction. Did you see that?
I saw that. Yeah, I saw it as I came back. I was like, there it is.
Yeah, good job. I was going to get short. I thought we were going to keep going lower, but I did not. Thank you very much. You saved me $1,000. Failed auctions, very powerful, especially when they're happening around high probability levels. So on its 100%.
Own, you have to take it with a pinch of salt. But if you have a high probability reversal point and you get a failed auction, that's like just jump on it.
Right, get the lungs in there. Well, thank you for that. I owe you lunch or I owe you dinner next time I see you.
I think dinner with $1,000 dinner and maybe.
Ooh, yeah, that's.
Well, I know what my stops are. I know how much I was going to put on, so I know how much it was going to cost me. So yeah,
dinner at Gibson's. There you go.
Gibson's, absolutely.
Hey, Dre, you know what? I was going to ask you, tell us about yourself and what got you started in the business while we're sort of looking for opportunities here to trade.
I was still in high school, secondary school, and I just got done going into college, university, and needed a summer job. I had a neighbor that lived down the street from me, asked me if I was interested in going to the Board of Trade and being a clerk in the soybeans pit. Well, I had no idea what that meant. But I saw the cars that he drove and I saw the lifestyle that he lived. how's he living? I said, sure, I'll give it a shot. And my first days, I was clerking in the pits, learning the arbing signals and stuff like that. Basically, arbing, quoting the futures market to my options trader, who was my boss at the time. I had no idea what I was doing, but I did know that I loved it, just to see the amount of business that was flowing through the floor and the transactions that was happening, the pace, the sounds, the speed, the energy, and I got hooked. So that's what I knew what I wanted to do. And so I went to college, University of Kansas. I studied economics. And after that, I got a job to a prop firm. One interview, got hired right away. I had a pretty good background because I did the summer clerking jobs every off summer going into the job. So that's how I got started in the proprietary trading firm. Was with them for about 18 years. Decided to go off on my own. Then I jumped on board Topstep, was known as Topstep Trader back then, 2010, 2011. Trading as a local. And I started off as a $0 trader. Now I'm primarily trading ES and a little bit of NASDAQ. I'm trying to, but ES primarily. So I've been in this game for 20 years now-ish, give or take. And I've loved it ever since. Basically, I got baptized by fire trading the financial crisis in 07, 08. So that was a hell of a learning experience. Basically, being able to put the reps, we always talk about putting the reps in, the time, the hours in front of the charts to be able to see all these different patterns. Like Deanna's saying, like Cortland's trying to get learning to. So yeah, basically I'm just following the markets. Even when I'm not watching the markets, I'm still checking in on the markets for the last 20 years, and here I am today.
So you started with FX, and then you went to futures.
Yeah, I was a Euro trader.
All right. Put it on a scale. What did you enjoy better?
Oh, I like this better. ES or the FX it was Euro-dollar, short-term interest rates. We were basically, for lack of a better phrase, we're just scalping we were spreading for a half tick, and it was much more monotonous and slower and more, methodical type of trade. We're trading much bigger volume. But the amount of trades we were making a day was much more limited than it is what we're doing now. Like I said, the size is bigger. The competition was much stiffer because everyone around you was essentially trading the same product. So everyone knew kind of like we talked about in the pits. Everyone knew if you were hung on a trade or taking heat on a trade. People around you, people next to you would kind of try to, what's called swipe your lean. They'd try to take out what your fallback plan was. So that got a bit tiresome. Essentially, we cannibalized ourselves because we were all trading similar strategies with some variation to it. And then coming over to equity indexes, it's you get a little bit more satisfaction, and you get to see the trades play out a little bit faster. And for better or worse, you're in and out quicker, so you don't have to. Some of these $0 trades would take hours to develop, and while you're missing opportunity in other markets that you see playing out. So it was nice to kind of transition off of that and into equity indices.
There you go. So
and how long did it take you? How long did it take you to transition?
Oh, I'll say like fully transition. I'll say 3 years, because going from a spread trader to a scalping trader is much different. Basically, in spread trading, you're trying to call the turn. You're trying to call when an offer is going to go bid or when a bid is going to go offered. So it was much more predicated on speed and not missing the actual trade. We're trading horizontal markets, if that makes sense. Now we're trading vertical markets. So learning that, still trying to read the dome, ladder, whatever you want to call it. It took me years to actually unlearn previous trading habits, bad habits for some, and relearn or newly learn how to trade vertical markets, read order flow and such like that. So I'll say 2 to 3 years, and maybe that's slower than most, but that was my reality.
Cool.
I wouldn't say it's slow. I think that's pretty much.
I had to unlearn everything, and it was difficult. The volatility in ES is much higher than it is in Euro-dollars. So you just had to learn the feel what a lot of heat on a trade is, and knowing that your entry prices aren't always going to be perfect, because here you're a market taker, whereas in Euro-dollars we're market makers, so to speak. So it's just a different type of execution strategy. And what is a lot of heat? What is a good entry price? What isn't a good entry price? What's too early? What's being too picky on a trade? It took years to learn, really. So it's mostly the unlearning is what I had to do, as opposed to buy low, sell high. That takes care of itself. But reading order flow was much more different.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Cool. Hey, I'm getting some information from our risk managers. Hughes, one of our live account traders from France. I think everybody knows that. He's up 28,000 on the day right now.
He must belong to NASDAQ.
Mick has talked to him beginning a shoulder tap this morning. So good stuff.
Nice one.
Well done.
Also,
Nice. Did you take the trade at all, Deanna?
Yes, I'm just looking at it. It is going back into some drawdown, but again, because it's like low volume and stuff, I'm going to give it a little bit of time. If it doesn't turn around 2045, 50, I'm probably going to bail. It is such a big day. We've had a crazy movement downside where we're effectively looking at over 1,000 ticks.
Jeez.
Which is insane for gold.
Yes, it is. It's updated on tilt. For those that are looking, tilt is at 50-50, so nothing there. It's just a part, like I said, it's an indicator that we use part of the puzzle, not all of the picture.
Yep.
Okay.
A little bit of news here. Putin plans to travel to UAE, Saudi Arabia, in a rare trip abroad.
Interesting. That just came out.
Yeah, 7 minutes ago on Zero Hedge, but I'm not live.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Cortland, you got a position on?
I actually don't have a position on at the moment. I think somebody asked me a little bit earlier, what are his bond setups? Usually 80% of the day I'm trading between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. EST, which is right around when the CME opening happens, and you get like a lot of that volume from like the bond opening. So I like to be in my positions for about 30 minutes, not too much longer than 30 minutes. So I don't really trade too much outside of that time, unless there's a economic news event coming out around like 10 a.m. Then I'll usually trade around 9:45, maybe like that hour before the 10 a.m. news event. But if that's not showing gets up in the marketplace and I'm trading, I'm probably not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So you'll have to catch me like 8 to 9 a.m. 8 to 9 a.m. is usually my go-to time.
So your window's pretty tight.
About an hour.
Yeah.
Yep, about an hour.
Okay.
I think one of you guys were talking about like you started off with one thing and then it kind of like opened up your eyes over time. And I think that's like kind of what's been happening to me over like you guys are talking about years. And I'm very like you guys also encourage me a lot because I'm thinking 4 or 5 years is a long time, but
no,
it's not a long time.
No, I mean 4 or 5 years ago. Okay, so you're trading during, basically 2 years in, then COVID happened.
Yeah, actually, that's right around 2 years in is when like I started to see like market moves that were like gigantic. That I had never seen that move. So kind of like how you said you were baptized by fire in like the 07 crisis.
Right.
I got baptized in fire with like the COVID debacle, and right around that time I also was trading.
Right, and that's huge because you like when I first started off, I'm like, man, I wish I had experience going into this because then I'd be able to really capture profits. It was this volatility leads to profits when it comes to us traders, but you're so new at it. Sometimes you get a little trigger or gun shy, and you're like, man, if I only had some more experience going into this, but you can't really pick when you decide to start. I bet within another 10 years we'll have another sort of crisis, or we'll have another sort of market that goes crazy, whether it's commercial real estate, what have you. So there's always something around the corner. So right now you had your COVID, you learned, you saw what real volatility looks like. So when the next hyper volatile markets present themselves, you'll really be able to take advantage of that opportunity. At least that's how it was for me. I was able to trade very well during COVID because of my experience from the financial crisis. Now, granted, there were the two same reasons behind the volatility. I just knew what volatility looked like and was able to capture, what that did look like. Basically, you're trying to catch runners.
You experienced one Black Swan event, and then you took that experience into the next Black Swan event.
Yeah, I was
much more eloquent.
just going to ask that same question. Like that gave you that's so cool. That's so cool that like you're my little. I told you you're going to hear Odin. He sounds much bigger than he is. I promise you.
All right, I've got 8 dogs, and they're all small, but they sound like they're massive dogs.
Exactly. He does his job so well. Yeah. I think that what you're like that just gave me a lot more encouragement as well when you're talking about how you survived that '09 where you went through that debacle, trial by fire, and then the COVID. I was just going to ask that, were you able to like navigate the COVID landscape better? And it seems like you were. So that's very interesting that was able to like, oh, that's really cool. That makes me like,
okay. And before that, and before the financial crisis, a lot of the guys that I came up with learning, they were baptized by fire from the 9/11 trade. So so when 9/11 happened, they didn't know what the hell was going on, but they did get the experience and they got the reps and they were able to experience it. Get in there, trade it, win, lose, or draw. But when the financial crisis came around, they were really able to capture those profits and really, they made bank on it. So then when COVID came around, it was my turn to kind of make bank on it that way. Yeah. So next, and I can assure you, Cortland, there will be another opportunity that comes along because that's just how us humans are, and we will find a way to screw up somehow, and the markets will get hyper volatile.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, so a lot of people, when COVID hit, being stuck inside and so forth. We had a lot of people join Topstep, learn how to trade. And I think that's when we really started to kick in with our coaching, because there was a lot of people that weren't familiar with all the terms. And we just got moving forward there.
Yeah, it was the same for my coaching side.
What was it for you? When did you get started?
Me, I got started. I got started as an independent trader of euro dollar, just trading my own money. Yeah, it was 2007, 2008. It was when the whole credit crunch really started happening that I got really serious about it.
Yep.
So similarly, I had that experience of a black swan event pushing volatility into all sorts of markets. And I did pretty well. I had a trader friend who taught me the institutional order flow on large time frames. So they were doing more like position style trading. He was an investment banker. So it was a different sort of thing because they used portfolio theory and a whole bunch of other things. But the core idea behind it was that he taught me how to look for good trading locations. And that's where it all started. So for the first 5 years, I was just a swing trader on Eurodollar. That was all I did. And then after those 5 years, I did pretty well. And I managed to bring like my small amount of money, which was 2K, all the way up to 250,000 pounds, which at the time was, I think, about $500,000 with the exchange rate.
That was a nice exchange rate back then.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. My money always went really far whenever I went to the States.
Yes, it did.
Like you think you spent a lot, and then you convert it back into pounds. You're like, oh, okay, that's peanuts.
I still got half my money left.
Yeah, it's great. Obviously, it's not like that right now. No. But yeah, so I after those 5 years, I thought to myself, okay, well, the market seems to be changing. We had the European austerity measures.
Oh, that's right. Tell us about that. Yeah. Tell us about that.
2012. This was the reason why I went into prop, because all liquidity dried up. So I had the experience of a lot of liquidity during the credit crunch. And suddenly we get to 2012, and I noticed that I'm sitting in trades for about a month, 2 months, not really making much. Yeah, it was very painful. So I knew something had to change, but I didn't really know where to go myself. And I kind of started looking into like how to intraday trade and blah, blah, blah. And then I thought to myself, well, maybe I should go to a different market. Maybe I should go to futures instead. And that's how I stumbled across prop trading. So I'm like, oh, okay, prop trading, Chicago, interesting. So I basically signed up to go for like a program in Chicago where basically at the end of it, you would get some money to trade their funded account.
Right.
But before then, you had to do like a little program where they would teach you the basics about how to trade futures properly. So I thought to myself, well, it's time. I've only been swing trading. I'm not particularly good at intraday. I would like to learn. So I decided to do that. And that's how my prop trading career started in 2013. And since then, obviously, I changed the asset class. I changed the products. And I haven't really traded Eurodollar much since. I've traded Euro futures. But really, since I discovered crude oil, I really haven't looked back. Like, I love my crude oil.
How long did that transition take you from Eurodollar to crude?
Not that long. Not
2 or 3 years like me.
I think with me at that point, because I had been a successful trader, it only took about 3 months to really nail it.
Well done.
And as soon as I started to match up profile ideas with what I already knew, I found crude oil to be extremely technical. So I really banked on 4-hour supply and demand zones. I was already very good at reading candlesticks, reversal, rejections, continuation, all of that. So I literally just mapped that onto some more smaller stop losses so that I can get a positive risk reward. It wasn't smooth. Like, it was really, really difficult.
Did you expect it to be smooth?
No, I knew that trading is never smooth. It's something like, that's one of the reasons why I do it. It's like a weird flex, so I can do something that not a lot of people can do. So that's always had like a pull. Obviously, I've been a musician before then for many years, so that's quite difficult to make into a career. So I was successful there, and trading was just like a skill that was naturally transferable for me. It's chaotic, but if you follow your own rules, you're successstep. So that's the real appeal to me when it comes to trading. Yeah, and then after that, I mean, the first step that they did, they actually put me on an equities desk, and I absolutely hated that.
Yes.
They were like, "Oh, let's trade ES," but ES in 2013 really wasn't moving that much.
Well, I remember when 1% was considered such a massive move in ES back then, and
we had days when it only moved like 4 handles.
It's brutal. That was I remember those days. Yes, 1% was massive day. Yes.
Horrible. I absolutely, and I was like, I'm gonna just go and jump off a bridge. Can I please trade something else, guys? And they're like, well, I mean, we could put you to trade crude. And I'm like, you can trade crude oil intraday? So they put me on the crude oil desk, on the commodities desk, and I loved it. Like, immediately. I think in 2014 we had the crude oil crisis. So that
crude oil crisis. Remind me.
Yeah, it was. I can't remember exactly what it was, but we had a shortage of crude oil. So
that's when prices were trading over $100.
Yes, that's right. It actually went up to 112.
112,
I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah, 112. It's very high.
Yes.
And mainly you just had to identify a short opportunity and go in. That was pretty much all you did. And obviously I loved it. I did really well at it. And eventually that sort of slowed down a bit, but it never went below about 150, 200 ticks range per session. So for me, that remains my core market. I absolutely love it.
Awesome.
I feel like you guys give me so many gems. I'm like making sure I get everything in my notes. Right?
Dude, feel free to ask whatever. I mean, you're 5 years, you're into this. I mean, you're on the show for a reason. You obviously got this going. So, what do you find? What are your biggest challenges, or what are you finding? I mean, I wouldn't say you're necessarily new to this, but what are you seeing as challenges? What are you seeing as success, or what do you like and dislike?
So I'll start with the success. So after 5 years, I definitely see myself as more like I can stick to one thing, and I'm okay with like weathering some losses and not, jumping ship and trying to go somewhere else. Like I definitely can keep that composure. So that's a big success. One of the challenges I would say I would have is like, my mentor told me that like when I'll be able to get profitable is when trading becomes like boring to me. And so I was chasing that like boredom, but I feel like nowadays there are some trades where I'm like, this isn't a good trade. And I'll go in and enter with a reduced risk, even though I just know it's a position that I just should just turn my trade off and go walk my dog for a longer period of time. Like, so I think that's one of those challenges that's like, I don't really overtrade. I only trade 2 times a day. And like the moment I even have it like programmed onto Quantower, once I hit 2 trades, you can't trade anymore type of thing. So that's like a hard stop for me. But I definitely feel like one of those challenges that I'm learning, and like you guys are helping me right now, like as far as like the expanding my time horizon to knowing this might not be happening like right now, but those market conditions will come where it's easier to just pick those good entries and not whittle away the month-end profits with like just jumping in because I'm bored type of thing.
So what happens if those good trades don't? I know you said between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock Eastern time, correct? New York time?
Yeah, 8 a.m. It can be a little bit before 8 a.m., like maybe 7:45 to like around 9:30.
So what happens if something doesn't present itself?
I just I'm working at that time, so thank God. I'm like already like I'm locked into working, so I really can't be looking at the marketplace too heavily anyway. But even before, like I had a job that was like around this time zone. When I didn't have that trade pop up beforehand, I would enter, and I saw that I'm not something's not right here. Like I'm either getting in maybe at the high of the day or the low of the day, and whereas usually I could get paid within that hour time frame, once I figured out how much it was moving between like those periods of time, when I would try to hold it for longer, especially in the bond market, you don't usually have that like longer like daily range a good amount of times. Like it can consolidate for a while. But when I don't have trades pop up in those times, I do my best to just not trade the rest of the day. However, there usually will be, like if I'm trading around a medium or economic news event, most likely there's going to be a trade that presents itself. Whether I'm on the right side or wrong side of that is, to be seen. Like that depends on if I follow my rules that day and if it just happens. But usually I'm pretty good about stopping, like not trading when it's outside of my rules. However, there are times where if it does hit my rules, but I know that there's something like it's a day after like a Thanksgiving holiday and, we might have low volume that day or something, like we just had a big expansive 3 days. So I know we probably are going to have like at least some type of measure of retracement or measure of consolidation. And I know that going into the day, but I still enter. Those are the times where I see like, Cortland, you knew that I was wrong. Why did you do that? But thankfully, another one of the successes I like to point out is I know how to reduce risks now. So I could take 10 trades and not blow my account. I could take 15 trades and not blow my account. So it's definitely better in that point. But that degen trader is always like knocking on your shoulder, just like, let me drive the car. So you gotta I've noticed now that if I follow my rules, I won't allow that person to drive. So it's definitely it's a learning experience that, like you guys have been saying, like I said, you guys have given me so many gems, just like in the fact that, Diana, it took you like 13 years, I want to say, until you were like consistently, like you knew what was happening. That's like such in the perseverance to have that. I feel like that's one of those things that like once that trader bug bites us, the people who have that perseverance, they have like a higher probability of like getting there type of thing. So you guys have definitely given me a lot of encouragement on that.
It's one thing here that, a lot, I learn something new every day. This is something, there's no end to the education and knowledge. And you pick up a little bit here and a little bit there. And I've always said, to traders that I've coached, to go be a sponge. All right. Don't leave anything on the table. Take what education knowledge that you're seeking and not necessarily use it right away. Put it away, file it away. Maybe down the road you might add it to your strategy or add it to the way you're trading. But find something that works. And then a lot of traders ask me, how did you learn? And the thing is, obviously, and I think Andre can also add to this, is that the trading floor aspect of trading. We didn't have charts in front of us. We had maybe a trading card with levels. There was really, if the market moved quick, we would be asking phone clerks, hey, check your trade desk and find out, why did we just blow a handle off here? And that's how we got our information. And the thing is, what I did is I call it the Dr. Frankenstein method of putting a strategy together.
Or the doctor?
The doctor, Dr. Frankenstein. Yeah, I would have said I created a monster, but I used the Dr. Frankenstein method. I took a little from what she said, and I took a little from what he was doing, and the suggestion of looking at the markets this way that he said. And you put it together, and you find out, well, maybe that wasn't working. Maybe I need to bring this in, and then you dial it in. And then you're like, hey, this works. And it's not necessarily always going to work. That's why I know myself, I've got different strategies. I've got the time-based strategy. I like to scalp if I see a quick market. It really depends on what works for you at the present time.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Right, I'm long again because of the range that we have today. Getting involved higher up was not the right decision because I thought we were just going to kind of drift. But now it's still inside that range that we settled earlier in the session. So I reckon it's still worth an attempt. So again, for entertainment purposes. So
yeah, I guess I might need to be pulling the trigger a little bit more for entertainment purposes. At the very least, this big setup for this morning, I wasn't online quite yet, but I will be trading a little bit more heavily into the close. But for entertainment purposes, I should be pulling the trigger a bit more. So I will be working to adjust that appropriately.
For entertainment.
And another reason why I'm going in is because GC likes to do these lunchtime hour drifts. Whatever's happened in the day, when things get a little bit quieter, it typically starts to reverse. Now, sometimes the actual reversal doesn't happen until about 5 p.m. But so it might be still a little early. But again, we're trading. We're trying.
Yeah, I caught a nice little run here, but I took some heat in the gold.
Yeah.
I
didn't want to take that much heat, so I cut it. So I'm in again. I didn't want to take full 1 hour on that.
I mean, it just goes to show you. I mean, I got my 15-minute up here, and we've got 2 15-minutes that are buyer. And is it that question you ask yourself? Is it time to recover? Our buyers going to take over? But no, they didn't. And
it certainly looked like they tried, but then it hit the first area and just went wow.
I gotta get that sound.
Yeah, how does that go?
I like that one. I think that's The Price is Right, isn't it?
Yeah,
It sounds like it.
it's like, no, it's not happening.
That loser game show.
But anyway, all right. So you know what? We've got about 15 minutes here going into the top of the hour, and we've got a lot going on here, folks. We're going to be having top quiz coming up here in a few minutes. We also got group coaching with Hoagland Vince, and then we're going to go back to the futures. We're going to have Dolby time with us. Coach Vince is going to join us. Another new trader, Ben, will be with us. And we'll have Nick A at 1:30. Now, remember, if you got any questions for our support team, Nick is the captain. He's a general in support. So he's going to be with us at 1:30 Central Time. And at the end of the day, we're going to bring Andre back with us. We'll have Dolby time, myself, and Eric. And we're going to see if we can find any opportunity that last hour of trading.
Let's trade that close.
Let's trade that close. I'm looking forward. You know, the thing is, too, Andre, I tell you, on the trading floor, you'd always get those MOCs.
That's basically what we're waiting for.
Market on close. And usually they were nice big orders where you could sort of turn the blender on. I mean, on the trading floor, you'd expect something, but you'd look around. When I was working for First Chicago, I would look around to other big houses, and that last 15 minutes, and you try to see what they were putting in the pit. Right. Most of the time, you just walk paper down. You sell 300 MOC. And you'd have the paper folded, the order, and you'd hand it to them. But some of these phone clerks would just arb it in. We saw an arbit. You could, then you knew what was coming in the pit. Then it would be MOC, and it'd be like, sell 200 MOC. That would be the hand sign. And you see that, and a lot of the locals too would be picking that stuff up also. Knowing they're going to be selling here on the close. Maybe I need to sell something here, and then catch a bid right before the market closes.
Yeah, we see that. I always say to people, if you're trading ES or NQ, watch out for the last 10 minutes. Yep. Because that's when craziness begins. It's quite fun to watch. Yep. And sometimes if I didn't trade ES for the entire day, that will be the time when I find a trade.
Right. It's like the Open, it's like the Open, but there is no time to let the dust settle because we are closing. It is what it is. It's just take your money and run. Exactly.
Don't ask questions.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
And Corlin, let me ask you another question about risk.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about risk with shoulder tap. What's your take on risk? How do you manage risk in your trades?
So this is like my favorite topic ever because it's so recordable. Like I recorded myself when I started first trading, and I take 2 trades and then the gloves are off, and next thing you know, I'm 16 trades deep and I put the entire account. And going through that after time made me there's one controllable aspect of trading, and that's your risk. So for me is I deep dive after like the mental side of, and not after, because you'll always be deep diving into the mental aspect of trading. However, while I was doing that, I got recommended a couple books somewhere above my grade level at that point, like some stuff by Ralph Vince. That was way too complicated for me. So I started to learn more about like just simple 1 to 2 R's, like just looking at R ratios and then making sure that I accounted for drawdown. So like drawdown in the future. So if I was going to ever go on a losing streak of 10 trades, that's how it was explained to me. Try to make your trade plan as if you could go on a losing streak of 10 trades, would you be knocking on the door, blowing your entire account? So after I looked at that, I was like, okay, for an example, like a 50K account, okay, I could take a max loss of maybe in a combine, like $2,000. Okay, what trade can I take that I could take 10 trades and not hit $2,000 max loss?
I like that.
And that's kind of like what moved me from failing the challenges or like knowing that I wasn't going to be able to get it back up and like being discouraged to I'm being scratched basically. So like I'm not losing the accounts. I'm moving them up a little bit at a time. And then I'm like, then it became, I'm securing profit. So like it was more so basing how many trades was I going to take in a single day, making sure it was part of like the risk plan that wasn't going to allow me to blow my account within, let's say, 10 trades. And then lastly, making sure that I was getting consistent R. So like those 5-to-1 and 6-to-1 R trades are nice. However, if I can get in the marketplace, a couple times a week and take home 2 Rs, I felt like that was where it was going to give me profitability. So like that's
exactly what I do. Yeah, 2R is my default stop loss, default target. But then depending on the opportunity, I will go slightly higher, 2.3 R, or less than that, 1.5 R. I like to, whenever I'm going to do a range-based trade, I like to trade within whatever is already there rather than guessing that it's going to go further, or for example in gold, that we're going to go further down at this time of day. So I've actually reduced my profit target from 2R down to 1.5 R, and that's right at the high of the swing. So that's where it last turned around when I was doing the other trade. And that's all I look for. That's all I want. If we don't get there, then I will manage the trade differently. But for now, that's what we've got. And it's I call it a statistically viable target. Rather than doing 1-to-1, 1-to-1, 0.8, 0.8. It like over very long periods of time, if you're constantly in a slightly negative risk reward, that becomes very difficult. I don't like to live like that. So in a way, I like to take a pretty good chunk out of a trade. And at the same time, if I can help it, I don't like taking the full stop loss. So if I'm going to use a 35 tick stop loss, and if it's not working, I will try to bail by about 22 ticks, but usually 18, 19. So reducing the stop loss size, and then if you take the risk reward of 2R, net, it's actually more risk reward ratio on the actual one trades. If that makes sense.
So you got that gut check where it's like, this isn't going to work. I'm out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like, the open outcry in Andre. At times I sort of get that gut check too, where, you know what, I'm going to take what the market's giving me right now. I don't like what's going on. And the thing is, I've got the dome, depth of market. Yeah. So I got an idea of, the size on the offers, size on the bids. Right. And it's a little tug of war back and forth. It doesn't always work out, but that's something else, another tool that I'm using. Now, Andre, what's your comfort zone at managing risk in trades?
In terms of what? How much risk reward?
What's your risk reward?
Well, like Deanna said, too, I'm a little bit tighter. Mick was talking about this at shoulder tab. I'm a little bit tighter, 1.5, 1-to-1, so to speak.
He didn't like that.
He didn't like it because you have to be right more often than not, but I'm much more patient trader. So I try to get my entries in with, much higher degree of accuracy, so to speak. But it's much tighter. Mick didn't like it because you got to be right more often than not. 2-to-1, very nice, obviously, but I guess for my style, I'm not sure how attainable that is or sustainable, so to speak. So I guess I'm a little bit tighter than the rest, but that's just what suits my my mental, so to speak. So I guess I'm a bit tighter. I know Michael's a little bit tighter as well. Guys like, Deanna and some of the guys people we saw in shoulder tap, much wider than I am. But I'm a little bit tighter, a little bit more conservative when it comes to that.
Right. Well, I mean, they've got that. They've built up a nice foundation. They've built up a nice safety net. So then you can start adding more contracts on. And it's one thing that, until you get to that point, don't be swinging the big bat yet.
That's right.
Look for those base hits to get things moving. But we've got Top Quiz on the back burner that we're going to pull up to the front burner. And just want to say thank you very much for being with us here. Now, Deanna, you've got a position on. Cortland, no position. Andre's got a position. Keep those in mind. Keep us posted on those, and we'll see if we can come back here after Top Quiz and see where you guys are. But Cortland,
I can pop in the chat. I watch you guys even when I'm not on, so I'll probably be watching the close.
Yes, awesome. Well, feel free to chime in the chat, please.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Cortland, welcome to your first joint broadcast with us here, and we're going to see a lot more of you, my friend.
Thank you so much. I literally learned so much on the first time, and if I could do a backflip, I would right now because I'm doing that. Nana is doing.
Next time.
I got you.
Yeah, just flip a few pancakes, and that'll take care of it.
That sounds like a plan to me.
All right, Deanna, thank you very much. Always, and we'll catch you back here on Wednesday, right? Yeah, and Dre, we've got you coming up this afternoon with us. So
I'll be back in a couple hours. Let's trade that close.
Okay, we're going to take a time out. We're going to go to Top Quiz. So get your brains warmed up for Jack, and we'll be right back.
Stumble on the wood, and I still be doing business with my brother them. And I know that if I got it, I'ma cover them. And I know that if I need it, they gon' give it back. Gotta practice what you preachin', I be living that. Taking trips round the globe, bringing game back. Touchdown hood, happy that I came back. Take a photo with my granny for the memories. And if it's for a good cause, I'm buying 10 of these. Seem like every captain gotta maintain the cap. You can make change, don't change for that. Tell the whole truth, get paid for that. Bet you never fall off, you was made for that. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Shine from the inside. Shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. You gotta be who you really.
Hello, friends and traders. Welcome to Top Quiz. I am Jack, joined as always on Monday by Ms. Perfect Score. Bonnie, how you doing?
Good. Hi, Jack. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. I am still glowing from that perfect game you put up last Wednesday. So we'll see if we can repeat it. If this is your first time playing Top Quiz, there'll be 4 multiple choice questions with 4 options each. If you get 3 or 4 of them right, you are entered into a drawing for one of 20 free resets that I will send out. There's a 6-second delay, so be sure to look at your device or browser. You can enter by either clicking on that link I shared or going to kahoot.it and entering that code, as close to 700 of you have already done. Remember to only enter once. Bonnie, is there anything else that I missed there?
I think you got it all.
Okay. All right. So give a few more seconds here so that Dude Man can get in. Leo, Reset, Woot, Mickey. All right. This is exciting. I think that you're going to like some of the questions today. Others you may not.
Ooh, I can't wait.
All right. Okay, we're going to get this started now that Woo's in there. Psalms 31:24. I don't know why that cracks me up. All right, Juan the Bold is in, so we can get started. I'm going to do it right about now. And remember, if you didn't get in this time, not Ted Nugent's in there. If you didn't get in this time, we do this every day. So there'll be more. You ready, Bonnie? Let's do this.
I'm ready.
Question number 1. Which of these celebrities has not been featured in a cryptocurrency commercial? Matt Damon, Larry David, Tom Brady, or Taylor Swift?
I would think it would be Taylor Swift. Maybe?
Well, I wrote the question, so I can't reveal yet. But now we should be good. Yes, you're right. It is Taylor Swift.
Yay.
Who reportedly was obviously asked to do a lot of crypto commercials, but demanded that they explain what they're doing. And, Larry David, Matt Damon, Tom Brady, not so much. The bragging board, too high to enter. That's very good. Maybe that's Eddie playing. The great one, fire drill, please. Not today. And whoa. All
Do
right.
you listen to Taylor Swift, Jack?
I'm not like a Taylor super fan, but I've certainly heard her songs. My wife likes Taylor Swift quite a bit. What about you?
I like the old Taylor Swift songs, like from high school, and I listened to it.
You didn't go to like her show or something, right?
No, I haven't been to her concert yet. It's too crazy for me.
Nah, that'd be expensive. All right. Question number 2. When the 50-day moving average goes below the 200-day moving average, this is sometimes called a golden cross, death cross, bear trap, or bull trap.
Would it be bull trap?
Well, in this case, the answer is the dreaded death cross. Scary name for just a couple of moving averages crossing each other. But yes, it is death cross. The opposite of that would be a golden cross. Looks like a number of our traders out there knew it, but don't worry, Bonnie. Still have a chance to go for 3. Where's my stop? Monkey, welcome to the party. All right. Question number 3. What is the largest animal to have existed on Earth? Is it the blue whale, Brontosaurus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, or woolly mammoth?
I was like, the whale?
It is indeed the whale.
Yay!
Still with us, bigger than any dinosaur. That's a big mammal. Eats a bunch of krill, cruising around the ocean. Let's see who knew that. Bofa D's, IRS.com. Okay, those are some good names. Woo. All right.
We don't like the IRS.
Well, Bonnie, you're an accountant. I would hope you're good with them. So it says the blue whale was never on Earth. I mean, that's a pretty good stipulation there. I guess it's been mostly in the water. Okay. Ready for the final question?
Yes.
Okay. In mathematics, a sequence in which each number is the sum of the two preceding numbers is called a what sequence? Fibonacci sequence or Newtonian sequence?
I actually have no idea.
Which is the most fun to say?
Oh, I didn't even select my answer.
Okay.
It timed out.
It timed out. It is Fibonacci. My good friend Fibonacci, which is also used by some people in trading. All
I'm
right.
about to Google this. I didn't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of it in nature. Please do one more question. Sorry. 4's 4. So remember, this is just for bragging rights. I'm going to randomly select 20 of you who got 3 or 4 right, but good job, Triple Q. Good job, Woo. And really good job to IRS.com. Shambizi is in 5th. That's a good name, too. Bonnie, thanks for joining. Have you back on Wednesday, I think.
Thank you, Jack. Good job, everyone.
Of course. So we're going to take a quick break right now, and then we're back with group coaching with Hoag and Vince. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you right after this.
Hey, there we are.
Hey, Hope.
Good to see you, Vince. How you doing, pal?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Welcome everybody to Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call it Let's Crush 2023. You can see I've got help this time, and my good friend Vince is somebody I've known for a few years. We've worked a lot together. Looking forward to having Vince with us. And the music is apparently still playing. We get the music taken off. Hopefully that's taken care of quick here. All right. Yeah, it's on. I think we're still hearing the music.
There, Hope. You gotta bring Stripe out.
Are we still hearing the music, ladies and gentlemen? Trapped in an elevator. I can't really hear it, but I guess we still have the music going. All right, it's gone now. All right. Welcome. Let's try this again. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call it Let's Crush 2023. My name is John. I've got my good friend Vince with me. Good to see you, Coach Vince. How are you?
I'm doing well, John. Happy to be here.
I'm happy to have you
share
here.
the screen with you.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. This is going to be very interesting. If we can go to the screens now, we're going to introduce everybody here. We got me. You can get to the screens. There's always something, right? You're having a little bit of technical issue here. All right. We are still going to try and get that up. Well, I'll introduce myself. My name is John Hoagland, senior performance coach here at Topstep. I've got 40 years industry experience, more like 31 as an active trader. Traded on the floor of the mercantile exchange for 20 years and migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since 2011, I've been part of Topstep, and this is one of my favorite parts of the day is group coaching. Nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. We're going to do our best to get through everything here, and Vince is going to be a big help. I'm going to help Vince. Vince is going to help me. We're going to try and get through a lot more of the questions that are going to hopefully come up in the chat. Vince, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. So I've been with Topstep now, trading for a few years. Like Hoag said earlier, he's been one of my greatest mentors, a good friend over the years. I came over to Topstep because of the market profile intrigued me. There was a backstory with my uncle. He was in the pit, in the gold pit. He was also in the crude pit. And he talked about market profile, never knew what he was talking about, came across Topstep, met up with Hoag, became a performance coach there with Hoag. I'm trading 20 years. Okay, I've been I was a futures broker, full service retail broker for about 8 years. I ran a branch office for a firm. Business was a lot different back then. They would call orders into us, and then we would call them down to the trade desk at the floor. They would, bring their orders to the pits, fill them in the pit, like Hoag would fill it, report it back to the clerk. Clerk would call us up, fill the order. So it was a big process, much different than today. So it's been interesting to see how the industry's changed over the years. and then pretty much that's where I've been since.
You probably filled some of those orders. You know that, right,
Probably
Vince?
did.
Only the good fills.
I hope so.
Only the good fills.
Or the ones I was calling you up to bust them out, bust that trade.
At this point, we usually put up the CFTC disclaimer. This is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any product or security during this session. The disclaimer I put up there just to remind us that there's considerable risk in futures trading. These are leveraged products. You run the risk of losing potentially more than your initial investment. In that case, we should only be using risk capital to trade with. And to me and Vince, risk capital is money that you can afford to lose. Hypothetical and simulated performance results do have certain limitations. To me, the biggest are no rules, no accountabilities, and no consequences in that random sim account. It's not until you have some skin in the game to where you really feel what is going on as far as your trading is concerned. So we're going to go into the questions. Now I'm just going to put up the charts so we have something to look at here while we are doing this session. And there were 2 emailed in questions. I'm going to ask Vince to kind of questions. I know the first one was from Fred Decker, and it's a really good question. So go ahead.
All right. So first one from Fred Hoag. He says, I have a question about a comment you made on the morning call on Friday, December the 1st. The increase in open interest on Thursday against the short time frame sellers indicates a potential longer time frame accumulation of longs. Did you mean the short time frame sellers got flushed out of the market on the late short covering rally before Thursday's close? Jim Dalton says short covering weakens a market by removing the buying power. But you're saying the increase in open interest must indicate the entry of new money buying. That's sophisticated thinking. I don't want to assume too much, but can you please explain your comment?
Right.
I know what you meant.
So, Fred, on Thursday, even though price kind of moved lower throughout the morning part of the day, Delta continued to increase in negativity. It kept getting more and more negative. So then when the market put in the lows, it just continued to get more and more negative. So that said to me that there was a presence in the market on last Thursday. If we could put the charts back up here again, we're going to be able to kind of see what we're talking about. I'm going to put the profile up here. So this was last Thursday. When the market kept pushing lower and trying to push lower, there were several range extensions along the lows here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 range extensions to try and continue this market to the downside that just did not succeed very well. If we didn't see new selling coming in, the delta, which was negative 33,000 at this low, was short time frame sellers trying to push market low, trying to push price lower, and they were relatively unsuccessful at it. So that's when we end up with the big late rally that put in the late spike at the end of the day, leaving us with still negative 9,400 in delta on the low here. All right. So when we open the next day, well, we have, what did we have? I think we had like 20,000 new contracts created on Thursday. We opened bordering the base of the late spike. The market looked lower. It was unsuccessful in its downside auction. So the market then continued to push to the upside. This was a tough late spike kind of day and kind of trade to take. But, the market kind of followed suit. We still had some short time frame shorts up against longer time frame buyers down at this level. So, the fact that we took out a whole bunch of shorts on this push to the upside with the late spike, those were weaker hands shorts. We saw that we had some potential longer time frame buying here. The buying has continued through Friday. Where did the market get to? Right back to where we saw the buyers on Thursday, right back to where we saw those buyers on Thursday. Weekly kickoff low, 45.55, basically this point of control. Where's our low today? Right in that neighborhood. Market's continuing to try and push to the upside. So that's hopefully a good answer for you, Fred. And
Delta was wicked, right?
It was wicked. Did you notice it? Did you did you catch some?
I didn't. I got a little bit, but I didn't catch that whole move. That move was that was something else.
I caught a little bit of it too.
About it too all day, just waiting.
Right.
And we figured maybe by the end of the day something might happen. So.
And usually those things occur. They happen after 2:30. By the end of the day, you got all those traders that are going to try and go home flat. They're still holding it, and at 2:30 they say, well, I guess we're going to have to get out, and that's when you get those big moves. Now that one actually started earlier at like 1:30, but it didn't take out the high. It came all the way back down to the lows, and then finally on the 2:30 bar we busted out the top.
That was amazing.
Yeah,
the day that was.
Yep. And I caught a piece of it. Didn't catch the whole thing. Got a bite out of the middle of it, which was all I was really looking for.
Yeah, and with the delta getting so negative and not moving lower, right, kind of gives you an idea of something might be going on. So, they got to meet their margin by the end of the day.
Yeah,
the shorter.
Yeah, you got to go flat.
Mm-hmm.
Got to go flat.
Exactly.
So we have negative delta now.
Do we?
9,400.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. All right, what's the next emailed in question, Mr. Vince?
So the next emailed question we have, I think this is from John. My trading style is to have multiple lots where I can TP at different levels, take profit, different levels, and keep a runner, a la Adam Mancini. My question and or request is, can you teach me how to compute my risk? How do you calculate risk on a challenge account? Is it based on account balance? Is it based on drawdown? I trade MCL, MGC, and MES.
So you trade micros.
Yep.
That's good.
So when do I switch from mini to regular?
Okay. Right. So John, I know you've got a lot of experience. You mentioned I think that you're a football coach for a lot of years. So trading multiple contracts and scaling in and scaling out to me is kind of a slippery slope. How do you manage the risk on a trading combine? Is of course very personal. The fact that you're trading micros, I think, is good. I do think that is a good thing because you're lowering your risk, you're lowering your potential profit target as well. But until you find a system or a way to be consistent and profitable, you're doing the right thing. So when we're trading multiples, if you are, for example, trading 3 contracts, now if your overall risk, your comfortable risk for a trade in the micros is, let's say, you're willing to risk $50 per contract. All right. So what I want you to look for is when you're looking, let's say, for a long, where's the risk? Where does price have to go to prove you wrong on that trade? It's not necessarily a static number. It's not something that is going to be equal all the time because the markets are a little bit different, right? You have markets that are bigger, you may have to risk more. You may have markets that are smaller, you'll be able to risk less. So if you're looking at an overall risk of a trade for a trade of $100, and your risk per contract is only $25, well, then you can trade 3 contracts because your overall risk is managed. You can trade 3 contracts because 4 contracts, if it gets to your stop, is going to take you over your comfortable risk level. So now, we're looking at the entry to that trade based off of where the stop has to be. Market-based information, not a static number. So you take that 3 contracts. The market goes your way. You take off one at, let's call it 1R. So your risk and your reward on the first exit are 1-to-1, is 1-to-1. Maybe you take off the second one at 1.5-to-1 and you're going to leave your runner on. The problem with doing that is it kind of skews your reward over risk ratio. If you're looking for opportunities that are bigger than what you have to risk, you're going to have to be able to stay in those trades and seek reasonable and probable targets that are greater than 1-to-1 or even 1.5-to-1 if you want to keep your metrics, the math on your side, as we like to call it. I hope that makes sense. So I'm more of an all-in, all-out kind of guy. Vince, what are you? Are you kind of more all-in, all-out?
I'm kind of all in, all out, unless I have, if I'm looking for a bigger opportunity, let's say it gets to maybe like a point of control and I watch it for a little bit before just exiting it, let's say like 2-to-1, and it gets through it. If I get up to like where it's 3 or 4-to-1, I might move to break even. But if I'm just going for like a 2-to-1 type trade, I won't touch it. It'll just stay.
So your stop will stay.
Yeah. But if I'm looking for like a bigger move and I have some really good money in it, I will go to break even on it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it comes to a point where you certainly don't want a really, really good profitable trade to come in and create a loss, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. I mean, if I'm looking at 4-to-1 reward over risks, anything like that, I'm probably starting to protect some of that profit.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a slippery game to do that because market comes and finds those.
I did have one the other day. I was telling a couple of traders I was talking to, I was going for 5-to-1, and I moved my stop to like 2-to-1 to try to protect it. It was in three ticks of my 5-to-1, and it came all the way back, stopped me out. But it happens, But it was a profitable trade, right? It was over 2-to-1, so 2-to-1 is like my baseline, right? I want to try to get at least 2-to-1 on every trade.
When you're that close to your profit target, why don't you 10% the deal?
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that because that was 3 ticks, pay the doorman, right? Like Coach Ray says, tip the doorman.
We were just gonna go get to those. Chat questions.
Yep.
I'm going to finish the emailed in one first here. When do you move from micros to minis? When you find consistent profitability, I mean, if you're going to start with the micros and that's your goal is to find a system that works for you. As soon as you find that system, then you can go to the minis, but always trade smaller than you can. All right. So that question, where was that?
You want me to read some off to you?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah.
The one that Dolby was just asking.
I'm not sure which one it was.
That is something that was coded for me in-house. I don't have the license to provide it for anybody else. Mm-hmm. This is, I'm pretty sure, what they're talking about. Robert did that for me. Yep. Correct. Yeah. If you are using Tradeovate, you can get it on there. 100%. All right, Vince, what else we got?
So, yeah, we have one here. He's asking about risk to account size. How much should he risk? It's a 50K combine. How do I base my risk on my account balance 50K or my drawdown? This comes from John Jones.
Okay. That's the same guy. Hang on one second. So how do you manage the risk to the account size, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you're in a 150K account. Okay, you've got you got a profit target of 9,000. You got a $4,500 max drawdown, right? So think about the percentage of the account, or the percentage of the allowable loss. So if I'm going to be trading an account with $4,500 in loss, do I risk 10% of that loss? I mean, it's a much smaller percentage of the overall account balance. It's going to give me basically 9 or 10 straight losses till where I get to that. If I'm going to be taking 10 straight losses, then I probably better slow things down a little bit, work on my strategy, try and find a way to limit that risk even more, to give me more chances. There's a million ways to skin a cat, of course, and like I said, nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. But if I had a $4,500 max drawdown on my account, I would probably be really thinking twice about losing more than 10% of that on any given trade for $450. Vince, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so for me, I take it based on like a percentage, Hoag. So if you're trading like $50,000 like personal account, okay, I try to limit my risk to usually no more than 0.5%, right? So if it's 50,000, max risk per trade would be $250. When you're in the combine, you're really trading with a couple thousand, so $250. If you're wrong 9 times, you're out,
right?
But if you treat it as if it was $50,000, my max risk would be $250.
Okay.
If I could squeeze in a trade with less risk than $250 on one trade, great, I could trade multiple contracts.
Right. Okay. So, a 50K account, I think the max drawdown is what, 1,500?
3,000.
3,000. Yeah, I'm looking for.
Oh, is it 2,000 or 3,000?
Yeah, I think it's. Well, I know the profit target is 3.
Yeah, 2,000 is the drawdown.
Right. So that gives you, 10 straight losses before you're going to get to that.
Mm-hmm.
But hopefully you're not going to have 10 straight losses. At some point you're going to be able to start building that account, and building that account allows you to expand your risk a little bit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
It makes sense.
Sometimes it's hard to fit your trade in a certain category of risk, right? Sometimes you need a little bit more if it's more volatile day.
Right. Trade
but
small.
I still try to get in where it's somewhere within my risk parameters, just if I miss it, oh well, sometimes.
Mm-hmm. All right. What else we got? If you guys have questions, please put them in the chat. We're trying to get a lot more into the chat for these sessions so we can answer all your questions.
Oh, and for you NASDAQ guys, my risk isn't 250 on the NASDAQ. If I trade it, it's probably 350. You just have to give it a little more. It swings too much. But I don't trade the NASDAQ too much. But I have noticed I have to give it a little more risk. All right, so we have a question here. Why move to minis with micros? You can basically trade half minis. Much more precise P&L setting capabilities.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be trading them, if you're trading the micros, it's a lot costlier, to move the same amount of risk. So, I mean, if you're going to be trading 10 micros, you may as well be trading one mini.
Exactly.
Right.
It costs you $15 round turn compared to $4 or $5.
Right. It's going to cost you a lot more.
Your broker will love you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I get it. I like trading micros. From time to time, I'll trade micros, especially if it's a highly volatile situation where I really want to limit my risk. Right.
Sure.
So, but I mean, if I'm going to be trading even 5 micros, I'm probably going to be just doing a mini.
Yep, absolutely. All right, let's see. We have Ghost Productions. You're welcome. Thanks for the shout out there in the chat. Let's see.
You digging through?
Yep. Tamara, yeah, let's see here. There's not that many here. Can you share a pre-trade ritual checklist to-dos?
Well, sure. We have a pre-trade checklist here at Topstep. Perhaps maybe we can get somebody to put that link in there.
I think it went out in an email
just
today.
a basic template that you can use. Pardon?
I think it went out in an email today. I saw an email come through from Topstep about like some sort of checklist for the morning.
Oh, nice.
I think it went out with the weekly kickoff email, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So they could probably grab it there.
I know we've kind of been putting that link in from time to time. I don't want to dig for it right now, but yeah, there it is. The trading checklist is now pinned to the top there. So that's a good start. You know, there's lots of different ways, again, to skin a cat. I have, something that I look at. I know Vince has something that he looks at, and it's always going to be fluid too. I mean, there's going to be things that you're going to add to that checklist, things you might actually take off of that checklist. I mean, the pre-market ritual. I mean, these are notes from this morning. Mm-hmm. I'm not writing a book, but I'm just kind of going through kind of a top-down look. Especially on Mondays, I start with the weekly, then we go to the daily, then we go to the 30-minute chart or whatever shorter time frame chart you're looking at. We look at the profiles. I look at volume. I look at open interest. And these are all things that I've learned and picked up over time. And we do take a look at those. You should probably maybe start with the opening call. Watch the opening call for the morning, depending on what product you're looking at. Maybe you'll get some good ideas there. But yeah, that checklist, check out that trading checklist, and hopefully that's going to be really helpful for you.
Yeah, I'll add to that. So one thing I will suggest to you for your checklist is to make sure that you feel centered before you start trading in the morning. If you feel any type of anything angry or anxious in the morning, maybe wait until you're feeling a little more centered in the day. That can definitely help.
I like that. I mean, that's one of the things is if there's something outside of trading that's bothering you and that's got you off center, it's going to affect your trading.
Yeah, and actually I was on the at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and we were talking Coach Jay was talking about how he was tired, right? I guess he was trading the overnight session and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I told him too, something I noticed, like I got this Apple Watch, right? And I started wearing it to bed because it tracks like your sleep pattern. Uh-huh. I don't know how accurate this really is, but I noticed that if I get less than 2 hours of REM sleep per night, my trading decisions are not clear. And I've been having negative days on days where I've been tracking this, like just
really.
Yeah. I don't know if there's something to it, but I did notice that the days where my REM is less than 2 hours, sometimes I'll go more on tilt or something like that, or I just won't see the market as clear as I normally would.
Well, I mean, it makes sense, I mean, if you're tired, hungover, sick, angry, I mean, it all affects your decision-making process. It should be part of your checklist is to make sure that you are, calm, centered. I always say, be humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. So
absolutely.
So that's a good thing to point out, Vince.
Yeah, I'll give another quick story on that. Like talking about centered in your trading in the morning. I lost my dog about a month or so ago.
Oh.
And I lost one of my bulldogs. And
sorry.
I traded, and I shouldn't have traded that week. I should have took off at least a day or so just to let it like sink in.
Mhm.
And it totally messed me up for the whole week. Like it was just a mess, you know? So definitely if you guys have something going on, you know, that's taking your mind off of, you know, I'm not being focused, definitely take the day off, take a week off, whatever it is, just to clear your mind. So.
Yeah, you got to get your head wrapped around that. I'm sorry, Vince, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's all right. Thanks, Hope. Let's see. Let's get some more questions going. All right. So here's a coach from Dominique Thomas. Looking at higher time frames in order to frame out larger trades. I think in points rather than dollars. I once thought the same. Building my trades with EV by 8, but ATR. Okay, so I think you're responding to somebody there. The rumor trade says I stop when I feel I'm out of the zone. That's good. Very good.
100%.
Hey, John, what stopped you from going long on a second time this morning once we got back into the opening range and holding for a short period of time?
What I really missed was weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps.
That was 57, right?
55.
Oh, 55. And that was point of control, too. Yeah, that was last Thursday's point of control. Yeah. And last Thursday's when we saw those buyers come in, right? The longer time frame. Yeah.
So, you know, that became weekly kickoff low because we had the potential upside breakout on Friday. So that moved that weekly kickoff up to that level. And that's my level. I should have been all over getting into that long, but distractions, you know, that happens. I mean, I had a decent morning. I made some money this morning, so I'm not in any big hurry here. So I'm gonna take that. But I mean, that's really where I missed it. You know, coming back into the opening range, you know, I thought that was decent opportunity. Whoop, hang on. Here we go. You know, I thought it was a decent opportunity, but I didn't really see it, didn't really feel it. So I haven't done anything else. That's all. But what I do see is we're getting negative delta here again.
Yeah, I'm starting to get concerned because I'm short, and we got to where point of control was.
Mm-hmm.
So got to keep an eye on that.
Yep.
We got another question here from Warren Mikes. Hoagland, Vince, do you use ATR to position size or use ATR as a stop loss or profit target?
I personally do not. Doesn't mean you shouldn't.
Right.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't.
Warren Mikes, I personally do not either. But I have looked at it, and I think it could potentially give you a little bit of guidance to where to maybe place stops if you're not used to looking at certain levels. I know Hoag, probably myself, you know, we're looking at certain areas where we're trying to hide behind a level where there might be like low volume and high volume.
Mm-hmm.
Try to hide our stops, so it might not fit the ATR profile, but the ATR, it could give you a kind of an idea of what the average true range is, you know, for the bars that have been going on for whatever period of time you're looking at. So that might help you.
100%. Yeah. I mean, just because it's not something that I've taken that much of a look at. I mean, of course, we're all aware of it, but I haven't found a way to make it work to my advantage. It doesn't mean it's not going to work for you. It's that's something that it's a kind of a personal decision, right?
Absolutely. Test it out and, you know, see how it works for you. All right. We got here from ICD's trades. On a positive day, how do you decide when you're done trading? I'll let you go first on that.
Once I get to a certain profitability, and I want to continue to trade, I'll do one of two things. I'll choose a percentage of the account that of the profit for the day that I'm willing to lose, and if I get to that, then I stop. Sometimes I will actually, if I've had a good day, good morning, whatever, I'll say, all right, I can trade until my first loss, until my first losing trade. That way I still have the opportunity to participate. If the next trade's a winner, that buys me another trade. If that trade's a winner, then it buys me another trade. But at this point, I'm probably over trading because I don't really trade. I think my average number of trades a day is 3 to 5 trades. So, if I've had a good day, I'm already at 5 or 6 trades, and maybe I'll continue until that first loss, but that first loss takes me out.
Nice.
I don't know how many times, Vince, and I know you've heard this story. I was standing in the S&P pit trying to make 40 ticks a day. It's $1,000 a day. And I'd get up to 38, 39 ticks. And in just trying to get that last tick or two, I'll have a loss. And then I got to go chase that money. And then I'll have another loss. And then I got to go chase that money. I've taken days, that were $950 winning days and turned them into horrible losing trades. I just can't do that anymore. Won't do it anymore. So that's kind of how I treat it, and your thoughts, Vince?
Yeah. So for me, I try to take, if I have a setup, and I've been trying to do this, over time, is take the trade. I suffered from a point of time where I didn't trust myself taking the trades, and it cost me a fortune, So I kind of got myself finally into the habit of just accepting the risk and taking the trade. Now, if I'm up and have a really good day, I'll do the same thing. Like if I lose 2 in a row, I'll probably just shut it down. I don't know if the 1 will keep me out, but the 2 probably will get me to the point where I'm like, all right, I had a good day. Let's not ruin it, because like Hoag said earlier, you could try to go for that extra $100 and just blow your whole account, right? Because you're trying to chase that last 100. You don't want to do that, right? And I'm sure we've all done it before.
Of course, we've all done it.
Yep.
I know I've done it a bunch.
I mean, we're only human, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, let's see. We have another one here. Dominique Thomas. All right, these are just people replying to what we're saying.
Ghost says you have helped him with his risk management along with journaling your trades. You're the best.
You're welcome, Ghost.
Ghost says.
You're welcome. That's what we're here for. We're trying to help everybody. We're all in this together.
I'm seeing here, Trade Like a Bot, you have a link to explain that. I think what you're saying is the TPO charts in detail. And there is I'm not sure if anybody's around right now, but maybe we can get the link to the market profile masterclass.
I can put it up for you, Hoag. Let me go.
Thank you. Our good friend Dolby's going to put that into the chat for us. But that's really just the basics, the construction, and a lot of the vocabulary in and around the profiles.
Yeah, there's another question here about getting the link to the checklist. So if I recall correctly, that was in that email. I think it's in the weekly kickoff email.
Yeah, it's actually
right?
It's actually attached to the top of the chat there. If you click on that link, that's the link to the trading checklist. It's a link to get the link to the trading checklist.
Let's see. The room of trades. Trade the levels, not the profit you want. Correct. I agree with 100%. that 100%. 100%. What do you guys think about trading just 1 to 2 hours? I usually just trade from 9:30 to 11. This comes from the Mentality Man.
You only trade from 9 to 11? Did I lose you, Vince?
I'm still here.
Oh,
yeah, he says, what do you guys think about trading just 1 to 2 hours? I usually just trade from 9:30 to 11.
I mean, if you've found that that's your hot time, that's your power hour, I have no problem with that. You know, to sit here all day and trade is exhausting. You know, there's days and periods of time that I know I'm not performing as well as I could. Mondays are typically one of them. So I'm going to probably try and be patient if I'm going to be trading on a Monday. You know, I don't think that there's any reason that you have to stay here all day every day, especially if you've kind of found that your best degree of success is during that period of time.
Absolutely. And, you know, you don't need to be in the market all day long, right? So the longer you're in the market, it's kind of like the longer you're sitting at the blackjack table, right? So, you know, like I've caught in some really nice gold moves really early in the morning, and it paid enough where 1 hour would have been plenty of time, right?
Sure.
And, you know, and then you catch that move in the morning, and then by the end of the day, half of it, you give it back to the market, and you're like, damn, all I needed was that one trade. So, you know, just look for a good setup within that time frame. Don't force a trade from 9:30 to 11. If there isn't a valid trade there, don't take it.
That's a good
If you
point.
see an opportunity, I would go for it.
That's a really good point, Vince. One I've kind of told people a lot. And, you know, if you only have time to trade there during that period of time, don't feel as though you have to trade. You know, if there's nothing that sets up, if there's nothing that speaks to you during that period of time, you're probably better off not trading.
Yep. And like when I was a breakout trader way back in the day, when I first started trading, you know, I had a pretty successful breakout strategy that I used to trade. And it was just one trade a day. And my trade would be in, exit, you know, either it executes or it doesn't. And by the end of the day, I would just come back and I'm either stopped out or I exit it by the end of the day. So, you know, you don't need to be sitting around the screen all day. It depends on the type of trader that you are, you know, like what's your strategy?
And your time frames and all that stuff, right?
Yep.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. And, you know, when we have certain time that we're allowed to trade doesn't mean that we have to. I think a lot of folks kind of get lost in the idea that if I'm going to be a trader, I damn well better be trading. So if I can only trade from 9 to 11, I better do something there. Otherwise, I'm wasting my time. But if nothing presents itself as a good opportunity at that time, don't do anything.
Yep. Just take the day off. Because that's the last thing you want to do is force yourself in, and then you're in a bad trade location, and now you're giving yourself hopium that you're going to get back. You know? So just
100%.
take the day off. You know?
Don't trade hopium.
Yeah, I was telling the guys the other day, I think I was doing one of these, and we were talking about the time stop. You know, how you're very disciplined with that, and I lack the discipline for the time stop. I have to use bracket orders on those trades because I get that hopium. You know, so to make myself more mechanical when I take a breakout type trade, I have to use a bracket. You know, because then I'll get that hopium, and you know.
Yeah, I mean,
come back sometimes.
Sometimes I'll put in a catastrophic stop just to remind me that I screwed up my time stop. But I'm usually pretty good at them. You know, if it doesn't do what I want it to do right then, I'm pretty much just out. And I can try it again and again because I'm not going to lose much on it.
Yeah, and I've seen you do it during Make Hoag Money. You're really good at that, Hoag. Yeah. Even when your brother was in there, he was saying, "Yo, you're quick to the trigger."
That's right.
You're out.
Right? Yeah. Randolph was here today. He was here this morning.
Nice.
Yeah, he. I had a bet with him on the Packer game last night, and I lost.
Oh no!
So I owe him $1. The usual amount.
The usual amount.
The usual amount.
That's funny. All right, let's see what else we got here. Okay, so this is from Senior Willie. What if your trade setup doesn't show up at all week in, week out? What do you do?
Don't do anything.
Yep. Don't do anything.
Don't do anything. Or, you know, try and expand your horizons, learn something new during that time that might offer you offer you, some shorter time frame opportunities. I mean, the way that question sounds to me is coming from more of a swing trader idea, than somebody who's an active day trader. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you're going to have to stay patient. You're going to have to wait for those things to set up, and you're going to have to act when it's time to act.
Yeah, it's the same thing here. Sounds like it's more of like a position type trader, looking for longer time frame levels.
Right.
If you're day trading, you might have to go to the shorter time frame to make your strategy work. Or at least get something during the day.
I know swing traders that they'll just kind of stalk an opportunity until it's there, and then it could be days before they do anything. So there's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, if you're an active day trader, you're looking at you've got to make that decision. Am I a swing trader? And or am I a day trader? There's day traders that make 1-2 trades a day. There are day traders that make 200 trades a day. I don't have the energy for that, but if you're a day trader and you're looking for a very specific thing and you're patient enough to wait days for it, God bless you.
Yeah, sure. All right, let's see here. We have from Dante Buza Suarez. From my math, you have less risk when you trade 2 contracts and take one off at 1-to-1 and let the other ride than holding both. Do you agree?
Well, it depends. Where are you getting out of the other one?
That's true.
If I take one off at 1-to-1 profit and I lose 3 times that on the other one, not really doing much to manage my risk. See, the thing is, if you put 2 contracts on and you're risking $100 per contract, it goes and hits your stop, you've lost $200. You put that trade on and it goes, the first one goes to 1 times the risk. You've made $100. You're 1-to-1, but your other one is still on. You're going to have to make 3 times R to keep your metrics at 2-to-1 reward over risk. Right. So, contract sizing based on the risk of the trade is the way, to me, it should be done. It's not, I'm only going to lose $100 a contract. It's, I'm going to lose whatever the market tells me whenever the market tells me I'm wrong, that's what I'm going to lose. So I'm looking for that level where the stop has to be before I even think about getting into the trade, because I want good trade location, so that I'm not going to be risking a whole bunch to take a trade that gets stopped out because I had a static stop and then goes my way. Right? I mean, how many times does that happen? It happens to all of us, of course, but
absolutely. All right. So this question here comes from Cliff M. Any tips on unlearning bad strategies, habits? I find them creeping in on my more permanent strategy.
Tips. Well, I mean, I think the only thing that I can really say about that is you have to really try and remain accountable to when you are breaking that strategy, to when those demons are coming back into your trading, and be aware of them, talk back to them, step away if they're starting to get back into your strategy. I think that you're well on your way to being able to control your decision-making process based on the knowledge that those things are coming back. So when you feel them coming back, you can make the decision to not play, number one. Number two, you can make the decision to talk back to them and do the exercises that helped you find them to begin with, to keep them at bay. In Mental Game of Trading, Tendler's book, he's got the hand history, right? So you have a trade and you sense that the the demons of the past have affected that trade or that decision, you go back and you say, okay, what was I doing? What was I thinking? What could be the cause of what is bringing this demon back into the forefront of my conscious, or even still in the subconscious? And what can I do about not doing it again? Right. So, there's demons that I've been dealing with that pop their heads up from time to time for 30 years. I don't think we're ever safe from our own demons. It's just a matter of recognizing who they are and what they are, and then either stepping away and dealing with it, or just making decisions not based on what they're yelling at us. Does that make sense, Vince?
That makes a lot of sense. Another thing I'll add to that is something a wise man named John Hoagland told me one day was to track your emotions, journal your emotions, not just your trades. Okay. I have found that journaling emotions has really helped me over the years of trading. Sometimes you can get into that dark place, right? And then you start picking at straws and trying to find new strategies. And sometimes it's not your strategy that's the problem, right? Sometimes it's just, your mental state at the moment. Like if you're on tilt, or you've taken some losses, or you had a bad week or a month, and there's a lot of things that start going through your head. So I would definitely recommend you to try to journal your emotions. You can journal like how you're feeling in the morning before you place a trade. When you're about to enter the trade, just put some stuff like Hoag always told me, you could just draw like, a line if you're feeling level, right? You're feeling
right.
You're centered, and then when you put in the order, how you're feeling. Are you centered? Are you starting to feel nervous? And then once you're filled on your trade, how you're feeling. Is your heart rate increasing? Are your palms sweating? You're getting that anxiety built up in you. And when you exit the trade, how you feel? Are you feeling relieved? Are you feeling still anxious, or whatever the case is? And actually, over the time I journaled my own personal emotions while trading, I got more nervous when I was in winning trades than actually when I was in losing trades, which I felt was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So I would challenge you guys to maybe try that and journal just not your trades, journal your emotions going through the entire trade from start to finish.
Right.
And you'll start to notice. You'll start to notice some feelings that you get, like, all right, I'm up 6 points. It pulled back 3. I jumped and it went 10.
Right.
And you can write that down and see how many times you did that. And you'd be surprised how many times your emotions made you get out of a trade that would have been a bigger winner. So definitely try that.
That's because as we have learned over time, we're fearful when we're up money, we're hopeful when we're down money. You got to flip that over, right, Vince?
Absolutely. And that journal really helped me with that, because every time I was in like profit, I would start to feel a certain way, and you start getting more and more nervous, and you're like, oh, I don't want to get back the money, pulls back a little bit, you get out, and then boom, there it goes.
Yep.
So,
and it always finds that just that spot that makes you say, I better take it.
Exactly.
Right.
It's amazing.
Never fails. All right. Well, Vince, thank you very much for joining with me today. I know we'll be doing this quite often.
Awesome. It's an honor, Hope.
Yeah, we've got Back to the Futures coming up here. Vince, I know you're going to be on that panel. Looking forward to watching that. And trade well, everybody. Vince,
I got to get my Marty McFly hat out.
That's right. Yeah, guys, don't go anywhere. We're doing a brand new segment, Back to the Futures. We got Eddie, myself, Vince is sticking around, and Ben will be joining us. And then at 1:30, same crew plus Nick A.
Awesome.
A legend, customer service legend.
Yes,
so,
he most certainly is.
Oh yeah. He's great. Looking forward to that one. Should be interesting to see, to get a customer service rep's perspective, because I remember being a customer service rep, and we get to see a lot of trader behavior. So
yes, right.
I got stories. Maybe I'll tell one later. We'll see.
All right. Well, Vince, thank you all for joining us today. Look, these are some of my favorite times of the day and times of the week when we get to do this. So thanks again, Vince. Thanks to everybody. And stick around for that new segment, Back to the Futures. We'll see you then.
Thanks, Hope. Appreciate it.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Future.
Hello.
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 Anybody home? Hey, think McFly. Think.
Well, we're here to think. We're here to share our thoughts, and we're here to see if we got some opportunity in this afternoon market. And well, we've got our Dolby time here. We've got Coach Vince and our newcomer Ben. Ben, how are you, man?
I'm doing well, Eddie. Appreciate y'all having me on today.
Great, and you're doing a great job here behind the scenes and coming up here. This is your first time with us. Now, before we get started, real quick, for those that are watching and listening, Ben, who are you and what are you doing here?
That's a great question. My name is Ben. I've been with Topstep for about 6 months now. I started out in support. The last few months I've been working in operations. Really, like a kid in a candy store, I've really enjoyed being able to work in the futures industry as part of the leading prop trading firm funding team. So it's been fantastic so far. I've been trading since 2020. I started trading like a lot of people during the height of the panic in March of 2020. I learned just enough to be dangerous to myself. I shorted Marriott hotels. I remember vividly. I was working at a solar company at the time, and bought put options on Marriott hotels and made $1,500 in like 20 minutes, and I was hooked immediately. So then proceeded to get my butt kicked. The market took a big U-turn and started my my journey of learning, trying to get better at this very difficult game of trading. So I was doing in-home sales for a solar company at the time. So I had a lot of windshield time. I was spending 4 or 5 hours a day on the road. And that gave me the opportunity to listen to a ton of audiobooks, YouTube programs, all sorts of stuff. Really just learn about markets, how they work, and slowly, began developing my own strategy, having some profitability. I was very much a boom bust trader for, the better part of 2 years. Developed some consistency thanks to the macroeconomic winds that were up my back, with quantitative easing and everything kind of just going a steady march up, and just continue to learn every day. I would still consider myself a novice trader, but I have a strategy that I like that fits well to me, and just looking forward to talking about that and everything else on this program.
Well, Ben, we're very happy to have you here, and of course, novice. I tell you, I'm not too far from novice, even though all the years I've been in the business. I'm learning new things every day, and that's what we're here for. And Vince, you had a great segment with the Hoagland, and we're going to see if we're going to take a look at this afternoon lunch hour. Now, the thing is, we're going to be looking at the charts, and we're only going to trade if we have the opportunity. All right. This is something that a lot of traders have questioned us. Why can't we see the afternoon trade? Well, we're bringing that and we're putting that on the table for everybody. So we're going to be doing that. 1:30, we're going to be having Nick A. going to be joining us from support, going to be answering your support questions, and then at 2 to 3, the power hour. We're going to watch that close like we talked about earlier this morning in fast markets. But let's see, Vince, you got a position on here yet?
Yeah, I'm short S&Ps from 45, 75, 75.
All right,
45, 75, 75.
All right, let's get that.
Target 1 was achieved. I'm just working, hopefully, the target 2.
All right, Dolby time. I know you got a position on.
I had one. I'm 0 for 2 on the day. Let's see. I had a long in crude oil at 74.25 that got popped this morning. So there was 0 for 1, and then I was long 73.25. So about a middle of the range, and it looks like I might have got stopped out by a tick or so on that one. So a little bit unlucky today.
Okay. How about you, Ben?
I'm just trading in a Topstep demo account, a sim account at the moment. These are not conditions that I particularly like to trade in. I traded a kind of an opening drive back to about 45.75 and haven't done much since that point. We've been close to the 30-minute opening range, which is something I use to contextualize markets, and right around VWAP and the open, not a ton of volatility. So I'm staying away at the moment.
Understandable, and this is a situation too. I'm looking at my gold, and that's tightened up pretty good here. I'm done for the day. Took a small profit earlier today, but just taking a look at it now, I'd be foolish to just say, let's see what we can get. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that at all. But Vince, tell us about your position. Why'd you enter? Why we
Yeah, let me go back. I was just pulling up gold for you.
No, I'm sorry.
This is gold right now. So kind of just hanging right here. Point of controls here. So yeah, let me pull up the S&Ps. I'll tell you why. All right. So here's the S&P.
This is
so those of you that don't know what TPO charts are, what's that?
You're on Tradeovate, right?
Yeah, Tradeovate. Yep.
Yeah. A lot of people have questions on how to get this type of stuff on their screen. So this is the TPO chart.
Yep. So we opened this morning in this area, right? I think it was down here. And then we tested this value area from Friday. Okay. And then we couldn't accept back into this value area. So when we came down here and we took out the initial balance, so this blue line is the first hour trade, right? This is 30 minutes, B period is 30 minutes. We came down, we tested this point of control. I actually had a small short on. I got in way late though.
Any chance you scroll that up a little bit? We can't see that. Move the chart up. There you go. Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it. It looks different. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So I did catch a small short earlier today. We covered right here point of control from what day is this here? 11:30. Okay. Then we kind of found some buyers. I think Hoag's weekly kickoff is also right here at 45.55. So this morning, TopstepTV, I put in there that this point of control was sitting out there. But when we rotated back up here into this excess tail, I took a short. So we had right here, this G period. I took a short and I'm risking the high of the day. My rotation is to point of control, which we got there on the 1. And then ultimate goal would be a full rotation back to low of value. We haven't achieved that, but we'll see what happens.
Okay.
But because of the excess is the reason I took the trade. So we do have negative delta, which is kind of scaring me a little bit. We know what happened this day when we had negative delta.
No. Why would that scare you?
The negative delta?
Yeah.
Because we kind of have a delta divergence brewing. So we're kind of pushing, the upper part of the profile. We're more than halfway. And we have a lot of short time shorts who haven't been able to really push the market lower. And it keeps them getting more and more negative. So that means that the shorter time frame sellers might be getting stuck short, like me.
Okay.
But hopefully I'm out before that takes place.
Well, you've been making some really good calls in the morning. You've been a big part of our Top Step chat, and keep that up because it's you've got some good levels, and we banter back and forth, throughout the day. But good stuff. I know I took you up on one of your levels last week and pulled in about a little under 300 on the trade, and I was happy with it. So it's good stuff.
10%, Eddie.
Good stuff. D time, Dolby time. You seen anything open? Any opportunity?
I think crude's in an interesting spot. There's not a whole lot going on as far as news today, so crude can kind of do this, where if there's nothing to really push it, then it just kind of enjoys stretching up and stretching back down again. So we'll see what happens. By the end of the day, we only have about 8 minutes left for pit session close. After 1:30 Central Time, crude gets really, really slow. So I'm going to have to ask chat because I'm going to be spending a lot of time with you guys after my product's closed. So any suggestions in chat for what I should look at between, let's say, 1 and 3, I am open to what you all have. But yeah, crude is sitting at 73 right now. Kind of hit 74.60 a while ago. It's like a 4-hour double top and just been reversing since then. I'm not really a market profile guy, but I believe we're kind of at the bottom of the accepted range, not quite the tail, but that little 70% area. I think we're at the bottom of that. Looks like Michael Lawrence has been short 73.17. Yeah, you've been in that for at least probably 15, 20 minutes. It's a slow move right now. There was good stuff in crude, but you had to be ready for it.
One of the things too is a couple of weeks ago we had a poll. You think crude's going to hit 95s or 75s? Well, those 75s have been a big play. And just recently we've dipped, a couple bucks below that with some screaming screaming downside runs here as far as the bear goes. And if you look left on the charts, we got some big sellers, and I'm just wondering when the buyers are going to come back in droves to try to get this market back up, unless they're just sitting back and letting the sellers push that market down.
Yeah, I mean, I see 72. I think that's entirely possible. We were in like a really tight range between May 1st and, let's see, what's that, July 9th? It's like a 2-month range, and then the 72 would be the top of that range, and then we broke out of it July 10th. So let's see if that ends up holding, that 72 area.
Right. We'll be doing that, that's for sure.
Yeah, and then someone had a good question in chat. Let's see. Any suggestions for someone who can predict levels and is generally right, but just misses the entry every time and gets stuck on any irrelevant little trade?
Welcome to the party, man.
That is from Pranjal. That's a great question. Probably just a little round robin right here on that one.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of trading. You're going to see that, and you're going to see yourself get stopped out exactly on your level, and the market's going to 180 back to where you want it to go. I mean, these are things that you don't take negative, because you are calling good levels on the stop. Of course, you're going to be losing money on the trade, but learn from that. And I think that's one of the best things we can do, is accept that, because it's going to happen. It's going to happen more than once. It's going to happen. I mean, considering how long you're in the business, it's always going to happen. So,
what about you, Ben? What do you?
Well, I like thinking of. I take this from I come from the school of Brian Shannon a little bit. I like volume weighted average price, the anchored VWAP. And one of the things he preaches is looking at every indicator or price level or whatever it is that you're using to trade off of, area you're using to manage that risk, is to look at it as a level of interest. It's easy to say something is support or resistance, but a lot of times those really obvious levels of support and resistance, get blown through and then recovered. And it's easy, if you're buying that first touch of support, it might be the place where buyers really step in and it immediately reverses. But a lot of times it'll clip it, maybe drop back through that low that it printed, and then ultimately recover maybe a little bit later. You need to look at a higher time frame to kind of pick up the fact that those sellers are getting soaked up by a larger time frame participant, and then it'll come back through. So I like to wait for a reaction. Setting alerts is a good way of doing that. If I'm waiting for something to come back to settlement, I'll set an alert on settlement, and then once that alert hits, now I know it's time to pay attention. And if I see a really big hammer candle or big spike in volume, that'll give me more confidence that I was right in my analysis and that it's a good idea to take the trade. And I'm willing to sacrifice a few points. Maybe I'll take one contract instead of two, and have a little bit wider stop to have that proof of concept, if you want to call it that. So that's one way to try and avoid, it's never perfect, but to try and avoid getting blown out on those more obvious levels, is to just wait for it to hit, and then look at, volume to come in, whether that's on the dome or you're just looking at the traditional volume candles, and look for some evidence that this is really where buyers are stepping in, and now you can jump in with them.
What about you, Vince? Any advice for Pranjal?
Oh, hold on, man.
Oh.
I'm having a problem hearing you.
Oh. Did you have any advice for Pranjal? I thought you were like Secret Service. You had like a special call or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you just repeat the question real quick?
Yeah, the question, sure. Yeah. Any suggestion for someone who can predict levels and is generally right, but just misses the entry every time and gets stuck on any irrelevant trade?
All right. So you know the levels, but you're getting stopped out.
Looks like not even placing the trade itself at the level, but is instead watching the level go by and then chasing is what it seems like.
All right. So earlier in my career in trading, I kind of had the same type of situation, right? You don't trust yourself enough yet, right? You don't have the confidence. You need to place a limit order and work your order and let it get filled. A lot of times people are waiting for that confirmation, and then by the time that confirmation happens, the move, it goes without you. So you need to be confident with your levels and your stop. You should know your risk should be predefined before you take the trade. All right, you got to know where you're wrong. Okay, that's step one. You have to know where you're wrong when you place your trade. Every time I place a trade, I know exactly where my stop is before I actually get in the market. So that's the first thing you need to do. The second thing you need to do is you need to trust your entries and be okay with being wrong. All right, a lot of us don't want to be wrong. I know we're programmed to be winners. Everybody wants to be winners, but if you can get 2-to-1 reward over risk and you're 40% right over time, you're going to be a profitable trader. So you got to just be comfortable being uncomfortable, if that makes sense.
All right. One of our traders here in the YouTube chat, Brian Hauser, I had the same issue with levels. So I started front running them up to the handle on NQ, and it has been working. So that might be something you might want to file away and give a test on your practice account. But appreciate that.
You got two issues. You got the issues is it doesn't get to your target, into your limit order, right? And you don't get filled. Me personally, I don't FOMO if I don't get filled. I just missed the trade. I look for the next opportunity. But I always work a limit order normally at my level. So if it gets filled, I know I'm in. And if I'm wrong, I know I'm out. So
cool.
And something you can do too is like if you see your level come up and you get cold feet is you can try shrinking your profit target. So maybe you go 2-to-1 typically, risk 20, make 40. You can inverse it and maybe only try to make 5 but risk 20. It's not like a long-term strategy to keep you successful, but it will help you get used to putting in trades at the levels that you want, and hopefully through experience you can kind of realize that, hey, if I put in this trade, it's not going to be a total disaster. Maybe you only get 5 ticks, but you're starting to develop the muscle memory of hey, here's my entry, or here's my target, or my level. I'm going to put in the order and see what happens. And maybe the first couple times you just try to get a couple ticks, and then once you get comfortable, then you can open up and get your full 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 or whatever.
Hey, Ben, since you're an admitted novice trader, what's your take on FOMO? How do you avoid it? How do you see it? A real quick answer, because I know we've got Nick in the green room here, but.
Sure. Yeah, I'll give a quick answer. I try to be really in tune with my emotions. Just, whether it's a pulse check or breathing, being self-aware of how you're physically reacting to the markets can be really powerful. So I try to monitor that. If I'm feeling jittery, if I'm feeling angsty, that might be because I'm fearful of missing that trade. And I have to be comfortable with the fact that markets are a constant stream of opportunities. So I know something else will come around the pike.
Constant stream. There you go. It's you missed the first bus. There's one right behind it. All right. Appreciate it. We're going to take, are we just going to bring Nick in, or are we going to take a time out here? Let's take a time out. It's going to be a couple seconds here. We're going to get Nick in and answer some of those support questions that you have sent us. So we'll be right back. Stick around. right, we're back, and we've got Nick A. Nick, how are you?
I am good. I'm good. It's a pleasure to be on. I feel like I've been watching from afar since we launched TopstepTV, and now I'm
Get a little closer. We don't bite.
Yes.
All right. You know, let me just put on the table real quick. People that don't know Nick, maybe you've seen him in an email or so. Nick was my go-to guy for the longest time. You know, any question I had about the program, Nick knows the answer. So hopefully we're going to get through some of these questions. We're going to have Nick back again and maybe some other support people to take this spot. But we want to make sure that we establish a segment where you can ask support directly. So I think Dolby D-Time, you got the questions.
I got a couple questions, yeah.
Yeah, let's get this going.
And so far, the feedback from chat has been fantastic. So, Nick A, you're crushing it. Hoop, and well, one of them, Sarah Hecker. So at least half the people.
Sarah, yes.
I don't see Sarah Hecker. They just love me, I guess. I don't know. It's weird.
I don't know. We can get your mom in here, your dad in here. They can cheer you on.
I got 1,500 of my closest friends and relatives in the.
That's right.
Wow, there you go.
All right, you ready for some hard questions?
I am ready. Hit me with them.
Okay. Will TopstepX have market breadth and tick data?
This is a great question, and there's a lot that TopstepX is still building. So with the question like this, what I would say is either reach out to our support team or go in the Discord. There's actually a TopstepX channel in Discord that you can put your feedback in, and they're taking that and absorbing it. And the more requests that we get for stuff like that, they're looking to add it. So TopstepX is by no means a finished product at this moment. So if there's anything that makes your trading better, send it to us either via Windy or via the Discord, because we will take that and absorb that information and pass it along to try and add future improvements. TopstepX is still being improved upon every day.
Yeah, I mean that's the great part about it too. It's like whatever you guys want, we can just add it in. So a lot of flexibility. It's super cool. It's already awesome, and we haven't even gotten started yet, really.
Almost everything. I requested a direct line to my pizza place over here, but they said no.
That's coming next.
I wanted an ice maker, but
ice maker.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
What else you
Pizza
got?
place make you ice. That's it.
I still have to fill my ice trays. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
21st
I'm
century.
pushing for that take and market and advanced decline line and all those market internals as well. That's a key piece of my trading. So I'm there with you. I'm pushing for it also.
Good.
Will we offer 20 accounts and 90% discounts?
Short answer, I'm not on the product team, but the short answer is no. I think the way I've heard it described is, what would you rather have 20 pieces of, ground chuck burger or 1 or 2 or 3 filet mignons? And for me personally, I would rather do the smaller amount of accounts that we have, where, the goal is to be able to, trade well. If you have 20 accounts, you're not giving yourself the best chance of succeeding, as well as compared to, with our accounts, even though you can only do 3 XFAs, you're giving yourself the best chance to succeed. I mean, I think, Nick and Eddie, I think you guys can mention more than anybody, why that's not a great idea to have 20 accounts that are 90% off versus a few.
It's a lot of accounts.
Yeah, it's too many.
I'm working on trading 1 decently, let alone 19 more. That's ridiculous.
Like they say, if you can't trade small, you can't trade big.
Yep.
Establish that first, and then we'll talk.
Yeah. Next question. Do you have any advice on how to set up charts in TopstepX? Or actually, no, just any platform. Any advice to set up charts in TopstepTV?
Yeah, that is a great question too. And, I think everybody, it's almost like your car seat in the car. Everybody's got a little bit different of a setup that they like,
Good analogy.
So I think what I like to do, and I wouldn't consider myself like a professional trader by any means, is, you have a higher time frame and a lower time frame. Are they matching? Are they moving in the same direction? Or is one, is the hour time frame showing something different than a smaller time frame? I think that this, TopstepTV is where you're going to get a lot of good information on how to set things up. You guys show a lot of different traders that have different setups and have different, account styles that can really give you some ideas. I think it's going to be different for everybody, but I think it's really a more personal preference. So me personally, I like a larger time frame and then look at a smaller time frame too, but it really just depends on your trading style, I think.
You know, Nick, let me ask you real quick on that question. We're going to have a tutorial
On TopStep X?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is one on the website right now that's a more of a mini one. But yeah, when it's more, all the features are built out, or we're going to launch it to the public, there will definitely be a kind of a walkthrough. And to add it to TopStep X, there is a pretty smooth way that you can do that by just clicking on and adding the different parts. But we will have something on the website.
Okay. All right. Hey, real quick regarding TopStep X, we're going to be sending these invites out. So if you're on the wait list, by all means, we're going to do this. We're going to make sure everybody gets at least a chance at it. So be patient. If your name's on the list, it's coming up.
Michael said, how are you going to do a detailed tutorial for TopStep? Probably YouTube. We could do YouTube. We could do a Loom. I mean, there's even some partners who'll probably end up doing reviews and like tutorials of the platform as well, because it's really good YouTube content.
Good call.
For partners. So there's going to be a lot of stuff out there, especially once like 1.0 gets released. So I wouldn't worry too much about tutorials and stuff. There's going to be a lot out there. And if it's not out there, we'll fill the gap. It won't take us that long.
Definitely. Yeah, if there's anything that you guys want in the help center too that'll help you out, just let support know. We're pretty good about building, as things come along.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. Another question. Why are a few European countries not eligible for TopStep? They aren't on the OFAC sanction list, and they're NATO countries.
Yeah, this is also a great question. We do get this a lot, right? So that main list is that OFAC list. We do have some partner restrictions as well. So it's not just that list that is 100% the list. Some of our partners have different restrictions on different countries. So the full list that you see on our help center is the list of all of the countries that we cannot currently fund. That list is forever changing. So I would say if your country's on that list, give it 5-6 months and then maybe check back, because as we get updates from our partners, we update that list as well.
So Nick, not every partner is taking that list.
The countries that are on that list are a combination of the OFAC and our partners.
Okay.
That's kind of the how we built that list. So if you're checking the OFAC list, there's a chance that your country may be not be on that list specifically, but the partner may not have the ability to fund you. So we kind of combine them the two.
And just to let you know, I mean, we apologize. Our hands are tied. This is something that we can't control. Otherwise, the door would be open to everybody, and I know we've talked about that many times.
Definitely.
So we apologize. Next question, Mr. Dolby Time. What you got?
My cat.
Kitty. I heard the kitty.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, I have two little plants like right behind me, and then when he wants attention, he like bumps his head up against it, and there's a very good chance he's gonna send that pot to the floor, and I'm gonna be
the more
cleaning
I
up dirt live on air.
People with animals, the more I think that animals are just the same as little children, because that's exactly what my 2-year-old would do if he wasn't getting the attention he needed.
I'm so sorry.
You've put up a Christmas tree with a cat before, haven't you? Yes, they like that Christmas tree.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I will definitely have pictures of Gus the cat inside the Christmas tree once we get the tree. That's one of his favorite spots. It's ridiculous.
What do you got?
Nick something that actually you and I, Eddie, used to do quite a bit. And this is from
Rob Banks?
Dr. Well, no, because we didn't get caught. So I don't know what you're talking about. What happened to phones? What happened to phone support, Nick? I miss talking to traders on the phone, but I know that's kind of a heavy lift.
Yeah. So a couple things with this. So the question is basically, asking how do they get phone support? And when we moved to the one-step program, we actually moved to a more of a chat only or email only support team. What we found is we can actually help more traders more efficiently and faster that way. Phones are great, but it's quicker in a chat. You can help more people at a time. All of that being said, if you are one of those people that want a phone call, all you have to do is write into Windy and ask. Give the phone number and then ask, and the support representatives can still call out to you. So right now it's just inbound chat and email support, but you are definitely allowed to speak with someone on the phone if that's easier for you for any reason. Just go ahead and ask in the chat and say, give the phone number, and our support team can call you if you need it.
Right. And be patient, because it's it can get backed up, and you got to understand that. You got to understand that. So we will give you a call though. But
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
You didn't.
To add to that, though, we're not trying to avoid talking to people on the phones. It's really this was what we found was the best way to help our traders.
Right.
And we've got a lot of requests when we had phones and emails with no chat. We actually had a lot of requests for chat support only. Like
That's
there's
true,
a lot
actually.
of people that do want the chat support. So it's a balance, but if you want chat, please, or if you want to call, please let us know, and we can definitely call out for you.
Good question. That was a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a great, and it's common, but it does take it takes a lot of time. Even like a short phone call is 5-10 minutes. That's what 4 to 5 calls an hour. I mean, you're maybe only really talking to like 25-30 people a day, which is not a lot if you're only helping people on phones.
Right. We got a great support team, so
they're the best.
Let's give them credit.
Grown so much. It's incredible from when Eddie, you and I used to be on the support team.
Yes, we did. Many moons ago.
Many moons ago. Look at us now. So this would be a longer question. So hello, I was down in my evaluation account. Was down $48,970 at the end of Friday. Today I walked in strong with levels, and after studying over the weekend, knowing a breakout was coming, I had an impeccable entry and made $2,624, taking me to $51,340. Nice. However, on purpose, took a loss to get me to $50,907 with a daily profit of $2,040. I do not want to lose more money, as it is heartbreaking, especially because this was based on a strategic play. Can you tell me how this will affect my account? Do I need to lose even more money on purpose today? Did you get all that?
I think I did. A lot of numbers in there. But
I think the gist of it's pretty straightforward. And we do see this in Discord quite a bit. What do you suggest to traders who make too much money in a single trading session? And this is definitely for trading combine. There's no such thing as too much money in XFA or the live funded account.
Yeah, and I think that it boils down to the consistency target, right? So the idea is if this trader made more than I would assume based on the numbers, it's a 50K. So the most they could make in a single session would be 1,500. So it looks like they made about 2,000. So the way that the consistency target works, this would increase their overall profit target, right? So we do see this a lot in the support channel as well. What I would recommend, honestly, I would never recommend to lose money, right, on purpose, because you never know where that's going to go. What I would recommend is if it was truly your entry, if it was you were reading the trade right and you are $500 over, that entry should be there again. So if you were able to do it once, the way that our program works, you should be able to replicate it. So personally, right, I'm not going to recommend that you ever lose more money on purpose. What I would say is use your targets then. Use your stop loss and your profit target so you get out of the trade before it gets to that point, so that you don't do this again. That being said, now you can make up to $2,000 going forward without exceeding the consistency target again the second time. So going forward, now you can just remember that you can make up to the amount that you've made the first time without having to increase the target. So that's my personal, thing. I don't know, Eddie and Dolby, I don't know if you guys have been in that situation yourselves, if you have any advice on that, but me personally, I would say, you did it once. I really think you could do it again. And I'm never going to recommend to lose money on purpose,
Yeah, this is definitely a new phenomenon with the consistency target. This was not around when I was trading at Topstep. But I have seen a couple situations in Discord, and it's quite funny, in which people do make too much money, and then they try to trade to lose more, and then they start making money. And so now they're actually digging themselves in a hole in the opposite direction. And let's just say it is hilarious, and I don't recommend saying that in Discord because you're going to get piled on similar to like a real trading pit. It's a big happy family.
I would say when I've done the worst, or the best, is when I've tried to break a rule. I literally can't lose to save my life when I'm purposely trying to show something by breaking a rule. So I guess that's my trading advice. I'm going to send that to everybody out there. Just try to break a rule, and you guys will be funded in no time.
You can be funded.
Right.
Well, the thing is too. Even if you do make more, obviously your end game number is going to be a little higher to pass that. So, keep that in mind. Gosh, we want to make that money. But like Dolby Time said, it's once you get to that XFA, that express funded account or the funded account, it's pedal to the metal. You don't have to worry about that. But, the combine's a test. We are testing you to trade our money. So this is going to be in place, and we want you to follow it. So do the best you can.
Yeah, and that's an important point. It is a test, and I feel like sometimes you get feedback like, oh, your rules don't make any sense. This isn't what it's like in a real account. And it's like, it is a test. We are testing you. You can always go open your own personal brokerage account and trade with whatever rules your heart
desires. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. That's the word I was looking for, desires.
Desire.
Nick A, how I can stop me over trading?
I think this is the age-old question, right? So, lucky for me, since I work at Topstep, I don't have to, I can't get funded, but I don't, get I don't have to pay for my reset. So I overtrade like it's my job, like almost like it. One way I found that's actually helped me not overtrade is put the trades on your chart. So I have an hour time frame chart, and if I see where my entries are, it gets so bogged down if I'm over trading that I actually stop myself from trading a little bit, just because I don't want that visual noise. That's not going to work for everybody, right? I'm more of a, I don't want to say long term, but mid to longer term trades rather than scalping. So I think another thing is when you hit your target for the profit or the loss, shut down the platform. If you find yourself, the main advice would be go switch over to your practice account. But if you find yourself over trading, like switching back, I know personally I've done that. I made, $1,000. I wanted to stop trading. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I found a really good, trade. So I switched back over, just shut down the platform. You have a lot of different ways that you can mentally stay in the market without having to be in the platform taking those trades. Set yourself, I think I've heard this advice from Eddie, it might've been you or it might've been Hoag or both, but set yourself a trade limit for the day. Okay, I'm going to take 5 trades. No matter where I'm at, I'm done. And see where that takes you. If you find that after 15 trades you end up starting to lose, then pick that number based on how your personal trades have been. I think it's been some things that I've heard, tips wise.
Know what your average is. I mean, look at your trade report. Get it yourself an average. When I looked at trade reports, somebody's like averaging maybe 18 trades a day, 19 trades, 15 trades, and then all of a sudden 250 trades a day. Well, there should be something where a red flag's going to pop up. Know your average and keep a tally. And if you're maybe a couple over, no big deal. But when you're like 5, 10, 15, 20 over, something's up. Okay, and that's when the red flag should tell you, hey, listen, you're over trading. Ben, have you ever did that, Ben?
Yeah, I certainly have. I think a good sign if you're over trading is if you're using the reverse button. I know that there are some strategies where reversing your position is a good idea, and if it's pre-planned, then so be it, right? Then there's a perfectly legitimate way of trading. But for me, I like to have a plan going into the trading day, into the session. I know what my setups are, and if I'm, inclined to reverse my position or to immediately take the other side of the trade, that's a telltale sign that I'm doing too much. Another thing you can do is take, if you're on 2 or 3 trades, in a row that you've lost, take a step back and try to interpret what the market's telling you. That it's giving you information, telling you that you're wrong. And a lot of times just reevaluating, even flipping the chart upside down, right? Inverting it can tell you a lot about what's actually happening, and you just can't see that because you're on that losing streak. So taking, 5, 10, 15 minutes, removing indicators, going to like a blank chart and just trying to, with open ears and an open heart, hear what the market really is telling you and then go from there. But just, shutting down the computer is another method I go to. If it's really a bad day, if I'm on tilt, you got to recognize that and just turn it off.
Cut the power.
Turn off the Wi-Fi.
Hide the mouse.
Hit the breaker switch if you have to. Do anything.
Okay, so the advice is basically just run away from all technology.
Yes.
And go outside. Got it.
Yeah. Got it. Become Amish as soon as
after 2 losing trades.
Wait a minute.
I am horse and buggy. Got it. Nice.
That's right. All right. Tea time. What else you got? We got time for a couple more here.
One more. Well, a couple more? We got a couple more. Okay, let's do it. Let's see. Let's start with an easy one. How many funded accounts can we have? And that's it. How many funded accounts can you have?
Yeah, you can have up to 3 express funded accounts at the same time, 1 live account. So if you have a live account and 3 express funded accounts and you pass any more trading combines, those would be just put on hold for you. So one of your express funded accounts passes up to funded, or they move it up, then that one comes right behind it. So you don't lose any of the accounts once you pass them. They just get put on hold. You will have to pay the activation fee right away within the first 30 days, but it can be held indefinitely as long as you have your 3 express funded accounts.
Right.
Yes.
Bank them.
That's a good one.
Exactly.
Let's see. So let's be a little bit more specific here. So my recent trading combine went way past the daily drawdown limit, even when it hit my loss limit of $1,000. That was my max. But then it kept me in the trade, and I had to manually close it when I was down negative 1350. Is that a glitch? This was on Quan Tower.
More than so we did earlier today. We did have some traders that were reporting this. So this is something. If this did happen to you, reach out to our support team. There were some. We did our best to manually flatten where we could. Obviously we didn't get 100% of the people. If this does ever happen again, though, we do have a Get Flat channel in Discord as well that you can jump in there. We were able to manually flatten people as we saw that there was this issue, but anyway, long story short, reach out to the support team now, especially if it went way over, and we can definitely look into it for you further.
See that Discord channel, it's something new. I didn't know that, and that's great. Somebody's monitoring that channel, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we have someone from the support team monitoring it all day.
All right, there you go, folks. So don't freak, don't panic. Just know where you need to go when when excuse my English, but when shit hits the fan. There you go.
Yeah.
Discord has come a long way. So if you haven't been in Discord in a while, definitely stop back in. We're at like 35,000, maybe even 40,000.
Amazing.
Plus
Yeah,
another
let's put that
5,000
link
or
up there.
6,000 active. I think it's the largest futures trading Discord on the internet.
And you did a great job. And we got Martin. Martin, can you post that link for those that are not members? We got Martin here on our YouTube chat. There he is. Martin's doing a great job. Thank you, Martin.
Yeah, we think we have 25 people who are affiliated with Topstep, either officially or unofficially, who are able to help you in Topstep chat.
Yep.
There you go.
Discord. Pretty incredible. Couple more here. So this is going to test your listening skills. Hi, Nick. Love the show. Keep up the good work. I began a new month on my combine on Friday. I managed a $370 gain. Today, during an early morning session, I made another $800. I was up over $1,100 on the combine going into New York Open. I am now down on the account $1,700. Or sorry, he had a $1,700 swing. So he was up $1,100. Now he's down $1,700 in one day. And he feels like the pressure is getting to him. So that stop loss, when it gets moved up from previous gains, he feels like he needs to swing for the fences. He knows it's a psychological issue. Can you offer any advice to get past this hurdle? I've noticed it as a pattern in my trading. I reach 1,000 profit and I give it all back and then some.
Yeah, this is a really good one. Hitting me with a tough one as one of the last questions there.
Yeah.
I think what I've learned, and Eddie, I think you've been saying this since I started here, is the base hits, right? So when you get to your back against the wall, it's so easy to just say, you know what? It's fake money. Let me just put in a 15 lot in my 150K and swing for the fences. And there's nothing more exciting, right, in the trading world when you hit on one of those. But that's also not why we're here, right? Anybody can put a 15 lot in an NQ and make $9,000 in a couple minutes. It's when you get to the point where your back's against the wall, that's where I feel like maybe set your profit target for the day a little bit smaller. So go for some smaller, not home run, but base hit trades and get yourself some breathing room. The more breathing room that you get, I'm assuming when he's saying he's talking about the max loss limit, right?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like he just had a big swing in his trading session. So being up 1,100, then down, so that's like $1,700. It's pretty huge. I feel like it probably happens a little bit more now because it's so much easier to pass the trading combine. So you only have to trade for 2 days theoretically, whereas before you had to do for like 10 or 15.
Mm-hmm.
And so there wasn't really a huge reason to put up huge numbers back in the day. Because it's like, what does an extra $3,000 do me if I still have to trade 8 more days? So I'd be careful. I mean, I think it's totally fine if you're in the trading combine to, set a target that you want to make for the day, hit it, and then try to make a little bit more the next day, and then maybe a little bit more the next day, and you just start kind of chipping away at that profit objective, and all of a sudden you're gonna get funded. You don't have to do it all in one day. $1,000 is also a lot of money. I mean, that's a 30-year target. So just stop. And also, if you haven't ever just made $1,000 and stopped for the day, you should do it because you don't know what it feels like yet. And so you don't know what positive emotions you're going to get from being up that amount of money an hour or two from now, because in the present moment, you're probably this doesn't feel that good. So you have to you need to give yourself some time and distance yourself. So if you can make that $1,000, do it, and then turn Amish, as they say.
Okay. All right. We are 2:00 Chicago time, Central time. Like to thank Ben. Like to thank Coach Vince, and Dolby time, and of course the king of support, Nick A. See, the A is it's a grade. It's not an initial for his last name. He just always gets a grade of A because great job here today, Nick, and I hope we get you back again. I think this segment was very informative, and I think we need this for our traders.
Absolutely, it was a pleasure to be on. So thank you so much for having me, and I think I should be on later this week. So hopefully we can make that happen.
All right, my friend.
Hey, Nick, Dolby.
What up?
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey guys.
We're going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back. We're still here for our futures trading. Oh my goodness, the new topic, back to the futures, and we're going to bring Andre back. We've got Dolby here, Eric, and myself, and we're going to do Power Hour here also. So I think Hoag too. No, maybe. We'll be right back.
Lucky.
We'll be right back. we are. We're back, and I'm in the sewer here.
You're in Andre's room.
Yeah, Andre's room.
Andre's got natural reverb.
Reverb.
It's just his
exactly.
voice. That's actually what he sounds like in real life. It's really weird.
Yes.
Well, look, we've got somebody here that has not been on our Top Step TV, and it's Eric. Eric, how are you?
I'm good, Eddie. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you very much for joining us. And before we get started, Eric, who are you and why are you here?
Well, my name's Eric. I work here at Topstep on the support team, but I also trade. It's actually how I found out about Topstep. Started trading back in 2020, like a lot of people in the crypto market, right? Where I really gained a lot of confidence by making some decent money by not knowing what I'm doing. And then, yeah, I kind of just wanted to learn a little bit more on how to buy, how to sell, as far as like why should I buy here? Why should I sell here? So that's when I started looking more into trading as opposed to the fundamentals. And then inevitably, like all rookies, I got to learn my risk lesson late in that bull run when it all came crashing down, and I gave back a lot of my profits, which was a wonderful learning experience. And then I actually stumbled upon futures, I would say, only about a year and a half ago. So I'm relatively new to futures, but the good news is I've been really blessed with my situation that over the last year and a half, I've been able to commit a very, very large chunk of time to learning and perfecting my process. So I think I've made some pretty big leaps and bounds in the last year and a half. I've kind of sped up that trading process a little bit.
Nice.
I like that confidence, bro. I like that.
Yeah, you know, you got to have it, right? You got to either fake it till you make it or just full steam ahead, right?
Good.
Well, I had the chance to have a very good.
Andre.
I had the chance to have a very good conversation with Eric. Eric is a hell of a nice guy, and I believe he's already and is going to be a good trader. So welcome, Eric.
I appreciate that, Hoag. I appreciate that.
What's up, Eric? I'm Andre, man.
Look who popped in.
What's up, Andre?
I parachuted in. Let's get this going.
I'm glad to see you're not in the Chinese prison anymore, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've got the ES up here, and we're going to see this is we're going to run this all the way until 3 o'clock. And and the thing here at Topstep, you need to be flat at 310. But I usually tell a lot of my traders, you know what, be flat at 3 o'clock just to make sure that you're flat. Check it, double check it, triple check it before you shut things down. And we're going to see we got some opportunity here in the afternoon. And what do we got going here? We got the ES charts up and running.
Yes, we do.
What?
Johnny, let's tell them what we were talking about before we got on.
Andre, are you still short?
I am not. I got out.
Okay.
It wasn't really budging. I got out.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I mean, it's really kind of sitting here at the point of control, but we were just talking about something that happened last Thursday is we ended up with a very deep delta number here.
What's
and that's when we took out the high. By the end of the day, we've got something similar to that now. We're at negative 16,000 in delta right now. So price moved lower. It's been moving higher or holding with deeper and deeper negative delta.
Right.
Possible we could take out the highs and run it up.
Right. So we're kind of looking for a setup to get long here. The growing negative delta means that more trades are trading on the bid. The bid is being hit, which means there's more either shorts. There's shorts getting into the market, correct?
Right. Yep. And there's short time frame shorts. The long time frame doesn't use market orders to get into the market.
Correct.
They're using limit orders. And if they're placing limit orders on the buy side and the short time frame traders are more aggressive and hitting those bids and helping them accumulate their inventory, then by the end of the day, a lot of those short time frame traders are going to want to go home flat, which means they have to buy it.
I got a question. I'm a crude oil guy. Crude oil stops really doing stuff at 130. What is power hour? I've heard this before.
Well, a power hour, I think, is just the last hour of trading for more the equities than anything else, of course. I mean, they're the only things that are really open at this time. So the power hour is just an opportunity for us to kind of watch what happens at the end of the day. There's times when not much happens. I mean, we dealt with that with Make Hope Money. There were days that we didn't find anything, didn't have any opportunities. But I mean, if we had Power Hour last Thursday, we would have had a really good opportunity to see the power of the Delta.
That's right. That's right. So we kind of see the Delta building up right now. We're going to see if there's any follow through to the downside. Typically, we look for around about 18 minutes here. 2:30 Chicago time. We look for those. Start to see those positions unwind a little bit. So we'll see if we can catch those short snoozing here.
Yep. And you can if you get the opportunity, like I think we did last Thursday. I mean, we came all the way back to low of value. This was a early adjustment here. Came all the way back to low of value, and then finally took out the high of the session. So, if we get the opportunity down near low of value or lower for a potential long, as long as we don't continue the push to the downside, I think there's a pretty good probability that we could rotate higher throughout the day. Not only that, Deanna was talking about things, and I talk about value area. We did have a 30-minute bar close inside of value from Friday, so there's potential reacceptance of value that just hasn't played out yet.
To the upside.
Yep.
Well, we're going to see this afternoon. Coop says, yep. Very last hour, volume comes back into the close of the day. Hopefully we're going to see that as we get closer to the 3 o'clock hour. EM says 9:30, 10:30, then 2:30, usually the real pickup around 3:34. So he's talking gambling time unless
Eastern time.
Levels
That's probably Eastern, if I had to guess.
Obvious and continuous.
Well, someone caught a nice long off of 73 in crude oil earlier. Hopefully they're still in that trade. They were looking for VWAP. They got to be pretty close to it. But you're still up 27 ticks on almost no risk. Insane entry.
Yeah.
Cruise been
That's
tough.
value low, basically.
Yeah.
And VWAP is all the way up at 473.57. So, if you can manage that risk relatively well, it wouldn't be too bad for a 2-to-1 reward over risk.
Yeah, they're cruising right now. So I got a question for chat. I need to figure out a product to trade from 2 to 3. So if chat has any ideas, let me know.
From 2 to 3?
I need a 2-3 product. I don't like trading crude after 1:30.
I wouldn't either.
Super slow.
Well, I mean, there's the obvious, the equities.
Well, yeah. I know someone was trading bonds. I think that was super interesting. We had someone trade. Who was trading the Nikkei? That was Dakota. Was he trading?
Yeah, I think he was. I think you're right on that.
That's what I like. I like seeing some of these traders come in trading, obscure products, even though like bonds and like an entire foreign currency is not necessarily obscure. But at Topstep, it kind of is because everyone trades the indices or crude oil.
Market Stalkers is here, and hello, Market Stalkers, saying ES is still holding the top of the initial balance with a 30-minute supply at 45.72 half. Price struggling there for now for longs. I'd prefer 45.58. This level is the middle of the middle.
Yes, it is. 100%. You can see it on the profile. Here's the point of control. Here's price. We're right in the middle here. I wouldn't be doing anything here.
John, how's your delta right now?
Delta,
what does it mean?
Negative 15,000. Negative 15,000.
And
So
that is how many people have pressed the sell button?
No, it's the number of contracts that trade on the offer. So buy market orders create positive delta.
Got it.
Minus the number of contracts that trade on the bid using market order sells, that creates negative delta. So we've got 15,000 more contracts that have traded on the bid today than on the offer. Now, think about that. If we're looking at a community of aggressive sellers using market orders to hit the bid, shouldn't price move lower?
You'd think.
You would think. But sometimes when you have another presence in the marketplace, a longer time frame, they'll just sit there and they'll just replenish bids just with small random numbers. They may have 10,000 to buy, but they're not going to put 10,000 in the dome. They're gonna piecemeal it in a little bit at a time. 14, 5, 16, 17, 82, 41, hike. That's how they're going to put those orders in. And as they're executed and they're filled, they just keep putting in bids and keep putting in bids and keep putting in bids until either one of two things happens. They finish what they have to do that day, or they get the short time frame traders so short that the short time frame traders actually figure it out. Hey, we keep selling here and it's not going lower. Let's stop selling it here and look for a level higher. Well, if the long time frame traders still have business to do, they'll recognize that and they'll move those bids up. So they get the short time frame traders who are already short down here, even shorter here. And then even shorter here. And then by the end of the day, you get the blow off to the upside. Now, we don't know if that's going to happen. You know, sometimes when Elvis leaves the building, in other words, the longer time frame finishes what they have to buy that day, sometimes those shorts will get paid.
Yep.
Sometimes they will.
Question here.
But quite often what we see in this case is the blow off to the upside at the end of the day. Go ahead, Eddie.
Question here from Michael Baker. How is it possible to complete a combine in 2 days? Have to land on exactly 3,000 for 2 straight days?
It's not exactly. There's some wiggle room there, but I think Eric can probably answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of wiggle room built into the to that consistency target and your overall target. So if you're a little over one day and you hit the target the next, you'll still pass in 2 days.
Yeah, there's some wiggle room there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would suggest not trying to pass in 2 days. I don't think that's a good habit. Take what the market gives you.
It's a minimum, but no rush. Take your time on that.
Do not rush.
If you're going to try to, at least put your limit order like right at $1,500 profit. So then after commissions and fees, you're at least a little bit below. It's probably just stay safe, right?
Yeah, and if you're using like Tradeovate, you can just have it built into the ladder too, like what your profit is. So you should be able to know exactly where you're getting out.
All right. Michael Baker up 29.74 and quitting first day. Good job. That's probably the best decision you've made all day.
But keep watching. You can quit trading and keep watching.
There you go.
That's right.
Keep watching.
Listening.
Don't trade.
Well, the nice thing about trading is that as long as you stick to your personal loss limit, every single day can be a winner. You just got to reframe your thinking. That's all.
Lance has a question here. I'd like to. He addressed it to me, but anybody can address this. But he knows some of these markets have regular trading hours, but don't all of them trade until 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. Actually, they all trade till 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. But the regular trading hours have passed. So, after the regular trading hours, volume is going to be a lot lower. Opportunities are going to be a lot lower. So, you gotta keep in mind that, these markets do largely still adhere to the old regular trading hour pit times.
Yep.
I shorted 45.70 in ES.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like the range. If you follow my stuff, I like the little ranges. So we have a little 5-minute range here.
Yeah.
And short tops of ranges, long bottom. So we'll see if this plays out.
Been here for 2 hours.
Hey, Dobie, so did you hit the bid? Did you sell the bid or did you work an offer to get filled?
I sold. I just hit sell one at market.
Yep. Okay. So that's adding. That would essentially add to the cumulative
delta. Right.
Would it remove? It would remove. Right. It would make it go more negative.
It would add a negative to the count.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to say. Like bigger negative.
Right. Yeah. I know.
Lower value of the number. Increasing the negative number. It's hard to
increase the negative. Yeah, no.
Hard to wrap my head around that sometimes, but
I'm telling you, it took me a minute to figure out you can't buy a bid and sell an offer, man. That's still couldn't wrap my head around when I first got started in this business.
Well, you can. You just have to wait.
You have to sell. What's up?
I got a question from Eric here. He was up 1,200 today, then he got wrecked chasing trades. What's the best way you can help a trader with some advice about chasing?
That takes time. You gotta be present. You gotta be aware with yourself, and there's tells within yourself. Sometimes maybe you perspire a little bit, you get a little hot under the collar, maybe you grind your teeth, maybe you got a little tick to you that you notice that when you start taking some losses, you get a little pissed. You got to be in tune with yourself, and when you do start chasing, you'll probably see the velocity of your trades pick up. You'll probably start making more trades than you normally do, and when you do notice that, you probably should just take a step back, because chasing is essentially just keep clicking, trying to get in and out of trades, and you're just chasing your tail. So you got to learn when to step back a little bit and try to be self-aware enough to notice that when you are indeed chasing.
It's probably best that you do what Andre said sooner than later.
Yeah.
You can always get back into it, but if you're late on getting out of it, then you're in trouble. So be careful. John Jones is asking or not asking, but he's saying absolute value is increasing. What is this absolute value they talk of?
Absolute value is even if it's a negative number. So the absolute value of the delta right now is minus 15,800. But it's negative.
Right.
So that's absolute value is the distance from zero.
Yes.
So it's negative 15,000 from zero.
Right.
So Dolby's playing the range right now. I think that's a strategy that he does in crude as well. So we'll see if that can work out. Maybe we take the lower end of this range.
Yeah, I'm looking for 45, 64, or 64, 75. How do you guys typically say like ES? Do you only read the last 4 digits? Or do you read the whole thing?
You can. Like, what are you short from? 70 half? 70?
73 quarters.
Okay, 73 quarters. Yeah, there you go.
So I would say I'm looking for 64 and 3 quarters. So basically just 2 to 1, risking 150 to make 300 in a fake trading combine account.
Cool.
Hell yeah, Dolby. Welcome to the party, man.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. I never really trade ES before. I never trade this time frame, but it is a range, and we like ranges.
It is a range.
So let's get short the top, because I think that's the cheapest short I can take. And if they get blown out, I get blown out.
Yeah, here's what Dolby's looking at on the 5. I mean, if you sold it up here every time and bought it down here every time, you're golden.
And that's kind of my thing with these ranges, right? So like if you go into MS Paint, you can draw equidistant lines going up and down, and you don't know when that range is going to stop ranging.
Right.
So like you might as well just short the top or go long the bottom, because you're hoping that you're catching that next leg up or the next leg down. So it's basically the opposite of playing a breakout trade.
Right.
It's like
you're fading extremes.
We're barcoding right now. The market's in a barcode pattern, as John's brother likes to put it so nicely.
Yeah. And to me, barcodes is the range right there. Yeah.
Range. Yep, it's the range like we're looking at right here. It looks like a barcode
pattern.
Exactly.
There you go.
Yeah. To me, that's opportunity. Not everybody likes those, but I like them.
I feel like it's almost a little easier to take these range plays too after you have a decently expansive morning like we already had. Usually from like what I've seen, it turns out the PM session ranges a little more, right? Mm-hmm. So it's definitely not out of the question of might as well trade it until it breaks out of the range.
Yeah, I've always wondered that if it was possible to take like crude oil, for example, it gets pretty slow between like 10:30 and like 11:30 if you just play the ranges just for like just lunch. And is it feasible to actually just, get 10 to 20 ticks per trade, just, shorten tops, buying bottoms, like during the lunchtime phase?
Yep. Yeah. And, I love range bound trade. I used to call it cash register days.
I like that, Johnny.
Right. So you just sell the highs, buy the lows, sell the highs, buy the lows, and you can limit risk. Once it breaks out, you're done.
Yeah. And you just keep hitting that register.
I wish I had the confidence I could wake up and say this is going to be a cash register day. That is
right. The problem is knowing when it's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
But that's all part of the context.
Uttering those words.
It's part of the context. If you have that hypothesis and that hypothesis begins to show truth, you trade to that hypothesis.
Well, I got good movement on this trade. I've taken very, very little risk, if any.
Right.
It's not taking
gold.
first trade on ES.
In the corner here on gold. market stalker. I kept that gold long from earlier, got 530. Now I'm short gold again.
Nice.
Usually this is a quiet period post-settlement, but it's still bloody moving. Right, Governor. We know who you are.
Well, I hope she makes another 1,000 on that.
There you go. Good job. Good job, Dave.
All right, we got bottom of the hour coming up here, John.
Yes, we do.
So see what happens.
Let's see if there's any fireworks.
Yep.
See, I'm about halfway to my profit target. So if this is a winning trade, I might just switch to ES permanently. Sorry, DM. This is all soccer. This is all it takes. One winning trade, I'm like
That's
totally
right.
sold. That's right.
Well, hey, I mean, they all must be like this, right? They're all going to be like this. The first one,
absolutely,
yeah.
That's
you got to remember, you got to have a primary market. It's your go-to. Okay. Secondary market, something that if that first market isn't really doing anything, you could take a look. And then I usually like to do a third market, which was gold. I mean, I was trading the ES, then I was trading crude, and gold was my my third. And I think that's about as many as you should have. 3 is a lot, but now that I'm focusing on gold, I'm learning a lot more.
Nice.
I never traded it. It's a great market, though.
Yeah, I took maybe 3 gold trades last year.
You took 3 gold trades last year?
Yeah, but they were very compressed and really good trades.
JD, the worst thing you can have is beginner's luck. I would agree. I remember, like, when I was in college, I was trading penny stock. I think I was up $5,000 in like my first trade ever.
Wow.
And then didn't take profits. That was sweet.
And then it came back.
Oh yeah, penny stocks always do.
The same thing. I was like, oh my goodness. Up a couple thousand, I'm going to let it ride. And the next day it was like back to where it was. Yeah, penny stocks, don't waste your time.
I think penny stocks are like the crypto equivalent of people who got into trading like 15 years ago. Because like crypto didn't exist back then, so like that had to be like some easy money thing to get you sucked in, and it was like penny stocks for a lot of people. And then it was options, and then it was futures. But now I
thought
think
it was the cannabis. I thought that was going to take off, so I put some money into that. But
Well,
I guess there were just so many.
I don't really understand the cannabis business. I mean, it's called weed. It grows like a weed. It's only a matter of time before there's just way too much supply. I think like Michigan is swimming in legal weed right now. I know
Really?
prices in Chicago
I'll be right back.
have come down a ton. Yeah. I wouldn't know why the prices have come down in Chicago, but they have. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's like back down to like lower prices. It's great. If that's what you're into.
There you go. My.
Speaking of which, where's Eddie's bong? We haven't seen Eddie's bong in a while.
I haven't seen Eddie's bong.
Eddie's bong was here early this morning.
Oh, earlier this morning? Okay, good.
Yeah, he popped in this morning for a little bit.
Good.
Yeah, and there's a user named Eddie's Bong too.
Oh, well done, John.
Hey, got him.
Yeah, Sean says you don't make money when you smoke it, Eddie.
Don't get high on your own supply.
That is true.
No, I'm not a dealer. It's like Walmart up in Michigan. That Hoop says.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah.
Well, like I said the other day, it's like I got garbage mail with coupons for like the local dispensary.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, they're like, please come in.
Yeah, it's coupons. There they are. You got your coupons, 20% off, 50% off, a free gift.
Yeah,
come on in.
They're going to start giving that stuff away.
I never thought that would
Too
happen.
easy. So it's pretty interesting. And so I'm watching this ES trade. So if you're into this kind of system, it does require a lot of patience, right? So I've probably been in this trade for at least 10 or 15 minutes and haven't gotten a lot of action. But the name of the game is that eventually it will not stay in this range forever. And it will have to go and find new business elsewhere once people are happy here. Yeah, so we're going to wait. It could take half an hour. I have no problem holding on to positions like that. I know some people don't like it. Probably one of my few strengths that I actually have is that I can sit and trade for an hour and be totally happy as a clam.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, so that final bar just closed. So we got.
Yep.
Yeah, it might be the range bound. Range bound might be the trade today.
see what happens. I mean, I'm down a little bit overall because I took I tried a short at the bottom of that range, and I was like, oh, it's not right. So I flattened it and then fixed it on the way up.
Don't sell lows and buy highs.
Hey, Eric, did you do any trading earlier today?
I did. Yeah, I did. I took a trade on ES. It was actually a long play, right around 45.68.
Wait, real quick, hold on a second. You're reading your journal, right?
Yes, sir.
There you go. There you go. He's doing the right thing.
Sir.
Gotta have it.
All right.
You gotta know your trades, right? I think that was a big learning opportunity for me. Is when I first started trading, I didn't really write down my trades, and at the end of the day, right, if I had a bad day, there was no way for me to go in and figure out why I took trades where, if I closed out of them early, if I took a loss unnecessarily, anything like that. So the journaling has been big for me. It's more than just my executions on the chart. So yeah, I just took one trade this morning, and the whole reason behind it was just because the ES was looking a little stronger than the NQ. The NQ took out the previous low of the day, and the ES seemed like it was ready for a bounce. And when I charted everything out this morning, my eyes were up a little bit higher on the ES before coming down, but I just never got the pop up before the drop. So tried taking one as a bounce play, didn't really target too much. Ended up closing out before I hit my stop loss just because it was kind of just moving sideways. I didn't like it exactly. So close out a small loss in the day, which isn't too bad. So yeah, I'm still hoping to find someone here in the next 27 minutes.
All right. If it's not there, it's not there.
No,
that's right.
All right.
I'm in no hurry.
No hurry. Good management, though, Eric. Good management. Hey, Dolby. Brad wants to know: do you double the range size for expansion on a breakout?
No. So kind of depends. So as of right now, I'm just going 2-to-1. So it doesn't even matter what the market does after. If I get my 2-to-1, I take it, and I'm done for the day.
Done.
Another way to play ranges, and it takes an incredible amount of patience, and I've done it a handful of times successfully, is you basically just play the range until it ranges again. So you could sit in a trade for another hour or 2 hours and be up a bunch of money, but you still want to wait because you want it to re-range again. And then you can maybe even add more size or just take profits. But there's different ways to play. It just depends how comfortable you are with trading and how it's really about do you like holding positions? If you don't like holding positions, you might want to reevaluate getting into range trading. It just takes a minute. I'm taking some heat on this right now, but we're still.
Yeah, John, I got long. We'll see if the squeeze happens. I got long.
So did I.
What'd you get long from? I'm long from 72.
72.
No.
Nice. Sorry, Dolby.
That's not a good sign for me. That is not a good sign for me.
No.
I didn't want to say it, but I'm like, man, the longs are looking pretty decent right now.
That's okay. Whatever.
We'll see.
Hey, what up? Hey, NASDAQ with 82% long in NASDAQ. We got 68% in ES.
Yep. So I mean
maybe y'all are just chasing.
Yeah, we might be.
Could be. Right. Yeah. Hey, John, real quick. I know that we've answered this question a few times today. Hadi's asking, can you please explain what a failed auction is in the ES? What's a failed auction?
Yeah, hang on 1 second. Let me see this. I got to manage this a little bit here. Hang on 1 second.
All right, go ahead. Market stalkers held that gold for 3 hours. You did?
Nice.
Oh, my goodness.
That's awesome.
Wow.
That takes
I took a little heat and reversed my position.
We got liquidity on both sides here.
So Pedro has an alternative to the range trade, which is wait for the breakout, trade against it for a price back into the range.
Yep.
And then it can go back to the other side.
Which is what it's doing now.
It is what it's doing right now.
Yeah, kind of.
Dolby should be feeling a little better.
I never feel good about any of that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we're all in this together, aren't we?
Let's just put that out there. I don't care what the trade is. I think it sucks pretty much always. Unless
Keep your
it wins.
expectations low, and then you're going to be pleasantly surprised when you take.
That's a great point, Eric.
That's what I learned about playing, in bands at the local level. Like I used to have all these expectations going out to a bar and playing a show, and like no one would show up, and I'd be devastated. And then like 3 shows later, I'm just like, I don't care anymore. Whoever shows up, and all of a sudden, everything changed.
Yeah,
those are great.
If you build it, they will come.
That's right.
Yep.
Here's a question from Ben. When you say long from XXX, what are you looking at? I generally only trade crude, but want to get into ES and NASDAQ.
Well, I mean, basically,
long from
actually, Andre and I are long in really bad trade locations.
We are, but we're yes. Well, because
I like my trade location, but I don't like the momentum.
But there's something in the underlying with the delta negative 15,300 now, so it's already come off just a little bit. But we saw something like this on Thursday, and it took out the high of the session at the end of the day. So we may be a little bit early, we may be in poor trade location, but as long as we stay, relatively close here, we should be all right.
I mean, momentum is better than trade location. Deanna took a long in crude oil today that I never would have taken in a million years, but she made money, and I lost money today. So who cares about your trade location? If the market wants to do something, it's going to do it, whether or not you're in a good spot or not.
Hey,
so
John,
the failed auction.
Okay.
Failed auction.
Yes.
So this is the profile from today, right? The initial balance is this blue bar right here, right? It's the first hour, the range for the first hour of the session. Well, the market, extended. It looked below the initial balance. It couldn't hold below the initial balance. It came down left, came down, came back inside again. So this would be considered a failed auction. There's not a lot of excess on it, but there is still excess. So this would be something that we would call a failed auction. Now look at it in the NASDAQ today. So the NASDAQ twice looked lower, couldn't continue the move. Here's C period low, D period low, couldn't take out the low of C. So the downside auction ended and a new upside auction began. Oh, I hope that's clear.
There you go.
I hope.
Yeah. While I got you on the phone, Hoag.
Yeah.
Hoop mentioned a term. If you can explain it for us.
Sure.
I guess he's going to go down in flames with you guys, but he said it could be a whipsaw close. What's a whipsaw? That terminology's been around for a long time.
Yeah. So a whipsaw is when the market just becomes very volatile, usually in both directions. I would call a whipsaw like after an important number comes out, you get the knee jerk one way, you get the knee jerk the other way.
Yeah, the head fake, right.
And
taking a loss on this one. Getting close. Damn longs. Actually, I should have taken Hoag's advice. You never short indices. Isn't that the rule?
Well, yeah.
Maybe not never.
Short a quiet market, right?
Oh, that's what it is.
Yes.
I got so much to learn about indices.
Well, it's we never know what's going to happen. All we're doing is taking the information we have at hand, looking at the probabilities and trying to profit off those probabilities. So we don't know what's going to happen here. The delta is still negative 14,700. We've been losing it a little bit as we've been trying to push to the upside. But the closer we get to 3 o'clock, I think, if we still have a lot of short time frame shorts in here, they're going to get more and more panicked and start jumping over each other to try and
they got to do something, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, hey, but what causes that? You said whipsaw. Whipsaw, is that just a bunch of market buy and sell orders just coming in without any rhyme or reason, essentially?
Yeah, usually it involves a lack of liquidity, number one. So like FOMC comes out, there's no liquidity in the marketplace. The market just kind of whips around back and forth and chews everybody up basically.
Yep.
So you get the whipsaw. What I think Hoop is talking about is, if we do get a short time frame inventory adjustment coming into the close, we're going to see a pretty decent push to the upside, and I'm pretty sure that's what he's talking about.
I think so too.
There we go.
We're starting to see it. All right, so we're starting to push a little higher here. John, if you can keep us in tune with what the delta's showing here, as if we push higher, we'll
14,000, negative 14,000.
So it's better than it was before, right? Wasn't it 16?
Yeah, we've already started taking some of it off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'll be in this position until probably at zeros or 3 o'clock.
Yep.
As long as I'm in profit.
Right.
I'm out of my ES trade, and also ES is dead to me. So
No longer your friend, right?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh my God.
CL, what are you doing? Oh, okay.
You're the man, dude.
Relationship ended with ES.
Yep, broke up.
Yep. No more of that. Anyways, that was fun.
So we're still.
Yeah, but will crude take you back?
Now that's the
question. Yeah.
You know?
It's an abusive relationship. Crude will take anybody.
There you go. Will crude take him back?
Chew him up and spit him out. Yeah, why do you think Danny's not doing the crude oil section anymore? Not a good relationship. Butt heads. Aggressive market.
Well, we've got our good friend Market Stalkers teaching us crude.
God, can't this thing just...
Is Market Stalker, is that a Twitter handle? That sounds super familiar.
That's Deanna.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Amateur hour.
Well, this is something new to us, okay? This is something that we haven't did, and usually most of us do not trade this time. So, we're feeling it out just like everybody else is, and some traders, I tell you, in this YouTube chat, probably can teach us a few things. So, if you've got any tips trading the afternoon, I mean, like I said, this is something that we're sort of venturing out to do. Let us know, help us out, and we'll help you out.
Actually, Danielle just said that Dan's making an appearance for. He's. Oh yeah.
Ooh, come on down
for Power Hour tomorrow. And yeah, he has some fans. He has some like actual producers who are fans of his. I don't know. I can't say anything, but he's a sought after bachelor. So.
Oh, is that right? I didn't hear about this.
Apparently.
Really?
Yeah. Someone can ask Dan when he comes on.
Marking that down right now.
I think that is a great question to ask him in front of approximately 2,000.
Good call, Dolby.
That's a great question to ask him.
Who are we talking about now before we get in any trouble?
So crude.
Yeah,
all right,
Danny's so
crude. We're starting to see the squeeze go down right now, right?
Yes, we are. We're 13,400 now.
So they still haven't puked, so to speak. When I say by puking, that means they start buying back for their short.
Yeah, they're starting.
Yeah.
But if you look at ES and look at that range trade, if you bought, say, like the lower end of that, then you're doing great.
Lower value, yeah.
But that's how that range trade is supposed to play out. The tricky part is that, and I found this when range trading, is that it's really, really difficult to try to buy that low because you think it's just going to fall through.
Right.
Sure. So you kind of have to do a little bit of a trust fall and be like, you've been doing this for the last half hour. You can do it for 10 more minutes. Just please hang in there and go up. But it doesn't feel natural. So I think using a limit order and just setting it and forgetting it and then just letting the trade play out is a good way to handle those ranges.
Back to negative.
Anonymous is long. NASDAQ 15,813. Target still 15,891.
All right.
Delta's back down to negative 14,000.
More sellers coming in.
There's sellers still coming in.
Well, we might not get the fireworks we're looking for, but we're starting to see a little bit of the example.
We've got liquidity up at 75, 75 half, 77 even.
Mm-hmm.
Just an idea. It'd be nice to know whose screen we're looking at by labeling it or something when it's on the screen. Whose screen are we ever looking at?
This is Hoag's. This is mine.
John Hoagland.
Yep.
Hoag, are you 2 for 2 today? If you close this out profitable?
Yeah.
Ooh.
And that's amazing patience too, by the way.
Yeah.
Patience
waiting all
pays.
day.
That's what they say. Yeah, I mean, I was pissed like last week. I kind of like shot my shots way too early, and then crude ended up setting up for like something godly at the end. I think it was on Friday where it just like rolled over for like $2 or $3. There's nothing
I remember
worse.
that day.
Yeah.
Getting hammered.
Oh yeah, but it didn't happen until like 12:30. So if you're like a morning trader and you went like 1 for 2 or 2 for 1 and stopped for the day, you miss out on a huge opportunity. It's frustrating. That's why you want to take like your best trades, because you don't know what's going to happen in the second half of the day. So it's not really worth chasing mediocrity. Because you'll get it back, right? Like how many times have y'all seen your setup happen at like 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock and you're already done for the day?
Exactly. So when you're on in the mornings, you got to be doing tradertainment. It's a little bit trickier sometimes, for sure.
It is. Oh, yeah. Streaming and trading is super hard because trading already is hard. Streaming is already hard. So you got two hard things put together.
I'm learning.
Does not cancel out.
Brad,
hey, Johnny, that red line on your chart, is that 50 SMA?
The 200.
It's 200.
200 session, right.
Mm.
All right, there you go, Brad. It's a 200 SMA, simple moving average.
I've got a question in chat. If I put in an overnight trade, when can I put it in after market close? So that'd be 5 p.m. Central Time.
Right.
To 3:10 p.m. Central Time the following day. So it's really only 2 hours out of the day that you can't trade, so not that bad.
Kurt, we'll see you tomorrow.
The only reason the markets are closed is for technology maintenance. Is that true?
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta reboot everything.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta flatten, a bunch of traders. Eric, did you ever do any live streaming and trading?
I did not. No. I kept all my trades to myself because it was really embarrassing when I started.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's so hard.
No, I love it. The one thing I've learned is trading is not only obviously learning how to trade, but it's learning how to master yourself, right? So I think that's one of the biggest blessings I've seen come from trading is this year and a half that I've been just focusing on trading full time has been the best year of my life as far as like personal development, everything like that. So.
And it's great to have Tim Tebow here trading with us.
Yeah.
Tim Tebow.
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm here for some a little bit of motivation.
Someone's in here really quick. I want to say hi.
Oh, look at this guy.
I gotta give you a hard time. Hey,
MP, grab his mouse real quick and put on a trade for him.
Oh, look, there he is. There's Michael. Check in.
I got stay short. Got 2,800 up for the day, so I'm happy.
All right, keep the door open.
We got Sarah Z in the background.
Hi, Sarah.
Say hi. You're on camera now.
You're on camera, Sarah. So you better.
Thanks all the time.
Hey, what up?
Hi, Sarah.
Say hi.
That's MP's sister. If no one knows.
I'm out.
Hello, sister. She got the ski.
You get this. All right, get up. Go, get your action. All right.
Hey, we got inside of about 10 minutes here, boys and girls, and just want to let you know.
Are you? Yeah, I'm getting. That's looking good, John. What time we got?
Yeah, we got 250.
And we're getting about 10,000 negative delta left. I took it. I'm happy. I'm good. But we did take out the high, so there it is.
So Hoag, why did you flatten here? Because this is interesting. Because I would keep on holding this.
You would.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you could. You definitely could. I was happy with the profits for the day. If it was a 2-lot, I'd take one
back in. Dolby said go back in.
The position's all messed up. What are you doing? Oh, why did you listen to me? It's gonna go back down on you. Yeah, I mean, like in my opinion, it hasn't done anything to
stop
not
to
going up
get out
anymore.
You know, like that 100 session moving average. Like we're down to about 11,000 in delta.
Oh, I see what you got going on. See, I don't have moving averages on my chart. Maybe I should.
Yeah, see? All right, I'm out.
All right.
It's all right. Still a good day.
That was good.
Yeah, you had a great trading session.
I think that the liquidity up at 45.80, which just moved up to quarter, that's going to get taken out, and that's a good exit. And we were real close to it, so I 10%ed it.
That works.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't 20 minutes to close, would you have held it or no?
Well, I think we're chomping up a lot of that delta already, so I was gonna try and hold it till it got to zero, but it's still a good trade.
Yeah.
Had a good day.
Killer.
I think it's probably gonna keep going, but
I would take that trade. I would
I think it's probably going to take out all that liquidity up at 79, 75, 80, and 80 quarter.
In quarters, yeah.
You see all this up here?
1,200 order, 1,200 contracts sitting up.
Right there.
Boom.
So that's liquidity, and it's probably going to go and take that out. But I got out, within a couple of ticks of it, so I'm good.
Yeah.
Who has a position on right now?
I'm flat.
I think we're both flat.
I'm flat, but I'm talking like I'm in something, but I'm really flat. Really
Julian,
not.
Delta is not necessarily available on all platforms. That's the bitch about it. We're going to be adding it, I think, to the Tilt.
I heard it is getting added.
Yep.
Do you need maybe it's like a tick data thing? Is that what we're looking for?
Well, I mean, anything that trades on the offer is positive. Anything that trades on the bid is negative. The number of contracts, you just stack them up.
Yeah.
You total it out, and that's delta. Simple, really.
Hey, we've got real quick here. We've got something from the guys in the back room behind the curtain. We got an image for Dolby here. What do you guys got for us?
Look at that.
Oh,
Dolby, they got
someone with the meme generator. Made a meme. Funny.
I'm gonna be here all day.
All day. Someone's got some yucks.
That was classic.
I've posted a meme or two. I was in charge of Topstep Social for a while. That was a good time. I did a stint. Twitter's wild. Love me some Twitter.
That's how you end strong today, man. Good stuff.
Oh man!
All right, we got about 5 minutes till top of the hour. Now remember, we're not going to close till have you flat until 3:10, but I think we're going to be flat here before 3 o'clock. And don't forget to shuttle over to our Discord at the buzzer. We got at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and it's going to be every day this week. So don't miss it.
Yeah, Discord does not sleep. If you go to Discord, in the upper left-hand corner, it says there's 8 events scheduled this week. So we have At the Buzzer with Coach Jay, and starting in 5 minutes, we have Slow Markets at 8 with Dakota. And then tomorrow we have 3 and so we're just doing, you got 3 and an 8 all day.
We got a 6 o'clock here, question and answer today for coaching.
Oh, hell yeah. So much content.
Okay.
So much content.
Slow markets.
Back up to 13,000 in Delta. Negative.
Well, I think we got in and got out at the right time there, Johnny.
Yeah, well, anytime you take a profit, I'm all right with that.
True. No complaining.
That was funny. Whoever put that meme together gets a.
Wonder who it was. I think it was Harden. I think it was Harden, if I had to guess.
Eric, if you're talking to us, we can't hear you.
No, I'm not. I'm just checking.
He's in awe. He's like, these guys are nuts.
Hey, I love it. I've been watching for a while, so I understand what I was getting thrown into.
You took your first ribbing very well.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Casual, very casual hazing. Nothing that
Welcome to the show.
certain someone went through.
Nothing like what we did to Dolby.
No. Huh? Say my name, Hug?
I said nothing like what we did to Dolby.
Brutal. Yeah. I got hazed, and then they hired me, and then I've been doing this for like 4 years, and I can't get out. It's ridiculous.
I would say that's a great hazing then.
Oh, my God. Exhausting. That's great.
Every 5 years, you get a rehaze.
That's right. Oh, shit. What? Someone's going to have to come to my house, though, because we're all work from home, so who's going to send someone over to my place and initiate the hazing?
I got an uncle. I know
attended
somebody.
the greatest hazing school in America.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Which one was that?
Northwestern.
Oh my God.
Oh, yes.
Ouch.
Are they low key like a big hazing school? Or are you joking?
They got in trouble.
They
got a lot of trouble.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That was a while ago,
Hazing.
wasn't it?
Like last year.
Oh,
December, right?
How did I miss that story?
Fitz lost his job coaching over that. That's pretty
Oh,
deep.
the Northwestern football coach.
Yeah.
Some very, very local sports ball talk for
That is very
everyone who
local.
doesn't know what the hell we're talking about.
Right.
You know, Joe Girardi went to Northwestern.
Really?
He did.
He played baseball with one of my bosses at First Chicago, Tommy, and went on to be a Cub and a coach, and good stuff. Had a lot of good stories there. But Tommy
What are
played
tuition's
second.
going for? What do you think it costs to go to Northwestern right now? Like 60 or 70 a year?
Yeah.
Pretty penny, I imagine.
Yeah, there's like no scholarships or like grants or anything. I think my fiance tried looking to get like a SLP class there, and there's like no way.
Well, it's a private university, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So maybe one day someone will post here. It's like, yeah, I made an entire 1 year tuition.
Now you're talking.
One day.
Danny trades or Kyle K.
Yeah, right.
I feel like we've seen some big numbers come out of those two. So
I don't know. Those are huge. I mean, back in the day, if someone made like 10 grand a Top Step, it was a massive event.
Yep.
Massive event. Because we had who's the 30K guy that we had? Who did the was one of YouTube did the interview?
There's a video of him.
Yeah, it's on YouTube, and he did what 30K in a day, and then Corbin, was it Corbin?
It sounds right.
Yeah, yeah. Not Corbs, Korbs, but not the YouTube guy, but Corbin. He's on YouTube. I think he made like 30,000 in a day, and then he invited MP to Vegas. I think he did the interview like on top of in his laundry room drinking a Miller Lite, if I recall.
Wow, just feeling it.
Legendary interview.
Hey, John, James Slay has got a question. What was the highest Delta got today? Do we remember? 15,
I
remember
would
you
have to
calling
open another platform to see that. Hang on just a minute. Let me see if I can see
it.
it.
Mentioned 15, negative 15.
I think we got into 16 right when we got long, John.
Well, it was I mean, that's the lowest.
Then went to 11, then 12, then 10.
Well, I'm thinking of that as that's the lowest.
My bad. Okay. Yeah. Well,
right, but that might be what he's looking for.
Gotcha. That would be the lowest.
So Andre, are you in Snowmass right now?
I am in Snowmass right now.
You guys should. Do you guys go to Mawas yet?
You know Mawas? Yeah, I haven't been to Mawas yet. We will. We might be going though. Yes.
Oh, you guys go. What do you mean? You have to go. It's like by far the best restaurant in Aspen/Snowmass, and it's not even close.
I love Mawas. Yes.
So good.
You know. If you know, Nobi.
I do know. My mom and stepdad are very, very good friends. They actually hosted Mawa, like a class or something in their house for Mawa.
All right, 3 o'clock.
Yeah, legendary.
We are 3 o'clock, boys and girls. And
we got out good, and I should never listen to Dolby.
No, yeah, don't. You should fade me. I'm here to make you all money, so I give you my trades, and you just fade me.
that's good to know for next time. I'm going to jot that down.
Yes, exactly right.
All right, you guys done?
Done. That was good. That was a good first day, bell to bell, baby. That was good stuff.
3 o'clock here, Chicago time. Don't forget tomorrow we've got opening call, fast markets, and we're going to have trades by Matt tomorrow with us every Tuesday. Shoulder tap with Brett. We got power players, Hoagland, Dolby. Don't forget top quiz, group coaching with Coach Dakota. And we'll be back here for Back to the Futures all the way from 1 to 3 tomorrow. But I'd like to say thank you, Eric, for being with us here today. And we're going to have Eric back again very soon.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Look forward to being back and grabbing some trades with you guys.
Hell
yeah.
And it's really cool that you're in P. Diddy's bedroom.
You like it?
The white is it.
We're giving Eric
from open one of those
fancy.
doors, man.
Oh, this looks nice. I was going to say,
beautiful.
like, Is that your actual bedroom, or is that like a living room or something?
No, yeah, this is my actual bedroom. I have 2 kids,
nice.
so I need a place where I can lock the door and
sanctuary,
and quiet. Yeah,
nice and white. There you go. All right.
Yeah, we're back down to about a negative 16,000, and that's about the lowest number today, if that's what Mr. Slay was looking for.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Dre, we'll catch you tomorrow for Fast Market, right? Yes.
You better believe it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. That was a lot of fun.
All right. Everybody else, thank you very much for being with us here. Don't forget to get to our Discord channel. We've got our Discord channel, and please, by all means, always remember,
Never give up. Never surrender.
and we'll close it out with this.
No, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out.
And don't forget to pray for peace.
Absolutely.
Pray for peace. Take care.